Hello everyone. Am I audible? Am I audible? Can you just please confirm if I'm audible? All right. All right. So apologies for the inconvenience. We had a technical glitch, and because of that, we started the session a bit late. So welcome everyone. Welcome to the PowerUp mock test discussion, All India test discussion. Now, mock test, especially of an institute by Vajiram and Ravi, it becomes very important. We all know that it's almost few months left for the prelims, and if we attempt these mock tests, and that too quality mock tests, we assess कि भाई how much we know, हमको आता कितना है. Because see, normally what happens is 90% of the aspirants who prepare for the exam, they more or less focus upon the absorption of knowledge. They continue studying, but they don't assess कि भाई उनको आता कितना है. The best way to assess is to appear for a good quality mock test, right? We have a lot of mock tests in the market, but there are very few which can really match up to the level of the UPSC. Okay? And Vajiram and Ravi's mock test is one of them. Now, what I'll be discussing today, I'll be taking the polity part. For those of you who don't know, my name is Aditya, right? And I'll be taking the polity and IR part. First of all, can you just tell me, how was your paper? Was it tough, easy, or moderate? How was it? Did you appear for it? We'll try to have this session in a more interactive manner, right? Was it easy, moderate, difficult? Just whatever comes to your mind, just let me know. Ayush, Vaibhav, Varinder. So if you would have seen the kind of questions you have had in the mock test, you would have made some kind of observation, right? So I just wanted to know that what is your take on this particular paper? All right. Anyways, so see, what we are trying to focus upon through this particular discussion is that we'll try to tell you, first of all, that how the questions have to be approached, right? There are different questions. Okay, all right. There are different questions, and different questions are based, they try to assess your knowledge with respect to a particular area. When we talk about polity, we primarily have two types of questions. The very first is with respect to, do we have to buy courses to access these tests? If yes, then which? You can see, again, you can enroll yourself for the mock test, and this discussion would really help you to understand how to basically approach with the questions for each and every of those questions. We'll be discussing in great detail the solutions and how to approach different questions. Right. I'm fine. Thank you. So in polity, there are primarily two types of questions which we generally encounter. The very first type of question is based upon the concept. कि भाई it is trying to assess कि आपको concept clarity है या नहीं. The second type of questions, if you have seen the questions, you will see that they are of factual nature. They're based on certain facts. UPSC has been frequently asking those questions, right? The nature of the exam is definitely unpredictable, but the kind of questions you have, either they are based upon the concepts or they are based on the facts. And that is the reason we have tried to incorporate both these type of questions in today's test. For example, we have questions with respect to the national anthem, right? If you would have seen that. So, all right. So, if you just appear for these tests, that's really going to make you ready. There are people who are really fearful of giving the mock tests. They don't have that much of confidence. But what I would say is, this is the time where you need to invest in yourself. For example, as Dinesh is saying, I have not done much revision in the preparation. Should I give the mock test? Yes, why not? See, again, don't be too emotional about the marks. ठीक है, marks अगर अभी कम आ रहे हैं, if you are scoring less marks right now, doesn't matter, because this is the time where you focus upon filling the gaps. Because this is the time where you focus upon making sure that whatever loopholes you have, whatever gaps you have in your knowledge, those get filled. ठीक है, तो अभी नंबर कम आ रहे हैं चलेगा, बाद में कम नहीं आना चाहिए, right? So focus more upon, make sure that you are regular with these mock tests. Make sure that you give due importance to the discussions. Make sure that you give due importance to the solutions. That is going to make you ready for the examination, right? So it's a process. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि आप एक mock test दे दो and then suddenly you'll see a jump in the performance. No. So things would basically be in a graded process. What is a good score in the mock? See, there is no upper limit. ठीक है? तो कभी भी अपने आप को don't make yourself or don't bound yourself with a particular benchmark कि भाई मुझे इतना ही नंबर लेके आना है. Your task should be to maximize the numbers to make sure that you score the best. That's it. ठीक है. See, generally speaking, if you're asking again, Ketan, that what should be the benchmark? See, what I personally believe is if you're scoring in the UPSC, if you're scoring somewhere more than 105 or 110, that is a safe place because that is a decent enough margin above the cutoff. ठीक है. So we are assuming that if you score somewhere around 55%, right? So it turns out to be almost 110 marks. That is a good score. That's a good score. Because once you score 105 or 110, you are in the safe position and you are not in that state of mind where you are constantly anxious about the result. So those 20 days or 25 days, you just keep on thinking that whether I would qualify exam or not. So the best cutoff as such, I don't believe in that. But if you're asking, I think it should be, the benchmark should be scoring somewhere more than 110, right? Strategy for, we'll have a different session for the CSAT, right? Because we already have a lot of things to discuss today. We have other mentors also taking different subjects. I'll be starting with the polity part, and I'll be taking the general doubts. Don't worry about that. If you have anything specific in journal with respect to the prelims, you can definitely ask. But I think let's first start with the questions. Once I'm done with the questions, I have in total 19 questions. Once I'm done with that, then possibly you're most welcome. You can just put up your question and I'll be really happy to answer it. Should we begin? Ketan, Kunal, and everyone? Sanjay? Should we start? Just give me a thumbs up. All right. So let's begin. Let's begin with the very first question. Now, as I said, that many of the questions are based upon the concepts. The question says, consider the following statements. The Parliament in India functions within the bounds of a written constitution. The authority and jurisdiction of parliaments are limited by the justiciable nature of fundamental rights. All laws passed by the Parliament are subject to judicial review. Which of the following inferences can be drawn from the above statements? देखिए, जो इंडिया का political system है, most of it has been derived from the British, right? We have the parliamentary form of government. But there are some important differences. Once we talk about the Indian scenario, what you'll have to understand is there is nothing which is sovereign. We, the people, are sovereign, but you cannot say that a particular institution, a particular organ of the state, be it the legislature or the executive or the judiciary, it has sovereign powers, right? Because in India's case, we have a kind of a systems of checks and balance. We don't go by the notion of parliamentary sovereignty. Parliamentary sovereignty is a feature of UK, right? Where parliament is supreme. Parliament can come up with any of the law, right? It can make any law, whatever it wants to. And over there, what you'll have to understand is, I really don't know whether you're aware of it or not. Over there, we have this aspect of judiciary. For example, in India, we have the constitutional courts. They can basically declare a particular parliamentary act as null and void if it breaches any of the basic structure or if it breaches any of the fundamental rights, right? Let's talk about fundamental rights, right? So once we talk about the situation in UK, that is not the same. Over there, what we have is the courts can only issue the declaration of incompatibility. They cannot declare any parliamentary law as void over there in UK. But in India's case, we have a system where we follow the system of checks and balance. If one organ of the state, be it legislature, judiciary, or executive, if it oversteps at any point of time, the other is going to come and make it back. That is what the whole construct of checks and balance is all about, right? Now, if you look at this particular statement, the Parliament in India functions within the bounds of a written constitution, absolutely correct. For example, आप simple सा example ले लीजिए. We have the 7th schedule, we have the union list, we have the state list, we have the concurrent list. Parliament can make a law in normal circumstances only with the subject with respect to the union list. So whatever the constitution says, Parliament has to work within that particular boundary. I hope it is clear. Yeah, hello Nitish. Hello Nitish. The authority and jurisdiction of Parliament are limited by the justiciable nature of fundamental rights. बिल्कुल सही बात है भाई. आर्टिकल 13 क्या बोलता है? What does article 13 say? Article 13 says it talks about that what is a law, and then it says that no law can abridge a fundamental right. That is what the very premise of article 13 is all about. ठीक है, तो बिल्कुल सही बात है. You cannot come with any law which basically abridges or violates any of the fundamental rights. All laws are passed by the Parliament are subject to judicial review. Yes, that is something which has also been declared as a part of the basic structure. Judicial review. Can anyone tell me what, like, the name of the case where judicial review was declared as a part of the basic structure? I would be really happy. जो आता है आप बोलो. Just participate. Judicial review as a part of basic structure. In which case it was declared as a part of basic structure. Kesavananda Bharati. Yeah, very good. IR Kule also. Yes. But it was primarily in the Kesavananda Bharati. Kesavananda Bharati. The very inception of this doctrine, basic structure doctrine. Yahan par, yeah, Kesavananda Bharati. Very good. Everyone, very good. So in the Kesavananda Bharati itself, the Supreme Court said, where it struck down the second provision of 25th Constitutional Amendment Act, which said that ki bhai, no law can be called into a code of, no law which seeks to implement the 39 small b and 39 small c can be called into question in any court of law. That is what the Supreme Court struck down. It said कि भाई judicial review आप कैसे अलग कर सकते हो. So it was in the very Kesavananda Bharati case where judicial review was declared as a part and parcel of the basic structure. I hope it is clear. अब ये तीनों statements जो हैं, इनको पढ़ के आपको क्या लग रहा है कि भाई इंडिया का जो सिनेरियो है, इंडिया का जो सिस्टम है, over here we have the parliament which has its limited domain. We do not have parliamentary sovereignty. Which of the following inferences can be drawn? The parliament in India has a right to publish its proceeding. It's absurd. Nothing relates to this. Let's go through the statement C. The parliament in India cannot amend the basic structure of the Constitution of India. No. The parliament in India functions within a system of separation of power. We don't have a rigid separation of power. We have a system of checks and balance. The parliament in India is not a sovereign body. Yes, the parliament is not a sovereign body. In India, we have the people. If someone asks you कि भाई इंडिया में sovereign क्या है, what would your answer would be? It should be that we, the people of India, the people are the sovereign authority, not the parliament. I hope it is clear. Clear? Let's go. Can we go to the next question? समझ में आ गया? People, yes, correct. All right. Now, see, this is a question which basically talks about the chronology part. ठीक है? काफी interesting question है. And many people, when I talk to them, they found this question not very easy. Not very easy. ठीक है? There are some areas in polity which are quite factual in nature, but are quite important. So you really cannot miss out those areas, right? Let's read this particular question. Which of the following is a correct sequence of the process of making the Constitution of India? So I'll first discuss in general that what was the process all about. You must be aware of the very famous objective resolution speech by Pandit Nehru. So it was on 13th December 1946 that Pandit Nehru came up with his objective resolution, जो बाद में हम लोग preamble के तौर पे हम लोगों ने adopt किया. Objective resolution basically talked about the kind of state which we aspire. हम किस तरह की स्टेट बनाना चाहते हैं, किस तरह का नेशन स्टेट बनाना चाहते हैं. We talked about the aspects of freedom, we talked about the aspects of liberty, we talked about the aspects of the fraternity in the society and all these things. So it was on 13 December 1946 that Pandit Nehru came up with the objective resolution, and this was well accepted by the assembly, by the Constituent Assembly on 22nd January 1947. After that, what happened was there was the creation. Please don't disclose the answer. Okay, I'm not disclosing. You can, once you once you just go through the question, you can just write the answer over there itself. Right. So what happened after that was, after the resolution was accepted, we had the creation of different committees, right? Different committees which were quite important. For example, the committees on fundamental right, the committee with respect to the union powers committee, the constitution committee, the minorities committee, right? The tribal committee, right? Excluded areas committee. So ye sari committees bane. After these committees were set up, these committees worked among themselves, and then they gave their recommendations to the constitutional advisor. So we had Sir B.N. Rao. We had Sir B.N. Rao as a constitutional advisor. Incorporating the recommendations of these committee, Sir B.N. Rao came up with the draft constitution. तो ये बहुत लोगों को confusion रहता है कि भाई draft constitution जो था वो it was primarily all the task of the drafting committee. No, it's not like that. So Sir B.N. Rao played a very important role. Sir B.N. Rao was primarily responsible for the very first draft constitution on the basis of the advice of these committees. Once Sir B.N. Rao accepted, once he made a draft constitution, it was submitted to the drafting committee. Drafting committee was chaired by Dr. Ambedkar. Dr. Ambedkar basically went through all the readings of that particular draft constitution, and then he basically laid those papers for the scrutiny by different committees for the public comments. Okay, alag public comments aaye. We had different, for example, we had the industry bodies, we had the committees and in the constituent assembly itself. So there were different inputs which were taken by the drafting committee. हाँ, हिंदी में मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ आपको समझाने की, ठीक है? So we had the drafting committee, and the drafting committee incorporated the suggestions from these public, from various industry bodies, from various committees, and ultimately after the drafting committee did that, this was open. This particular document was open for the second and third reading. ठीक है? तो भाई we start with the objective resolution, then we have the committee stages, then we have the draft constitution by the constitutional advisor Sir B.N. Rao. After that, we have the drafting committee scrutinizing the constitution on the basis of different public inputs, right? Public comments. After that, we had the second reading, we had the third reading, and ultimately we had the commencement of the constitution, right? Adoption and the commencement. So if you just read these options, you would feel that adoption of the objective resolution, public circulation of the draft, तो ये तो एकदम उल्टा ही है. मतलब public circulation तो तब होगा ना जब draft constitution ready होगा. So this is something committees reports, on the basis of the reports of committees, you had the draft constitution. So this is opposite. So you can rule it out. Submission of the reports by committees, adoption of the objective resolution. So this is automatically incorrect. Objective resolution तो पहली stage है. This is something which is incorrect. Then we have, let's go through D. Public circulation of the draft, adoption of the objective resolution. Again, if you have even a slight idea, if you have even a slight idea about कि भाई objective resolutions पहले आया था, तो आप बहुत आराम से mark कर सकते हैं. Look at C. Objective, adoption of the objective resolutions, submission of the reports by the committees, public circulation of the draft constitution, presentation of the draft constitution. So this is what the correct series of events is all about. I hope it is clear. How many of you got 80 plus marks? Is it clear, guys? अरे टफ है भाई, टफ है. देखो हर क्वेश्चन इजी नहीं होगा ना. देयर आर सर्टेन क्वेश्चंस व्हिच आर क्वाइट इजी, देयर आर क्वेश्चंस व्हिच आर मॉडरेट, देयर आर क्वेश्चंस व्हिच आर क्वाइट टफ. You as aspirants, you know, you'll have to focus upon maximizing the potential, making sure कि जो questions आपको आते हैं वो सही से करो. जहां आपको issues है, मैं वही बोल रहा हूं, we started the discussion with the same thing. Mock test का objective जो है ना, वो घबराने का नहीं है कि भाई नंबर नहीं आया, so we are terrified, we are having this anxiety. If you haven't scored well, no issues. That is the reason we are focusing upon the discussion. That is the reason we have the detailed solutions. Make sure ये इंपॉर्टेंट है. देखो टेस्ट से ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है, that you sit and analyze the solutions, see what all mistakes you have committed, how you can make sure कि वो mistakes दोबारा ना हो. अगर कई बार क्या होता है, we have many often we have seen this, that we have question, we are sure about the answer, but still we mark the wrong option, right? We have, let's say we have clarity about two options, third वाले का idea नहीं है, तो हम गलत mark कर देते हैं. तो ये time अभी वही है. This is the time where you focus upon the loopholes. Give proper time to the analysis, and I think you will get the PDF. It would be uploaded on the portal itself. Ashish. ठीक है, तो इतना टेंशन वाली बात नहीं है. It is not very difficult. I'm telling you, it's doable if you just give due importance to the basic concepts. If you give importance to the revision part, revision बहुत important है. Revision को ignore मत करना, वो बहुत important part है, right? Let's go with the next question. All right, so ये chronology है. You can just have a look. ये बाद में एक बार आप पढ़ लेना. Now, the next question says, what does equality before law mean? Very simple question, but again quite interesting. ठीक है, सो वंस वी टॉक अबाउट आर्टिकल 14, ठीक है, देखो आर्टिकल 14 जो है ना, उसका एक रीजन है दैट व्हाई इट इज प्लेस्ड एज द वेरी फर्स्ट आर्टिकल व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द फंडामेंटल राइट्स, बिकॉज आर्टिकल 14 अपने अंदर इट इनकॉर्पोरेट्स अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग विद इन इटसेल्फ which reflect even the principles enshrined in the other articles. I'll give you an example. Article 14 क्या बोलता है? Equality before law and equal protection of laws. ठीक है, इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ और इक्वल प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ लॉज दो अलग कंसेप्ट हैं. इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ जो है वो एक नेगेटिव कंसेप्ट है. नेगेटिव कंसेप्ट का मतलब क्या है? इट इज बेसिकली सेइंग दैट देयर वुड नॉट बी एनी काइंड ऑफ प्रिविलेजेस इन द सोसाइटी वी आर एस्पायरिंग टू गो फॉर. ठीक है, मतलब लेट्स से वी हैव अ रिक्शे वाला, वी हैव मुकेश अंबानी. It's talking about that both these people are saying, when we talk about the political aspect, both these people have one vote and one value, right? That is what they would be treated in equal in the eyes of law. Then the second part of the article says equal protection of laws. This is a positive concept. This is a positive concept. Positive concept का मतलब क्या है? Let's say आपके पास you have a group of 5 people, ठीक है? Out of 5 people, 1 is different, 4 are similar. Can you treat all the 5 people in a similar manner? The answer is no. That is what the equal protection of laws means. You'll have to treat similarly situated people in a similar manner, and you'll have to treat differently situated people in a different manner. ठीक है, likes should be treated alike. That is what the very basis is. जो भी हमारे आर्टिकल्स हैं, जैसे भाई आप आर्टिकल ले लो 15 क्या बोलता है? प्रोहिबिशन ऑफ डिस्क्रिमिनेशन ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ रिलीजन, रेस, कास्ट, सेक्स, प्लेस ऑफ बर्थ. 15 क्लॉज 1, 15 क्लॉज 2, ये नेगेटिव नेचर है. ठीक है, ये स्टेट को प्रोहिबिट कर रहा है, तो ये इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ वाला पार्ट है. Then we have 15 subclause 3, which talks about the special provisions for the women and children. Then we have 15 subclause 4, 15 subclause 5, 15 subclause 6, talks about the SCs, STs, socially and educationally backward classes. It also talks about the economically weaker section. ये क्या है? ये पॉजिटिव कंसेप्ट है. तो ये किसको मैनिफेस्ट कर रहा है? ये किसको रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा है? दिस इज रिफ्लेक्टिंग बेसिकली द इक्वल प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ लॉज वाला एस्पेक्ट. तो इतना याद रखना, इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ जो है वो नेगेटिव कंसेप्ट है, equal protection of laws is a positive concept. I hope it is clear. What does equality before law mean? Let's look at this. Fair application of law. It doesn't relate to that, right? Fair application of law. कोई बता सकता है मुझे कौन सा वर्ड यूज होगा यहां पर? ठीक है, एक बार I'll try to explain 39B and 39C. Don't worry about that. But मुझे ये बताओ पहले, fair application of law जो होता है वो हम किस चीज से कोरिलेट कर सकते हैं? Are you guys? Yeah, very good, very good. We have, I think Vanita answered this. Due process of law, बिल्कुल. Due process of law. तो इससे कोई मतलब नहीं है इसका. Equals should be treated alike. Is it equality before law or equal protection of laws? This is equal protection of laws, not equality before law. Following due process of law, again, this is irrelevant. Yeah. So over here, the answer would be no one shall be above law. I hope it is clear. ठीक है, याद रखो दो चीजें, दो कंसेप्ट. इक्वालिटी बिफोर लॉ इज अ नेगेटिव कंसेप्ट व्हिच टॉक्स अबाउट द एब्सेंस ऑफ प्रिविलेजेस. इक्वल प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ लॉज एक पॉजिटिव कंसेप्ट है जो कि बात करता है स्पेशल प्रोविजंस फॉर सर्टेन सेक्शंस हु आर इन नीड ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन, हु आर इन नीड ऑफ केयर, हु आर इन नीड ऑफ अफर्मेटिव एक्शन. I hope it is clear. Huh? Let's go to the next question. Now again, quite interesting question, I would say. Before that, quickly I will try to tell 39B and 39C. समझो important है, because recently we also had the case of Maharashtra property owners case. We had the 25th Constitutional Amendment Act. 25th Constitutional Amendment Act हुआ था 1975 में. What it did? It said that कि if the parliament is coming up with any law which seeks to implement the Directive 39 small b, which deals with the equitable distribution of resources, and 39 small c, which deals with the prevention of concentration of wealth, then that would not be held as void if we look from the perspective of Article 14 and 19. मतलब आपने एक तरह से through the 25th Constitutional Amendment Act, the first change which you did, you have made Article 39 small b and 39 small c more important than Article 14 and 19. तो कोई भी अगर कानून ऐसा है जो कि 39 small b और 39 small c को implement कर रहा है, and if it is violating Article 14 or 19, that would not be held as void. That was the first thing which was done by the 25th Amendment. The second thing which was done was what the amendment said, that nothing done in this particular way or any law which is made in this particular manner would not be called into question into any court. ठीक है, तो यहां पर जुडिशियल रिव्यू को खत्म करना चाहती थी सरकार through this particular amendment. What was done then? In the case of Nanda Bharti case, the Supreme Court said that the first part of it, first part जो आपने बताया 39B or 39C, there can be a law which seeks to implement this, and that would not be held as void, violating for Article 14 and 19. That was held as valid. But the second part, so judicial review आप बोल रहे हो कि नहीं हो सकता, this is something which is unacceptable because judicial review is a part of the basic structure. I hope it is clear. ठीक है, all right. Now coming to the fourth question, we have the question with respect to the election of president, right? काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है, पहले समझ लो दो तीन चीजें, बेसिक चीजें. We have the election to the office of the president of India, which is basically done. There is an electoral college which is constituted. Can you tell me electoral college जो होता है president का, what it comprises of? Electoral college of president, जल्दी जल्दी बताओ. It comprises of the elected members of the parliament and the elected members of the legislative assemblies and the elected members of the legislative assemblies of Puducherry and Delhi. ठीक है, ठीक है, all right. तो ये आपका क्या है? This is what the electoral college is. अब देखिए जो इलेक्शन है प्रेसिडेंट का वो इनडायरेक्ट इलेक्शन होता है. We have the elected members of the parliament, elected members of the legislative assemblies, elected members of the union territories of Puducherry and Delhi who participate in the election. Now there is a particular value of vote of the MLAs. बिल्कुल ठीक है, एक वैल्यू ऑफ वोट होती है एमएलएस की जो कि हम कैलकुलेट करते हैं. ठीक है, अब आप वैल्यू ऑफ एमएलए की कैसे निकालते हैं? एक पर्टिकुलर एमएलए की कैसे निकालोगे? जो भी उस पॉपुलेशन, जो भी उस स्टेट की पॉपुलेशन है अकॉर्डिंग टू द 1971 सेंसस, यू टेक द पॉपुलेशन इनटू कंसिडरेशन, देन यू डिवाइड द नंबर ऑफ इलेक्टेड एमएलएज इन दैट पर्टिकुलर स्टेट इनटू 1000. ठीक है, तो टोटल पॉपुलेशन को लीजिए, नीचे डिवाइड करिए नंबर ऑफ इलेक्टेड एमएलएज इनटू 1000, you will get the value of one MLA's vote. I have taken this from the website of the government of India, and this is what, if you can see, this is what the value of the vote is with respect to the presidential election 2022. तो यहाँ देखो आंध्र प्रदेश, total number of seats कितनी है? 175. Population as per the 71 census, this is this. Value of, you divide this by this and 1000, you get the value of vote of each MLAs, and total value भी आपको पता चल गई यहाँ पर. You calculate it for each and every state. Now see, this is important to understand. For different states, the value of the vote of MLA is different. ठीक है, ये याद रखो. अभी क्वेश्चन पूछना मैं बता दूंगा, बट अभी फोकस अपॉन दिस. यहां पर क्या है? We have the value of the votes of the MLAs for different states. It is different. That is what I want to convey it to you, because there can be a statement in the examination which says कि value of all the MLAs in the country is same. It's not like that. ठीक है, तो याद रखना. We have, for example, for the UP, the value of UP के MLA की वोट की वैल्यू ज्यादा क्यों है? Because of the population, right? Because we are the state with the largest population, so it's 208. For Sikkim it is 8, right? For even Mizoram, right? And for Arunachal Pradesh it is 8. So that is how you see that we have the value of the vote of the MLAs as different. Then let's go to the value of the MP's vote. We have total value of the votes of all the MLAs. आप सबको ऐड कर दो. देखो इन सबको आपने ऐड कर दिया, टोटल वैल्यूज को. इसको आप डिवाइड करो टोटल नंबर ऑफ इलेक्टेड एमपीज, एंड देन यू गेट द वैल्यू ऑफ द वोट. सो अल्टीमेटली it's something around 700. ठीक है, ये जो टेबल है ये भी आई हैव टेकन फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडियाज वेबसाइट. इट सेज टोटल नंबर ऑफ इलेक्टेड एमपीज इज 543 फॉर लोकसभा and 233 for Rajya Sabha. So in total you have 776 elected MPs. Total value of votes of elected MLAs of all the states is 5,43,231. And this is, once you divide 5,43,231 by 776, you get around 700. So value of each MP is 700. Got it? Value of each MLA varies state by state. Got it? अब आप कोटा कैसे निकालोगे? आप ऐड करो टोटल वैल्यूज ऑफ एमपीज, टोटल वैल्यूज ऑफ एमएलएज, डिवाइड बाय 2 करो, ठीक है, और प्लस उसमें 1 ऐड कर दो. दैट इज व्हाट हाउ यू कैलकुलेट हाउ मच value of votes a candidate needs to win the election, because we basically go with the proportional representation by means of single transferable vote, and the voting takes by secret ballot. This is what the whole situation is all about. तो ये आपका मिल जाएगा winning quota क्या होना चाहिए. Now let's go back to the question. I hope you understood this. The following table shows the first preference votes value secured by the candidate contesting the presidential election. Why vary from state to state? No, sir. Yes. The value of the vote of an MLA, it varies from state to state. लेकिन क्या MP के लिए vary करता है? नहीं. For each and every MP, be it from the elected MP of the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha, it's same. All right. So this is the value of the first preference vote. Let's say कि भाई candidate A has got 90. Candidate B has got 80, the first preferences, and C has got 30. अब आप यहां ये देखो कि भाई टोटल जो वैल्यू है वैलिड वोट्स की वो 200 है. तो 200 का हम कैसे निकालेंगे? हाउ वुड वी कैलकुलेट कि भाई कितना वैल्यू ऑफ वोट्स के बाद हम इलेक्टेड उसको मान लेंगे? Yeah, this would be there on the YouTube itself. So we have total 200. Divide 200 by 2, you get 100 plus 1. So you get 101. Any of the candidates who secures more than 101 would be elected winner. But आपने क्या देखा यहाँ पर? What you see is that we have candidate A who has secured 90, candidate B has secured 80, and candidate C has secured 30. So the first preference votes, nobody has crossed 101. So what would be done now? आप ये देखो कि लीस्ट फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस किसको मिला है? वी हैव द लीस्ट फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस गिवन टू सी. अब सी के जो वोट्स हैं, सी के जो सेकंड प्रेफरेंस वाले वोट्स हैं, द सेकंड प्रेफरेंसेस वोट्स ऑफ सी वुड देन गो टू ए एंड बी, राइट? तो ये हमेशा याद रखना. और अगर वो क्रॉस कर गया, बीट लेट्स से फॉर ए इफ इट क्रॉसेस 101 और इफ फॉर बी इट क्रॉसेस 101, देन एनी ऑफ देम वुड बी डिक्लेयर्ड elected as the president. Let's look at this. In the above context, which of the following statements are correct? The quota required is 101. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Candidate C will be excluded after the first round. Yes. Why excluded? Because see, no one has been able to cross 101. तो अभी क्या होगा? जो least first preference वाला है, C है, उसको हम exclude कर देंगे और इसके votes flow करेंगे किधर? To A and B. I hope it is clear, right? If all the second preference votes of C are transferred to candidate A will be declared elected. Yes, absolutely correct. भाई C के हमारे पास total votes कितने हैं? First preference जो उसको मिली है 30, right? So we will take out these 30 ballot papers, and if all the second preferences of 30 go to A, तो 90 plus 30 कितना हो गया? You have 120, and 120 is far more than that of 101. So A would be elected as a president. Simple as that. Correct. Candidate B can be declared elected in the first round. No, this is incorrect. There cannot be, we cannot have B as the elected candidate. No. So over here, the answer would be 1, 2, and 3. Is it clear? समझ में आ गया? Everyone? See, I'm trying to discuss in detail so that you understand. Otherwise, I can just stick to the question and proceed. Sir, in 2019, abolished the union territories in case of present. See, again, understand. We had, I think you are asking the question with respect to the union territory of Jammu Kashmir. जो हमारा article है 54, with respect to the election of the president, it talks about the elected members of the parliament, elected members of the legislative assemblies of the states, elected members of the UTs of Delhi and Puducherry. it does not mention about the elected members of the Union Territory of JK. ठीक है, क्योंकि Union Territory of JK अभी बनी है, right? If you want the participation of the elected members of the UTs in the presidential election, you will have to come up with the constitutional amendment. आपको वहां पर constitutional amendment करके add करना पड़ेगा. And the UTs of Delhi, Puducherry and JNK. Is it clear? So as of now, they have not participated in the election. They didn't participate in 2022 election. All right. Let's go to the next question. ठीक है, ये काफी static question है, but again quite interesting. The full version of national anthem of India is generally played on which of the following occasions? Now, when we talk about the national anthem, देखो ऐसा national anthem is something which has to be played on specific occasions, and that has been decided by Ministry of Home Affairs circulars time and again. So on the right side, you can just have a look. We have this particular circular given by the Ministry of Home Affairs, where it lists out the occasions where you can at those occasions you can play the national anthem. So it says civil and military investitures. It talks about when national salute, which means the command Rashtriya salute, salami shastra, to the accompaniment of the national anthem is given on ceremonial occasions to the president, during parades, on arrival of the president at the formal state functions, immediately before and after the president addresses the nation on All India Radio. तो भाई आप प्राइम मिनिस्टर आते हैं मन की बात करने, तो वहां पे नेशनल एंथम नहीं बजेगा, राइट? इट इज ओनली वंस यू हैव द प्रेसिडेंट एड्रेसिंग ऑन ऑल इंडिया रेडियो, not the prime minister. When the national flag is brought on parade, when the regiment colors are presented, flag for hoisting of the colors in the navy. So these are some of the occasions where the national anthem is played. Look at the option. You'll see on arrival of the president at formal state, yes, correct. After the prime minister addresses the nation, no, it's not the prime minister, it's basically the president. Once the president addresses on All India Radio, then you will have the play of the national anthem. When the national flag is brought on parade, yes, correct. For hoisting of colors in the navy, yes, correct. So you can just have a look. It's also available on the, if you'll type on the Google MHA and national anthem occasions, you can very easily see this particular list and these occasions, right? So over here the answer would be 1, 3rd and 4th. 1st, 3rd and 4th, not 2nd, because 2nd includes the prime minister. It should ideally have been the president. All right. Let's talk about the next question. Just give me a moment, please. All right. हाँ, मतलब स्कूल्स में, मतलब वो फॉर्मल सेरेमनीज की बात कर रहा है, स्कूल्स में नहीं. वो तो फिर सिनेमा हॉल्स में भी होता है. वो it's basically talking about the formal ceremonies where the national anthem would be played. It talks about that, MHA. All right. If the Prime Minister of India belongs to the upper house of the parliament, then so we can have minister from any house. Yes. Any person can be made a minister, including the Prime Minister. But the only condition is that within a period of 6 months, that person has to be elected from either house of the parliament. When I'm talking at the union level, right? ये condition है. इतना तो पता होगा आप लोगों को, पता है नहीं? Right. Any person can be made a minister, member of the council of minister. Yeah. Yes. ठीक है. तो अब यहाँ पे देखो, if the Prime Minister of India belongs to the upper house of the parliament, then he or she is responsible to upper house only. Prime Minister is a member of Council of Minister. In a parliamentary democracy, we have the Council of Ministers collectively responsible to whom? बताओ. Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to Parliament, yes or no? Or to Lok Sabha? जल्दी बताओ भाई आंसर. I hope everyone knows the answer. Lok Sabha. Yeah. So we have, yes. Exactly. So we have the Council of Ministers who are responsible to the Lok Sabha. So first, you can just ignore it. He or she can vote in the lower house in case of money bill. भाई पहली बात तो ये कि आप अगर किसी हाउस के मेंबर नहीं हैं तो आप वहां पर वोट नहीं कर सकते. If you are a minister, let's say I am a member of Rajya Sabha and I am a minister, right? I cannot go and vote in Lok Sabha. I can go and participate in the proceedings, but I am not entitled to vote over there. I hope it is clear. ठीक है? He or she cannot participate in the proceedings of the lower house. ऐसा है क्या? बिल्कुल participate कर सकता है. Why not? Why not? We had times when Manmohan Singh, he was a member of the former Prime Minister, Mr. Manmohan Singh. He used to come to Lok Sabha and participate in the discussion, right? So he can participate in discussions, but not entitled to vote. He or she cannot vote in his or her favor in the event of no confidence. Tell me. भाई नो कॉन्फिडेंस बताओ आंसर. नो कॉन्फिडेंस कहां होता है? नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन, is it a feature of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha? Who is entitled? No confidence motion can only be placed in Lok Sabha. So if the Prime Minister is not a member of the Lok Sabha, can he participate in the voting in the no confidence? No. So automatically this statement turns out to be correct. Got it? So थोड़ा complex हैं statements, but all are based on concepts. All are based on concepts. I hope it is clear. Should we proceed to the next? All right, all right. ये देखो ये अच्छा सवाल है. This is a good question. It says, with regard to the local self-government in India, consider the following statements. The Constitution of India provides a separate list for functional responsibilities and revenue handles that should be assigned to panchayats and municipalities. भाई देखो ये क्या बोल रहा है कि एक separate list है. There is 11th schedule and 12th schedule. But there is no as such a separate list which talks about the functional responsibilities and the revenue part. Over here, if you just look at this, what I have added. According to Article 243G, which talks about the 11th schedule, the state legislature may by law, it is saying may, right, endow the panchayats with such powers and authorities as may be necessary to enable them to function as institutions of self-government. In addition, such a law may contain provisions for the devolution of powers and responsibilities upon panchayats at appropriate levels, subject to such conditions as be specified therein. The Constitution 11th schedule gives a list of 29 subjects in respect of which functions, finances, and functionaries may be devolved by the state to the Panchayati Raj institutions. May be devolved. And over here, you just see the language, the word usage is should be assigned. तो ये एक एब्सोल्यूट चीज है जो कि गलत है. ठीक है. The authority relating to the transfer of powers and funds to Panchayati Raj institutions vests with the state government. It depends upon the will of the state government कि भाई whether they want to transfer that particular subject to the panchayats or not. And that has been the grievance. That has been the biggest concern with respect to the functioning of panchayats. Because आपने 29 subjects दे दिए in 11th schedule, आपने 18 subjects दे दिए 12th schedule में. लेकिन क्वेश्चन ये है क्या उन सब्जेक्ट्स को इफेक्टिवली आपने डिवॉल्व किया पंचायत में? द आंसर इज नो, बिकॉज द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट डजंट वांट टू डिवॉल्व. It wants to keep all those areas within its own power, within its own control. And it, in a way, what happens is it basically makes these local governments, the panchayats and municipalities, as subordinates to the state government. उससे यही होता है. They just act as implementing partners, not even implementing partners. So that is what you'll have to understand. The first statement is incorrect. The Constitution of India mandates the Union Finance Commission to suggest measures to augment the state finances for the local government. We have Article 280, which talks about the formation of the very important Union Finance Commission. Union Finance Commission क्या बोलता है? It talks about the devolution aspect between the states and the center, among the states, कितना devolve करना चाहिए financial resources. It also talks about that how we can basically augment, how we can basically make sure that the resources of the panchayats and municipalities are best utilized, and how it gives the recommendation on that on the basis of the advice which it receives from State Finance Commission. So we have different states. They are ideally mandated to constitute. उनसे expect किया जाता है कि वो State Finance Commission constitute करें. जब वो लोग अपनी राय, जब वो लोग अपनी recommendations भेजते हैं Union Finance Commission को, then Union Finance Commission takes that into consideration and then gives some views that how you can basically give some recommendation to the union government, that how you can increase the overall resource base for these panchayats and municipalities. So second statement is absolutely correct. The Constitution of India mandates the Union Finance Commission to suggest measures to augment the state finances. The State Finance Commission allocates unconditional basic grants and conditional performance grants to the panchayats and municipalities. Yes, that is the very work derived by FC. No, if you just look at the reading of Article 280, I think if I'm not wrong, there is subclause 4 of Article 280 which specifically talks about this. Vanita. Right. So we have the State Finance Commission. The very objective of State Finance Commission is to recommend to the state governments that how much of the funds should be devolved, recommend to the state legislature that how much of the funds should be devolved to these panchayats and municipalities, so that they can effectively work as the instruments of local development, the instruments of the main instrument for bringing change at the local level, at the grassroots level, right? So that is a very objective of the State Finance Commission. So second is correct, third is correct, first is incorrect. The answer would be only 2. I hope it is clear. Should we go to the next question? Obviously, yes. All right. In India, if the number of candidates contesting an election equals the number of seats, then देखो ये एक ऐसी situation है, this is a situation which doesn't happen quite common, like it's not a very common situation, but it has happened, ठीक है, in the past. Let's say you have, समझना इसको important है, let's say you have a particular constituency, and I'm talking about the state elections, right? State constituency. यहाँ पर in this particular constituency we don't have multiple people and contesting the election. We only have one particular person who is contesting for the MLA, who is contesting for the member of legislative assembly from this particular constituency. अब इस situation में election commission क्या करेगा? What would the election commission do? See, voting tab, what is the very basis of voting? Why voting should take place? In order to decide that who among a group of people, who among, let's say 2 to 3 to 4 people should be elected, right? But if you only have one particular person, there is no rationale, there is no reason to go for voting. And that is what the Representation of People's Act 1951 section 53 talks about. Section 53 Representation of People's Act क्या बोलता है कि if the number of the positions of the seat for which the election is going to be held is equal to the number of people who are contesting the election. Again, I'm repeating. If the number of seat for which the election is going to be held is equal to the number of people who are going to contest the election, then in that particular case, no voting is needed. The returning officer can declare this particular person as elected. If I'm not wrong, this happened in Nagaland. So there were, I just forgot the name of that particular person. You can just Google it. There was a particular MLA in Nagaland who was the sole person contesting from a legislative constituency. So he was declared, without even voting, he was declared elected. Yeah. ठीक है, तो ये इंपॉर्टेंट है. तो यहां पे आंसर क्या होगा? The contesting candidates are elected without conducting a poll. Acha, can you just tell me? I would be really happy. Right to vote is what? Is it a fundamental right? Is it a constitutional right? Or is it a statutory right? बहुत ही पुराना legacy और evergreen question. Right to vote. Statutory. Constitutional. Raj says constitutional. Legal. All right. All right. See, I'll all right. You can contact me by coming here in Vajiram Ravi on the 4th floor, the new building. See, once we talk about the right to vote, always remember, right to vote is a statutory right. It's a statutory right. ध्यान से समझना इसको important है. Let's say I like a particular party. I am expressing that I like party A. This is my fundamental right of expression. I'm expressing that I like a particular party A, B or C, whatever. If I have to vote for a particular political party, voting has to be necessary. There has to be voting to take place in order for me to cast a vote. Voting has to take place. Voting कैसे होगी? Voting is guided by a framework which is guided by the Representation of People's Act 1951. RPA 1950 बात करता है इलेक्टोरल रोल्स की. RPA 1951 बात करता है कंडक्ट ऑफ इलेक्शंस की. राइट. सो वोटिंग, always understand, voting is governed by RPA 1951. So right to vote is a statutory right. Freedom to basically express or to like a particular party, that is a fundamental right. But when we talk about the voting part, always remember it's a statutory right. I hope it is clear. 326 एक universal adult franchise की बात करता है. It talks in general that person would be entitled to vote. Entitled to vote मतलब वोट कर सकता है, लेकिन वोट करने के लिए आपको वोटिंग करनी पड़ेगी ना. So you'll have to go to the polling booth. How that thing is governed, how that thing is basically, the whole framework is decided by the Representation of People's Act. And this is a statutory law. So therefore, it's a statutory right. I hope it is clear. Let's go to the next question. We have the next question, which says, again, simple, quite simple, but quite interesting. Consider the following pairs. We have the suspensive veto, absolute veto, pocket veto, line item veto. देखो, India's case में, the constitution does not expressly talk about these kinds of vetoes. It does not mention any of these vetoes. It is primarily for the sake of understanding. We have classified or we have categorized into different forms of veto. A bill is passed to the president. After it is passed by both these respective houses, it is then taken to the president. Now, president has different alternatives. President can either withhold his assent. Mana hi kar do. Yes, perfect. MD Chiku says Kazito Kinimi. This is the name of the person, I think in Nagaland, who was elected without even contesting the elections. Now, president can either withhold his assent, मतलब भाई ignore कर दिया, cancel कर दिया, absolute veto. ठीक है. Then president may ask for reconsideration कि भाई इसको आप reconsider कर लो. In India's case, after reconsideration, if the bill is sent back to the president has to give the assent. And understand, यहाँ पर जो situation है इंडिया में, वो ऐसा नहीं है कि आपको larger majority के साथ pass करना पड़ेगा second बारी में. That you'll have to pass it via larger majority. No, you require the same majority. Same. ठीक है. But it is mandated on the president that he'll have to give his assent in the second time. ठीक है. तो वहां पे बात आती है suspensive veto की. Then we have pocket veto. Pocket veto का मतलब क्या है? A bill is sent to the president. हाँ, मतलब दिखा रहा होगा, but for the sake of your knowledge, just remember it's a statutory right. In fact, in Kuldeep Nair case also, Supreme Court has held the right to vote as a statutory right. पहले से confusion हुआ है, but अभी आप इतना याद रखो, statutory है. Simple. So what we are trying to say is, let's say the bill is sent to the president. President takes no action. He neither withholds nor gives the assent. Just keeps the bill pending with himself. That is what the pocket veto is. He keeps the bill in his pocket and does nothing. जो ये वाला है line item veto, this is not applicable in India's case. There are some political setups around the world जहां पर executive को power दिया जाता है. Let's say a bill is bill goes to the executive, the president or the head of the state. Over there, if the president or the head of the state finds कि भाई ये particular clause को हटा दिया जाए, that is a line item veto. Yes, it's there in the USA, not in India. Got it? So यहाँ पर जो definition अगर आप देखोगे, suspensive veto वो यहाँ की है. President returns a bill. Absolute is with respect to this. President withholds his or her assent. Pocket veto, president neither gives the assent nor returns. Line item veto, president can reject a specific provisions or items in a bill, right? So over here, the answer would be pocket veto is correct. Pocket veto is correct and line item veto is correct. These are interchanged. So answer would be only 2. I hope it is correct. Simple question. All right. Consider the following statement with reference to the removal of judges of higher judiciary. इसको समझ लो, important है. देखो, once we talk about, especially in the context of Justice Yashwant Verma, this becomes important. ठीक है, all right. Once we talk about once we talk about the removal of judges, what you'll have to understand is that the Constitution under Article 124, subclause 5, talks about the procedure. It talks about the procedure with respect to the removal of judges. कोई भी judge, be it from the High Court or Supreme Court, how that particular person can be removed. That particular person can be removed once an address is submitted to the president and a bill is passed by both these respective house of the parliament with a special majority of all the then members and more than 2/3 of present and voting. But the question is, क्या voting पहले होती है? The answer is no. The proceeding is governed by a particular framework, and the parliament has come up with the Judges Inquiry Act of 1968. What it says is that if you have 100 members in the Lok Sabha or 50 members in Raj Sabha, what they can do is they can basically submit a resolution. They can submit a resolution to the respective chair. In case of Lok Sabha, 100 members can submit the resolution to the speaker. In case of Raj Sabha, they can submit it to the chairman. It is up to the chair to accept it or not. It is not mandated कि भाई accept करना ही पड़ेगा. Let's say the resolution is accepted. Once the resolution is accepted, the chair decides or forms a particular committee, investigation committee. Who is going to be a member of the investigation committee? It would comprise of 3 people: Supreme Court judge, a Chief Justice of High Court, and a distinguished jurist. ये 3 लोगों का एक कमिटी बनेगा. सवाल ये है कि भाई एक ही दिन, on the same day, resolutions are given to the speaker and the chairman. Now, how the committee would be constituted? The committee would be constituted by both the chairman and the speaker. Let's say कि भाई आज लोक सभा में resolution दिया, and after 2-3 days in Raj Sabha the resolution is given. This resolution would be ruled out. Whichever resolution is given afterwards would be ruled out. तो जो पहला resolution आएगा उसको accept किया जाएगा. Simple as that. After the findings are made, the findings are submitted to the houses. Then the house basically pass that particular resolution. And for that, it is what is required is a special majority of all the then members and of 2/3 present and voting. Special majority. Once it is passed, the president declares that particular person as removed from the judiciary. Simple as that. ये देखो, a Supreme Court judge can be removed from office by the president on an address by both the houses of the parliament presented in the same session. Absolutely correct. The speaker or the chairman to either admit or refuse to admit the motion given for the removal of the judges. Yes. So it is their discretion whether to accept it or not. If notices of the removal motion are given on the same day in both the houses of the parliament, the committee of inquiry is to be constituted by the speaker. No, not by the speaker, but by both the chairman as well as the speaker. The removal motion should be passed separately in each house of the parliament by a special majority. Yes, separately in each house by a special majority. So over here, the answer would be first, second, and fourth. Third is automatically incorrect. Simple as that. So answer is first, second, and fourth. Yes. First, second, and fourth. I hope it is clear. Let's go to the next question. Who among the following acts as a custodian of the rights of the members of parliament and the house collectively? Now, this is a very, very simple question. Quite frequently, such questions have been asked. Custodian matlab, who is the overall in charge of a particular house? The chair of the house. It can be the speaker in case of Lok Sabha, it can be the chairman in case of Raj Sabha. The speaker or the chairman, the chair of the house, is given extraordinary power with respect to maintaining the decorum of the house, making sure that things are run in a facilitative and a smooth manner. So he is the overall in charge. He can do whatever he wants within the premises. According to him, things are basically decided in the house. So the chair commands a lot of authority, a lot of respect, right? So it is basically the presiding officer. The answer would be presiding officer. Simple. Under which of the following articles of the Constitution of India has the Supreme Court of India placed the right against the ill effects of climate change? Right against the ill effects of climate change. Can you just give me the name of the case? I would be really happy. The name of the case, right against the ill effects of climate change. What was that case? Right against the ill effects of climate change. Quite famous. Yeah. MK Ranjit Singh case. Yes, yes. So this is important. No, not MC Mehta. Not MC Mehta. MC Mehta talked about the clean environment, clean air and all that. 86, 93 and all that. 96. But recent case of this Ranjit Singh case. Now, Supreme Court, what it said, ki bhai, because of the ill effects of climate change, what we are witnessing is that people are, they have to basically bear the consequences of the ill effects of climate change, and that should not be allowed. That should not be allowed, and this is in complete violation of Article 21 and 14. Why 21? Because 21 directly correlates to life and personal liberty. So if you have the climate change, it is in one way or the other affecting the very human life, right? Look at the condition because of the AQI. We have the small newborns who are suffering. So it is affecting the life and personal liberty, the health of the people. Why 14? Because all people are not equally contributing. Okay, all people are not equally contributing. It is violating Article 14. It is violating Article 14. Yeah, because mostly we see it as Article 21, not 14. But 14 is also important because it is a violation of right to equality. We don't have all the people in the society who are contributing to pollutions. There are people who are contributing more. There are people who are contributing less. But ultimately, the brunt of the climate change is being absorbed by all the people. The brunt of the climate change is being absorbed by all the people. So over here, the Supreme Court primarily talked in the context of Article 14 and 21. For Supreme Court, there can be the appointment of a distinguished jurist, but not for the high courts. Right? Simple question, but important. Let's talk about this factual question. Consider the following with reference to the illustrations and artwork in the original manuscripts of the Constitution of India. The original manuscripts of the Constitution of India has a lot of beautiful pictures contributed primarily by Nandalal Bose and his colleagues with respect to the painting of the pictures. And a lot of these pictures, they reflect the values of Indian tradition. Okay? When we talk about the Mohenjo-daro seal, right? So I'll show you over here. Just look at this. We have the Mohenjo-daro seal, and this you can just see. The artists are Kripal Singh Shekhawat, and we have Bihor Ram Manohar Sinha, right? So this is there at the very part 1, just before the part 1 of the Constitution. Once we talk about the Union and its territories, and the bull signifies the strength. So therefore, this in a way signifies the strength of the Union. Then we have part 2, talks about the citizenship. And if you can just have a look, it says Gurukul scene from Vedic ashram, where you have people coming from different areas, and then learning the same values in a Gurukul. So that is what is there just before the part second, which deals with citizenship. ठीक है, तो ये important है. Then you have this particular picture in part just before part 15. We have Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Guru Gobind Singh. Now they exemplify the leadership. They exemplify the attributes of a leader. They exemplify decision making, and therefore we have the pictures of Guru Gobind Singh and Chhatrapati Maharaja Shivaji Maharaj, right? So that is how you look at the different pictures. Now over here there is one option of portrait of Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru. This is not mentioned. This is nowhere in the constitution, so you can easily rule it out. Because see, again, you'll have to understand, these were the people who did a lot for the country, but in one way or the other, they were revolutionary in nature, right? And they had some issues with the leadership of that particular time, right? Once they were doing their revolutionary activities. For example, Pandit Nehru, they were not in sync with the peaceful modes of getting power. Later, they realized that haan bhai, peaceful methods they are only going to make India independent. But again, the portrait of Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru, they are not mentioned in the constitution. Okay, I hope it is clear. So over here, the answer would be only 3. All right. Next question is, in which of the following cases does a candidate lose the election security deposit? बहुत simple सी बात है. अगर कोई भी candidate contest कर रहा है election, if anyone is contesting the election, and if that particular person secures less than 1/6 of the total valid votes से अगर 1/6 vote से कम वो secure कर रहा है, then the security deposit would not be given back. What is security deposit? Before you contest the election, you have to basically deposit a particular amount of money. For the Lok Sabha elections, I guess it's around 25,000. For the elections to the state legislative assembly, it's almost around 10,000. Okay? So that is a security deposit which you'll have to give. That would be forfeited. That would not be given back if you secure less than 1/6 of the total seats. जमानत जब्त, बिल्कुल सही बात, जमानत जब्त. ठीक है, तो यहां पर आंसर क्या होगा? He or she is a defeated candidate and is unable to secure 1/6 of the valid votes polled in the election. Direct factual question, but quite important. All right, next, consider the following: office of the whip, the leader of opposition, Lokpal and Lokayuks, attorney general, leader of the house. How many of the above are the constitutional posts? बहुत ही बढ़िया सवाल है. अच्छा, whip जो होता है, whip, let's talk about whip. Whip is a person who basically disciplines a particular party. So a party nominates a particular person as a whip of a party, and he or she makes sure कि भाई जो पार्टी के members हैं हाउस में, वो एक सही तरीके से अपना काम करें. They work in a particular manner. The whip. Whip is the name of the position also, or the work which he does, right? So it's a both noun and a verb. Whip is nowhere mentioned in the constitution. Jurist is a person who has knowledge of law. Jurist is a person who has a knowledge of law. Judge is something who decides that particular case. Okay. Now, whip is someone which is not mentioned in the constitution, in any law, neither in any statutory law it is mentioned. It is a parliamentary convention. हमेशा याद रखना, whip कहीं पे mention नहीं है, ना ही किसी statutory law में, ना ही किसी statute में, ना किसी part में in the constitution. It's nowhere mentioned. It's just based upon the conventions. Leader of opposition, yes, it is a statutory position. It is not mentioned. It is not mentioned in the constitution, but it is a statutory provisions, salaries and allowances of leaders of opposition. So this makes it a statutory position. I hope it is clear. Lokpal and Lokayuks, again we had in 2013, the Lokpal and Lokayuks Act of 2013. So this makes the office as a statutory office, not a constitutional office. Leader of the house, again leader of the house is something, if you have the Prime Minister as a member of Lok Sabha, then he is the leader of Lok Sabha, right? Leader of the house. If the Prime Minister is not a member of Lok Sabha, he is a member of Raj Sabha, then he would basically make a particular person as a leader of the house. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे जो आंसर as such we don't have any conception of leader of house as a constitutional position. We have Prime Minister, but we don't have this leader of house as a position. Attorney General of India, yes, we have Article 76, which talks about that. So this makes it a constitutional position. Only Attorney General. Yes, perfect. So answer would be only one, A. Let's go to the next question. Consider following statements with regards to the Padma Awards. They are awarded on the recommendations of the Padma Awards Committee, subject to approval by the Prime Minister. Now, let's talk about Padma Awards. Padma Awards basically try to give importance to, or they make sure that whatever the people are doing in different fields, whatever excellence they have achieved, that should be recognized. And therefore, we have the Padma Awards, we have Padam Shri, we have Padam Bhushan, we have Padam Vibhushan. Now, what is the process of getting these, of basically disbursing these awards? There is a particular committee which is constituted, which is generally headed by the cabinet secretary, and then you have the secretaries of the Home Ministry, then you have the secretary of the president, and some eminent people as a part of the selection committee. Those people work out, see that what all people have worked in different areas, and then they give recommendations to the Prime Minister and the President. Prime Minister and the President then decide that to whom we should basically give the award. Simple as that. So ultimately, it is up to the Prime Minister and the President. Once we talk about the Bharat Ratna, who decides that? Only the Prime Minister decides that. Always remember. There's no committee system with respect to Bharat Ratna. Only the Prime Minister decides कि भाई Bharat Ratna किसको मिलेगा. Generally, it is given to 3 people in a particular year. Simple as that. It can vary, but generally it is given to 3 people. They are awarded on the recommendations of the Padma Awards Committee, subject to the approval by Prime Minister. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Recognition under the award extends beyond the excellence in particular field to encompass excellence plus. Yes. So it's not just about excellence in a particular field. It's about how you have differently done things, how different you are in comparison to the others. So there is the category is of excellence plus. A foreign national is eligible to submit a self-nomination for consideration of the award without requiring the endorsement from any external authority. Yes. First of all, remember that even foreign nationals can be given Padma Awards. So ye yaad rakhiye aap log. Dusra, self-nomination is also allowed. Self-nomination is allowed in case of Padma Awards. Self-nomination is not allowed in case of Bharat Ratna. Self-nomination is allowed in case of Padma Awards. I hope it is clear. So over here, the answer would be all. 1, 2, and 3 are correct. I hope it is clear. नहीं, वो mix कर दिया है. It is, they have mixed this particular thing. See, they have tried to basically ask or assess, क्या आपको ये पता है कि फॉरेनर्स के लिए भी एप्लीकेबल है, और वहां पर एंडोर्समेंट की जरूरत नहीं है. There is no need of endorsement. Even an Indian national can basically go for a self nomination. All right. The Pax Silica Alliance, recently seen in the media, is, now we all know that we have the critical minerals, we have the rare earth elements as a subset of critical minerals. So भाई critical minerals होते हैं, ठीक है, उसका एक subset है rare earth elements. Now these critical minerals, why they're known as critical minerals? Because they are of indispensable nature as far as we talk about the emerging technologies. आप renewable energy की बात करिए, आप battery storage की बात करिए, you talk about the electric vehicles, you talk about the semiconductors, you talk about the smartphones, you talk about the data centers, the machine learning, the hardware used for machine learning and artificial intelligence. All of them require these critical minerals. And therefore, there is a rush, especially the great powers, the big powers, they are in a rush of commanding these critical minerals. And US has started this particular initiative, which particularly deals with silicon, which particularly, there are supply. All right. The Pax Silica Alliance, recently seen in the media, it is a US-led initiative. India is not a part of it. Always remember, ye sawal aa sakta hai. In Pax Silica, India is not a member. Remember this. This question is very probable for this year's prelims. India is not a member. US has not invited India in the Pax Silica. We have countries like South Korea, Singapore, big countries who have the resources. If not the resources, at least the reserves of these minerals. So it is primarily the center is the silicon and the similar elements which can be used in the emerging technology. So it's a US-led initiative primarily to counter the rise of China. primarily to counter the rise of China, because China has the dominance when we talk about the mining of these rare earth elements, including the critical minerals, including the rare earth elements, and also the processing aspect, right? So the answer would be a US-led strategic initiative aimed at countering China's dominance in advanced silicon technologies and semiconductor supply chains. Simple. आगे बढ़ते हैं. In recent year, Guinea-Bissau, Benin, and Madagascar have caught international attention for which of the following reasons? These two countries, Guinea-Bissau and Benin, they are on the western part of Africa. You can just refer this to as the parts of the ECOWAS community, western part of Africa. Madagascar is an island nation which is basically on the right side of Africa. Now, why these three countries have been in news? Primarily because of the coups, because there have been military coups, and there have been the rise of dictatorship. Africa is known for that. We have coming and going of different military leaders, and therefore these three countries were in news for alleged military coups. So over here, the answer would be the occurrence of military coups. Simple as that. Let's look at this. The last question. Consider the following statement. Addis Ababa is the headquarters of African Union. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. African Union jo tha, there was a particular organization of African Unity. Okay? So this was basically later turned to African Union. Important thing to know is that in 2023, India, under its G20 presidency, it basically led the African Union to become a part of G20. ठीक है, तो ये important है समझना. India had basically decided कि भाई African Union should also be a part of the G20. The African Union is a permanent member of G20. Yes. The African Continental Free Trade Area is the world's largest free trade area. Yes, though it might not be having that much of the activity, but this is the largest free trade area in the world. Absolutely correct. Or Addis Ababa jo hai, it's not just the headquarters of African Union. It also serves as the headquarters of many international organizations. So just have a look and see which all international organizations they are housed or they are headquartered in Addis Ababa. It also has one of the biggest regional offices of United Nations. ठीक है, तो ये तीनों statements सही हैं. You can just have a look. So that's it from my side. I hope you really enjoyed this particular session. All the very best. Thank you. If you have any doubt, you can directly come in Vajiram Ravi and meet me. All the very best. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. How is everyone? Okay. So my name is Richa Sharma, and I will be taking up the next sessions of geography and science and tech, that were the questions that were featured in the PowerUp test series. And we will be learning a lot of facts. We will not only be seeing the solution, but we'll also be seeing the themes that could be asked. Little bit unpredictable, but we'll help you to sort it out. And current affair के question तो हम अच्छा ठीक है. So we will try to navigate through multiple questions. We will see how those can be answered, and we will also see some important themes. और मेरा ये भी इंटेंशन रहेगा कि आपको वो थीम्स हम याद भी करवा दें साइड बाय साइड. So how was your geography and science and tech section? How did it go? Everyone, how did it go? Nevertheless, जैसा भी आपका टेस्ट गया, I've got some tissue wipes as a prop because I have to teach something in science and tech. This can also be used by you to wipe your tears just in case आपका पेपर अच्छा नहीं गया हो तो. So anyway, let's start with the first question of geography, and this is with respect to a very important theme, which is the physiographic regions of India. Now, when we read the physiographic regions, the following things generally that we read is, which is also given in the class 7th and class 9th of NCRT, is how many physiographic regions India is divided into, and second, what is the chronological order of their formation. But एक ऐसा एरिया जो जनरली हम नहीं देखते हैं बट ये यूपीएससी में आ सकता है वुड बी हाउ मेनी स्टेट्स आर कवर्ड विद इन दोज फिजियोग्राफिक रीजन. सो लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल अरावलीज आपको पता है बहुत छोटा सा माउंटेन रेंज है ना, द ओल्डेस्ट physiographic region of India as well. But the question would be that how many states will be zoned and or will be zoned under this Aravalli range? So is it just Rajasthan, which we typically know of, or are these 4 states? So this is a list for you that I have curated. You will get the access to it, but I would recommend you take a screenshot or a picture of the same. So please see how different physiographic regions are divided and how many states are covered under each physiographic region. मैं जल्दी से example आपको देती हूँ. For example, Himalayas are transgressed through about 13 states. Actually, it's not 13 states. It's 11 states and 2 union territories of Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir. When it comes to Western Ghat, total 6 states transgresses through it. When it comes to Eastern Ghat, it is total of 5 states. And this is important. It is also important for you to know the number of tests, right? Where is the question paper? It if you have not attempted it, then it won't be available over here. Otherwise, the technical team would be helping you to resolve this doubt. But nevertheless, so yeah, these are the number of states. You have to understand the number of states specifically of those ranges which are only transgressed or covered within one state. For example, Ajanta range, right? So आपको ये list पूरी याद कर लेनी है, आपको सारे physiographic region आ जाएंगे. Next, the thing that we need to understand is what is the sequence, spatial sequence from right to left, from north to south, the arrangement of these ranges. This is also something that has been asked. Now, coming to this question, with reference to major mountain ranges, Aravalli range extends across Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana, Delhi. Let us check कि क्या Aravalli ranges transgresses through this. So yes, it is passing through 4 states from Gujarat till Delhi. In fact, in Delhi, the Aravalli ridges, the Pusa road जो आपको पता है, that is the Aravalli ridge, right? Now, next is Satpura range spreads over Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. So, the adjacent stage, आपको obviously पता है कि महाराष्ट्र से start हो रहा है या फिर अगर आपको confusion है आपको मध्य प्रदेश का quite idea होगा, right? So, when you know मध्य प्रदेश से pass हो रहा है तो जो उसका adjacent state है उसको भी हमें cover कर लेना चाहिए. अगर उड़ीसा होता would have been a point of debate, right? So obviously, second is also correct. Then Ajanta range is located entirely within Maharashtra. So there are few ranges, students. One is the Ajanta range, and second you can see the Palani Hills, which is specifically located only in one state, right? Only in one state. So hence आंसर वुड बी ऑल ऑफ देम. एंड जो एक फॉल्टी एरिया है जो आप गलत कर सकते हैं वो भी मैंने आपको बता दिया, तो प्लीज नोट करके रखिए विच रेंज पासेस थ्रू ओनली वन स्टेट. Now comes the next question, and this theme is of places in news. So recently, the ABC Islands has been in news. How much you have got it correct? How many of you have got this one correct? How many of you have got this one correct? So the ABC Island recently seen in news belongs to the Caribbean island, belongs to the Caribbean group of island or the Caribbean Sea, which we also call as the West Indies, right? ये यहाँ पे लोकेटेड है. एंड इसके बारे में थोड़ी बहुत चीजें, जैसे जो एबीसी आइलैंड है इनको एंटिलीज भी कहते हैं. दे आर ऑल्सो नोन एज द एंटिलीज आइलैंड्स. नाउ दीज आर दोज सेट ऑफ आइलैंड्स which come under the kingdom of a different country, and the name of this country is Netherlands. This is also important. So they come under the territory or the kingdom of Netherlands, which means the defense affairs and the foreign affairs is controlled by Netherlands, but the internal state autonomy, the political affairs, governance, etc. is controlled by the respective country itself. Got it? So इनमें जो ABC islands है, they are Aruba, Bonaire and Curacao. Now, why this was in news was because Curacao became the smallest nation ever to be qualified for the FIFA Football Club. ठीक है? Exactly. This is not, again, somebody is highlighting that there are two group of islands. There is Greater Antilles and the Lesser Antilles. But this is a part of Lesser Antilles. It is not a part of Greater Antilles. And second, it is a part of Leeward Antilles and not the Windward Antilles. There are two further division of the Antilles also. These are the group of islands located near about in the Caribbean Sea, and you can figure it out with the help of the name of West Indies. Got it? So the correct answer is Caribbean Sea. Now moving to the next question, which is of plantation crop. In a lot of my classes, in the Power Up discussions, camp discussions, I have been telling you to read about the plantation crops thoroughly and the regions which are the predominant grower of these crops, right? So the first one is cotton. So cotton is generally cultivated in black soil, and as you all know, black soil कहाँ हमें ज़्यादा मिलता है? मध्य प्रदेश के मालवा रीजन में, महाराष्ट्र के विदर्भ रीजन में. This is the Vidarbha region and this is adjacent to Madhya Pradesh Malwa region. So in both these regions, cotton cultivation could be found. This is correct. Malnad. अब बहुत सारे लोगों को you might not be knowing, you might get confused about the Malnad region. This is located in Karnataka. Very important. This is located in the Karnataka region, adjacent to the coastal Karnataka. And this is where you will see Chikmagalur, you will see a lot of coffee cultivation. So this is correctly matched for coffee. Saurashtra is correctly matched for groundnut. Saurashtra is in Gujarat. Saurashtra is in Gujarat. And Malwa. Malwa is famous for cotton cultivation, even for the pulses cultivation, but definitely not for the tea cultivation, which requires gentle slopes. It requires hills, but Malwa is a plain. Malwa is rather a plateau, right? So when you eliminate, very rightfully you have highlighted such a beautiful, that when you eliminate Malwa, the question becomes easier for you. So you can also use the elimination technique over here. However, the limitation would be that you have to specifically highlight the correct answer. Only 2, only 3, only 4 would be eliminated. But again, आपको 3 में से एक को select करना होगा. This was a fairly simple question. The only difficulty you could have found would be in the Malnad region. So usko ease out करने के लिए I have created this note. Malnad is famous for coffee, areca nut. Vidarbha region is for cotton. Hooghly is for jute. Assam Valley is for tea. Konkan is for cashew nut and coconut, and Guntur Valley of Andhra Pradesh, very important, is famous for tobacco cultivation. Am I clear, all of you? Please take down your notes also. This will help you to recall the facts. Otherwise, you can take access of the PPT also. But I recommend, if you are sitting in the class giving your very, very precious time to us, then it is better that you make full utilization by also indulging into the note making activity that will help you to recall things better. Got it? Chaliye. Next question is about white poplar. Now, white poplar, locally known as the doodh frost, is, what is it? So, of course, many of you would be knowing that this is a tree species. It's a very important theme of UPSC. They have asked about mangroves, they have asked about teak, they have asked about sal. So, you should know the following facts. One, what is the unique tree species belonging to India, or the dominant tree species belonging to India? What is the type of this tree species? And most importantly, whether this tree species is endemic to India or not. Now, in order to ease out your workload, आप already काफी मेहनत कर रहे हैं, थक भी गए होंगे. So I have curated notes of it. In the next slide, you can access, you can take a screenshot of the same, or you can take down your notes, right? So anyway, अभी सबसे पहले इस क्वेश्चन को देख लेते हैं. जैसे आप ये ट्री देख रहे हैं, ये सारे ट्री आपको टिपिकली कहाँ मिलेंगे? आप कहाँ इसको इमेजिन कर पा रहे हैं? It is generally belonging to the Kashmir Valley. However, it is a deciduous kind of a tree. Temperate, deciduous, दोनों के बीच में ये grow कर लेता है. So obviously, this is a deciduous tree, traditionally valued for soil binding properties and its durable wood. That is why it is used for making a lot of furnitures. In fact, most of the furnitures that you would see in the construction of Kashmir, Kashmir में जो houses होते हैं, जो furnitures होते हैं, they are very famous and mostly built up of wood only. Right? So that wood is derived from white poplar. The idea over here is, this question was asked because this tree is now subjected to heavy amount of deforestation. So clearing of this tree, nowadays you won't get a lot of these tree species in the Kashmir Valley, which is very unfortunate. This is why this tree species was in news, and now it becomes important for us to understand this, because जो भी degraded tree species होती है, या जो भी application based tree species होती है, that becomes more important for us as compared to other ones. Second, what are the endemic tree species? This is a very important fact for your UPSC prelims. So the following 4 species, there are many actually specifically located in Western Ghats and the Andaman and Nicobars, but we can't do all of them, right? So some of them which you have to remember is red sanders. This question was also asked in PYQ 2022. So red sanders, Gurjan tree, Culinia, and Malabar mahogany. Wild nutmeg, which also belongs to the Mysterica swamp forest, which is an almost relict swamp land which is located in Western Ghats. So these following tree species are fully endemic to India. So this is very important. The word endemic is very important when it comes to tree species or animal species, both of them. And then ये मैंने आपके लिए list create करके रखी है. What you have to note down over here is not the scientific name as such, that's not important, but definitely the nature and type of it. Which of the following is deciduous, dry deciduous, wet deciduous, evergreen, mangrove, saline, or whether they are endemic or not, and the areas in which they generally grow. This is a very important fact, and this will make you fully prepared for all the upcoming tree species that UPSC could be asking. Okay. Now, the next one is consider the following characteristics of an ecosystem. Now, you know there are multiple ecosystems could be best prepared from the GC Leong book very, very easily. But nevertheless, see, there are two confusions which could arise in this kind of a question, because it signifies me an ecosystem which is generally frozen, but beneath the surface for most of the year the soil remains frozen. This particular soil is known as permafrost. Most of us know as this, right? Then vegetation consists mainly of mosses, lichens, grasses and dwarf shrubs with no tall tree. Now this is a very good fact, a very good hint to eliminate and come to an answer. This suggests me that there are no tall trees. What is the requirement of growing tall tree? Everyone, what is the requirement of growing tall tree? You need deep rooted material. You need deep roots which could penetrate well beneath the soil. No, dwarf shrub is not the best hint, because it could be there in the taiga system also. But the best hint is that there is absence of tall tree, which is a classic example of tundra vegetation. It is a classic example of tundra vegetation. In alpine areas, in taiga areas, you will find temperate forest, which means they will have tree, but there would be a line after which there would not be a single sign of tree growth, and that is a tundra region. This is also where a lot of permafrost could be seen. And now this question, why it was asked and why I believe this question could be asked again in this year's examination, is because tundra forest or tundra fires have been in news. Why tundra region is is suffering from fires? Can anybody tell me that? It is suffering from fire because of the positive feedback loop mechanism, which means the stored carbon, the stored methane from the permafrost is now getting released because of the melting of the ice, and as a result it is because so combustible, it is growing into fire, and the fire is then moving across the tundra region, causing the further melting of ice. So when a particular event amplifies other events, that is known as a positive feedback mechanism, right? So that is coming in place. So this is a very striking example of climate change. Now the next question is with regards to critical minerals. Please remember that the government of India has notified 30 critical minerals. There are various critical minerals. I will show you. So the ones which have been highlighted in yellow colors, all of them are critical minerals, but it depends upon the country. Let's say for instance of China. China has a lot of cobalt. So China के लिए वो critical mineral नहीं है, because to make a mineral critical, there has to be two elements to it. One, that should be strategically important for you, strategically important for the economy, for the defense, for the growth. Second, it should be susceptible, which means that, or it should be vulnerable. It is the supply chain vulnerability makes the access of it very, very volatile. So the moment, let's say we have got a tough ties with China or let's say USA, and they stop the supply of these minerals, this will have huge and dramatic effects on our economy. This makes these minerals critical, but it varies from one country to another. Not every country would be denoting one mineral as critical mineral. So please understand this concept. Now when it comes to critical minerals of India, there are 30 in number, right? And recently, the royalty amount on these 4 minerals have been revised by the government of India, or these 4 have been revised by the government of these 3, have been revised by the government of India, and therefore, this is a question that we are learning about. Okay. Now, what is the key use? What is graphite used for? This was also a PYQ. What is graphite used for? Everyone? PYQ, have you not done the PYQ analysis? Nevertheless, graphite is an excellent conductor, which means it has huge amount of electron emitting potential. So it can give you a lot of anions. So it becomes a very good anode for the electric or the EV batteries, right? And therefore, Graphite is correctly matched with EV batteries, where it can act as a very good anode. And what does anode does? It emits electrons and enhances the overall electrical conductivity. Next is cesium. Now, cesium is a metal, it's a critical element which is very beautifully known for its transition of electrons. So let's say from one orbit to another, when the electron is transmitting, when it is moving from one state to another, this gap is so huge that it becomes very clearly visible how much transition is happening, and therefore it is used to measure precision wherever you require precision. For example, atomic clocks you would be requiring, right? So it is generally, cesium is generally used for atomic clocks. Not saying that the other elements are not there. Rubidium is also used, but primarily the use of cesium is seen for creating atomic clocks with high degree of precision. Now, wherever you require something to be so obstinate and to be so strong that it almost acts as an insulator of the neutrons, that is zirconium. So zirconium is used as fuel rods in the nuclear power plants because it acts as an insulator of the neutrons. Got it? Next, rubidium. Rubidium is used for both atomic clocks, and it is also used for any kind of optical element because of its transparency. So it is also used in specialty glasses, in night vision devices. So the correct answer is only 2. Now, this is the note sheet for you. What I have done is I have created a note of all the important critical minerals of India. What are the name of their ores? Because you remember the ore of titanium was asked, ilmenite and rutile, right? So similarly, all the names of the ores have been given. Then major production state. So for instance, there is Riyasi district of Jammu Kashmir, very famously known for lithium. And the second that you need to know is vanadium. Vanadium का largest producer कौन है? कर्नाटका है. कर्नाटका है, तो ये जो लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर है ये सबसे ऊपर आपको दिखेगा, सबसे आगे आपको लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर दिखेगा. देन सिमिलरली फॉर क्रोमाइट वी हैव ओडिशा. Then what are their main applications? So please read about this also. I don't think इसके beyond आपको critical mineral में कुछ भी करने की जरूरत है, ठीक है. ये क्वेश्चन जो है मैं इसीलिए भी हाईलाइट करा रही हूँ बिकॉज यूपीएससी वुड बी आस्किंग क्वेश्चन ऑन क्रिटिकल मिनरल. दे हैव ऑलरेडी आस्क्ड क्वेश्चन अबाउट लिथियम, कोबाल्ट. कोबाल्ट का लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर डेमोक्रेटिक रिपब्लिक ऑफ कॉन्गो, पीवाईक्यू आया था लास्ट ईयर ही आया था, राइट? सो इसलिए क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स आर द न्यू हॉट टॉपिक व्हिच यू शुड बी प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर, स्पेशली दीज 3 एरियाज. एंड यू नो, one question was also asked in the NTPC exam of RRB, which was, which of the following states in India account for the largest, about 80% share of the total vanadium ore, and that is Karnataka. This is a very established fact, so please remember this one also. Okay. Now, what is the difference between critical mineral and rare earth elements? Critical minerals के number change होते रहते हैं depending upon the country, its availability and its vulnerability. In India, we have got 30 of them. But rare earth minerals are these that you can see. These are lanthanide group, not the actinide one, the lanthanide group, and the period 3 elements. 3 elements of period 3, they are included in the rare earth elements. There are very good such, and there are 17 rare earth minerals found in the earth, which remains constant for all the country. Okay. You will be able to get the handout in the description box, and that will be done, I think, after the completion of this session. Now, the next question is about comparison of the climate. Now, this was a fairly easy question. Mediterranean and monsoon climate, hum sabko pata hai. What are the causative factors of the wind or the rainfall? Rainfall or the precipitation happens during winters in the Mediterranean type of climate and in summers in the monsoon climate, right? ये आपको difference पता है. उसका driving agent क्या है? एक का westerly है, एक का trade wind है. That also we know. Now, a confusing thing would be, while the Mediterranean climate experiences a high annual range of temperature, the monsoon climate generally exhibits a low annual range of temperature. What do you mean by annual range of temperature? इसको ऐसे simply समझिए कि what is the highest temperature recorded in that area and what is the lowest temperature recorded in that area, which means how hot are the summers and how cold are the winters. If this contrast is very high, the annual range of temperature is very, very high, right? Now, in the case of monsoon lands, which are the tropical and the subtropical areas, you'll be able to see the seasonal reversal of wind, which is happening because of intense creation of low pressure, because of intense heating of the land. Very good. Maximum summer, minimum winter. This difference will create annual range. This will obviously happen more in the monsoonal land, in the tropical areas where intense heating is there. In the temperate regions, where you would be able to see the Mediterranean type of climate, this is not the case. You would mostly see a very maritime kind of an environment also, because Mediterranean type of climate hota kahan pe? In the western margin of the continents, which is mostly driven by the maritime air masses. And जहाँ पे कॉन्टिनेंटैलिटी होती है, वहां पे टेम्परेचर स्टार्क डिफरेंस पे होता है. जहाँ पे मैरीटाइम बाउंड्रीज होती है, मैरीटाइम एयर मासेस होते हैं, ऐसी जगह पे जो टेम्परेचर डिफरेंस है वो माइल्ड होता है, बहुत स्ट्राइकिंगली चेंज नहीं होता. सो यू एलिमिनेट स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2 एंड दिस इज हाउ यू विल कम टू द आंसर. Next is, how many of the following share their boundary with the Siliguri corridor? This corresponds to a very important theme, which is the strategic regions of India. सिलीगुड़ी के बारे में हम सबने पढ़ा हुआ है. दिस इज ऑल्सो नोन एज चिकन नेक कॉरिडोर. सो टाइनी, सो थिन, बट दिस इज दैट कॉरिडोर which supports 90 more than 90% of the economy, the exports coming from the northeastern region. This is the only corridor which actually connects the mainland India with the northeastern states, the 8 states of northeast. This chicken neck corridor is so tiny that it only expands to about 20 to 25 kilometers. But the question over here is, does China also border this chicken neck corridor? This is a factual gap that you might be suffering from. China, Tibet is not bordering the Siliguri corridor. बट वी हैव गॉट स्टेक्स. हमें पता है कि यहाँ पे चाइनीज मिलिट्री का इंटरवेंशन होता रहता है. उसके पीछे रीजन क्या है, तो उसके लिए आप ये स्पेशल अरेंजमेंट समझने की कोशिश करिए. सबसे पहली बात, आपने सबने डोकलाम स्टैंड ऑफ के बारे में सुना होगा. मस्ट हैव हर्ड अबाउट इट. डोकलाम स्टैंड ऑफ व्हिच हैपेंड बिटवीन इंडिया एंड चाइना. दिस हैपेंड इन अ ट्राई जंक्शन कॉरिडोर ऑफ डोकलाम प्लेट्यू व्हिच इज सिचुएटेड इन भूटान. But the idea of Doklam is that it shares its border with India, Bhutan and Tibet. So as you can see, this is the Doklam region. This is the Doklam region. The standoff happened over here in 2017. Now, why the Siliguri corridor needs to be protected from China then, if it is not immediately getting bordered by Tibet? The reason for this is the military bases that have been established in the Chumbi Valley. Chumbi Valley, which is located in Tibet, is just adjacent to the Doklam Plateau. And Doklam Plateau, it kind of comes down and joins the Siliguri corridor. The corridor which is created by very important river passes through this corridor. This is the Mechi River. The Mechi River passes or creates the Siliguri corridor. And since this is a valley kind of a region, this valley is just adjacent to the Doklam region. So there was a standoff. Chinese military ambitions were reaching up to Doklam region. So this causes a threat perception towards the Siliguri corridor, because if they will reach over here, it will lead us, or at least the northeastern states, to be directly cut down from the mainland India, causing a dramatic problem, right? Exactly, it connects the entire northeast. This is the only place through which mainland could be connected with the northeast. Now, this passes through, or this is bordered by 3 states, which is, or 3 nations, which is Nepal, Bhutan and Bangladesh. So you remember it as BBN. This is what borders the Siliguri corridor and not the Tibet region, and definitely not the Myanmar region. So you will make the elimination yourself. You guys are smart enough, right? So this is about the Siliguri corridor and the Sikkim, and this is about the tri-junction. I have also told you what is the relevance of Siliguri corridor, where is Chumbi Valley located, which river creates this particular corridor, and what was the relevance with respect to the Doklam standoff and where is it located. I hope all of this is clear. Now students, wherever we see any strategic regions being created, for example, the Galathia port is the new major port that will be created by India. This is a strategic port. So now the question would be asked that which is the nearest channel? Which is the nearest channel that connects the Galathia Bay with, let's say, Indonesia? Or they could be asking where exactly Galathia Bay is located. Is it in Andaman or is it in Nicobar? Right? So you should be knowing about these strategic regions. If there is a standoff in the Himachal area, or let's say the Lipu Lake region was in news, Kalapani region was in news, Limpiadura was in news, then obviously your Pahalgam was in news. So these regions become specifically strategic for us, and we need to understand it. Okay, we need to learn about it. Okay, and the answer is not a 10-degree channel. The answer is 6-degree channel. Very good, Sachin. Okay, chaliye. Now, next is again a very, very important but underappreciated, under-researched topic is about the conflict, the communities that have been conflict-ridden or the conflict-ridden areas. ये दोनों चीजें आपको पढ़नी है. And to make things easier for you, I have created certain screenshots. I have created certain notes which you can just copy paste, and this will help you to fully prepare for all these conflict-ridden communities, right? So here the question is about Druze. Druze was in news actually. Druze was in news because Syria, in the country of Syria, it is a minority. And recently, the government of Syria, इन लोगों ने काफी ज़्यादा Druze massacre कर दिया था. Right? I hope this was a news, so everybody knew about it. But even if you don't know about it, please know that they belong to Syria and the related countries. So, for example, Lebanon, right? So they could be found in some areas of Israel also. So in the associated areas they are located. So Druze with Lebanon is correctly matched. Then the Tigrayan. So you know where is roughly the Tigris river, or you know where is the Tigray region. So Tigray region, can anybody tell me where is it located? It is located towards the east part of Africa, which is precisely in Ethiopia. Right? So this is also not correctly matched because Morocco comes to the west part of Africa. So this is diagonally opposite. So second one is absolutely incorrect. Next is the Yazidi. Yazidis are ethnic minorities within the Kurd community. So Kurd का आपको पता है कि टर्की, ईरान, इराक इसी areas में रहते हैं. So Yazidis are also correct. Next is the Amazigh. Amazigh, or also known as the Berber groups, the Arab Berber groups. They are mostly located, the Berber groups or the Amazighs, they are generally located in the northern part of Africa, in the northern belt of Africa, right? So this is not correctly matched with Ethiopia. In fact, second and fourth are mismatched, right? So obviously the answer is only 2. और ये question हमें attempt करना ही चाहिए. Generally जब हम ऐसे questions को attempt करते हैं तो अगर आपको ये नहीं भी आ रहा है, एक भी आपसे elimination हो रहा है, तो just go with only 2. This is also very good strategy, but the idea is to not leave such questions, okay? And please expect more such questions because a lot of communities have been suffering from violence, and this is the list of those communities. This is for, we have created some for Asia, I have created some for Africa, South America, for Europe. So different regions have also been covered over here. ऐसे ही conflicted region पे भी question आया हुआ था. For example, Amhara. So Amhara is a conflicted region. Amhara is the largest region located in Ethiopia. It is located in Ethiopia. Then the Katanga region. Katanga region is a very copper-rich, cobalt-rich, mineral-rich region, but a very conflict-ridden region, which is located in Democratic Republic of Congo. This has not been asked yet, so there's a high probability that this question could be repeated. So Amhara region and Katanga region is very important. Both of them have been interchanged with each other. Xinjiang region आपको पता है कि यहाँ पे उइघुर मुस्लिम्स जो हैं उनके साथ काफी ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, काफी न्यूज में रहता है, तो चाइना के साथ आप इसको इजीली मैच कर देंगे. एंड Maghreb region is the northern Africa region. It is the northern Africa region where precisely you will find मतलब यहाँ मोरक्को से लेके इजिप्ट तक जो रीजन है, इनफैक्ट मोरक्को से भी नहीं, मॉरिशियाना से लेके जो इजिप्ट तक का रीजन है, दैट इज मागरेब रीजन. यहीं पे ही ये जो बर्बर कम्युनिटी है, जो अमाजिग कम्युनिटी है, ये यहाँ पे रहती है, यहाँ पे रिवोल्ट कर रही होती है. एंड देयरफॉर द करेक्ट ऑप्शन, द करेक्ट मैच ओवर हियर इज ओनली 2. नाउ फॉर योर नोट्स आई हैव क्रिएटेड अ लिस्ट ऑफ वेरियस कॉन्टिनेंट्स and their particular conflicted region. For example, the Rakhine state of Myanmar, and यहाँ पे कौन सी crisis हो रही है. For example, the Mindanao, which was also asked in UPSC Prelims, which is located in Philippines. Most important for you would be the African region and the conflicted zones over there. For example, Katanga, Amhara, Tigray, Oromia, Darfur, Sahel, right? In सब पे question आ चुका है except for Katanga has not been asked, Amhara has not been asked. So we better be prepared for this. These are the notes for you. You can take help of it directly. Okay. Now, next is the tribal practices. This has been a tough question. So anybody who has not attempted it or anybody who has skipped this question is completely fine because या तो आपको question पता होता है या तो नहीं पता होता है. Nevertheless, the question is the practice of talking to bees before taking the honey to seek permission and maintain harmony with the nature. So what happens is एपीकल्चर, अच्छा इंडिया में जो एपीकल्चर का रेवोल्यूशन है, जैसे मिल्क का प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने के लिए हम व्हाइट रेवोल्यूशन करते हैं, तो हनी का प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने के लिए हम क्या करते हैं? हनी का प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने के लिए कौन सा रेवोल्यूशन है? इट इज स्वीट रेवोल्यूशन. ठीक है, स्वीट रेवोल्यूशन, दैट इज द टारगेटेड that is a targeted revolution by government of India right now. So honey apiculture becomes a very important theme this year. So okay, what happens in this particular tribal community is that they have to go across different and very difficult hills. अब हिल्स में बहुत सारे हनी बीज होते हैं जिन्होंने ऑब्वियसली अपना एक हनी का पैक क्रिएट करके रखा होता है. नाउ व्हाट हैपेंस इज बिकॉज इट इज ऑलरेडी वेरी डेंजरस फॉर देम to go to those hills and to fetch this honey from the cluster. If at all the honeybee starts biting them, they would be at the risk of death because they could fall from those hills because it is a very dangerous activity for them. So therefore, to keep themselves in harmony with the nature, specifically with the honeybees, they pray to them. Please don't bite us. We are not here to harm you. We are only here to collect your nectar. That is it. So honeybees भी इनको ज़्यादा काटते वाटते नहीं है. And this is why the answer is Nagaland की ये जो ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी है. बट वी हैव टू मूव बियॉन्ड दिस क्वेश्चन एंड वी हैव टू टेक अप द थीम व्हिच इज द इंपॉर्टेंट ट्राइबल प्रैक्टिसेस एंड सम यूनिक वंस, राइट? सो फॉर एग्जांपल, बिश्नोई कम्युनिटी इज फेमस फॉर सेविंग or giving their life for saving the khejri trees that we all know, right? Also for black bucks, they are famous. Bishnoi community. A Patni group of Zero Valley, which is in Arunachal Pradesh, is famous for their rice fish cultivation without using any form of chemical. Then there is Bega community which does earth worship, so they don't plow the earth for their agricultural needs because for them dharti is mata and can't be plowed, right? So similarly, a list of tribes and their unique practices have been given and this can be asked so we can take notes of it. Okay, next question is about winter inversion. This was a very, very simple question because of the options given. If you eliminate option number 1, you'll be able to come to the answer. This makes this question very easy. Please look into it, where the first statement tells you that it occurs when warm air near the Earth's surface is trapped below the layer of colder air above it. This is a very normal atmospheric lapse rate phenomena where, of course, with rising altitude, you will find decreasing temperature of the air. This is a normal lapse rate phenomena, right, which happens in the atmosphere. When I talk about inversion, this would be inverse, which means there is colder air which is trapped above the hot air. And as a result of it, the cold air, its constituents, are not able to disperse itself often. This is the reason for high degree of pollution in the Delhi region. Okay, very good. Environmental lapse rate, very good. So the correct answer over here is the moment you eliminate statement number 1 because of conceptual clarity, reading basic NCERT, you will be able to come to the answer, which is option number C. Okay. Next one is isopleth. So isopleth connects points of what areas of the map? So here the answer is very, very easy. As you can see, we have seen isobars, isotherms. Okay, there are different lines. There are iso heights, there is iso hell, there is iso nef, there are iso tack, isogon, isopleth. So all of them are actually isopleth only. Pleth means, iso means same and pleth means value. So regions of the same values, let's say same height, same rainfall, same temperature, same pressure, with different names, they all come under the broader category of being called as isopleth. Got it? So the correct answer is equal. Connects point of equal magnitude, equal value. ठीक है? अब ये सारे जो examples देखते हैं, ये सारे isopleths बने हुए हैं with different colors. Got it? Now for your convenience, I have given you a list. I have given you a list of different types of isopleth. So आपको सिर्फ last का term देखना है जिसमें से कुछ confusing चीजें हो सकती हैं. I am clarifying that whenever you see the word height, the height doesn't mean height. Height means water, rainfall. So areas with same rainfall are measured by iso heights or denoted by iso heights. Hell means helio. Helio means hell doesn't mean hell. Hel means helio. Helio means sun. So wherever same sunshine, same degree of sunshine is there. Similarly, for oceans, there is isohaline, isobath, isopycnal. Isopycnal means area with same density in the ocean regions. Got it? Next. How many of the above pairs given are correctly matched? Now, I don't think that the Narmada option was a difficult one for you. Narmada passes through the Rift Valley between Satpura and another range which is Narmada passes through two ranges, Rift Valley created by two block mountains. Which are those two ranges? Classic UPSC PYQ. This is Vindhyas in the north, Satpura in the south, and south of Satpura there is Tapti Valley or Tapi Valley, right? So this was a no-brainer. This was correct only. Kaveri forms the island of Srirangapatnam. Srirangapatnam in the state of Karnataka. That is also correct. What is incorrect though is Mahanadi. It is saying that Mahanadi flows through a rift valley due to down warping. Now you see that Mahanadi is a very big river with a lot of tributaries, very big channel. It cannot pass through a rift valley. In fact, it is creating huge delta, and Mahanadi is typically passing through a lot of plains and plateaus also. So it is not possible for it to pass just through a rift valley. The answer over here is, the correct one is Damodar. Damodar, which is a very significant tributary of Damodar river, is a significant tributary of which river? Right bank tributary of Ganga river, right? It joins Ganga and finally drains into the Bay of Bengal. So this river is Damodar and not Mahanadi, which makes only 2 the correct answer. Next is landform, very simple one. Which of the following are by far the most common topographic forms of karst terrain? Most common कौन होगा जो सबसे easily बन जाएगा? Which requires least amount of erosion. Now, above in all of them, stack needs a lot of deposition and a lot of erosion. Then spits, then stalactites, all of them also require a lot of erosion and a lot of deposition, which will take a good amount of time. However, in the case of sinkholes, it just requires basic erosion phenomena to happen in a karst kind of a landform. राइट सिंक होल्स बहुत इजीली बन जाएंगे वो और बड़े होते हैं तो वो उवालास बनते हैं swallow holes बनते हैं राइट so whatever could be eroded very easily is the most prominent feature right next is with reference to mapping and mapping of what mapping of random countries no countries which are in news for example Venezuela which is in news why because of USA because of Mr. Donald Trump right we all know the event that has happened so वेनेजुएला से रिलेटेड क्या क्वेश्चन आ सकता है पहला उसके अंदर के लैंडफॉर्म्स के बारे में क्वेश्चन आ सकता है दूसरा एंड द मोस्ट प्रोमिनेंट वन वुड बी द बॉर्डरिंग नेशंस ऑफ वेनेजुएला व्हिच इज कोलंबिया ब्राजील एंड गुयाना गॉट इट सो दिस वाज अबाउट द ज्योग्राफी डिस्कशन द ज्योग्राफी पार्ट ऑफ नहीं इट्स माइन ओनली So it was about the geography discussion of PowerUp. Now we will move towards the science and technology section and this is going to be very interesting one. So pull up your seats, थोड़ा सा attention और अपना बढ़ाइए और science and tech हम फटाफट finish करते हैं. तो let's go to the next topic. First question and this was a very interesting question. ठीक है? क्वेश्चन क्या था पहले मैं ये बताती हूँ फिर मैं आपको सिनेरियो समझाती हूँ सो आफ्टर अ डेवास्टेटिंग एयरप्लेन क्रैश से ये बता रहे हैं कि आइडेंटिटी सबकी लॉस्ट हो चुकी है इट हैज बीन अ वेरी कैटास्ट्रोफिक इवेंट सो यू आर नो मोर एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई एनीबॉडी राइट नाउ इन दिस सिनेरियो डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंटिंग वाज कैरिड आउट अ फिनोमेना डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंटिंग पीवाईक्यू में भी पूछा हुआ है काफी बारी करंट अफेयर में भी देखा होगा नहीं देखा तो आज आप समझ जाओगे ठीक है सो डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंटिंग वाज कैरिड आउट टू एस्टैब्लिश द आइडेंटिटी ऑफ द विक्टिम्स Got it? During the analysis, forensic experts found 2 DNA profiles that were exact replica of each other. 2 DNA profiles that were exact replica of each other. Who could they be? अब मैं आपको 2-3 फैक्ट्स बताती हूँ इस केस में उसके बाद मैं आपको डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंटिंग शॉर्ट में बताऊंगी सबसे पहली बार एक क्राइम सिनेरियो को इमेजिन करते हैं ठीक है लेट मी जोन इट आउट ओके सो आफ्टर जूमिंग हम एक क्राइम सीन का सैंपल देख रहे हैं एंड आई वांट यू टू पार्टिसिपेट इन दिस एक्टिविटी सो वी ऑल हैव वेंट टू अ क्राइम सीन ठीक है वहां पे हमें 3 सैंपल मिले हुए हैं अब हमें देखना है कि ये सस्पेक्ट 1 का है 2 का है कि 3 का है ठीक है तो आपको क्या दिख रहा है कि ये जो सैंपल है ये सिर्फ एक ही सस्पेक्ट से आउट ऑफ ऑल द पॉपुलेशन ये सिर्फ एक ही सस्पेक्ट से मैच करेगा Is it possible कि ये सेम सैंपल किसी और सस्पेक्ट से भी मैच कर जाए? It is near to impossible except for one case. Except for one case, which is when there is an identical twin. Twin, which means there is a monozygotic twin. Baby which is born from the same egg. So only twins can have the same DNA fingerprint and nobody else can have. Got it? So can mother and child have same DNA fingerprints? No. Right? Can two siblings have two DNA fingerprints? Can two siblings have same DNA fingerprints? No. Only two twins, monozygotic twins, will have same DNA fingerprints. So if in this scenario we are able to find two similar DNA profile, exact DNA profile, it signifies that they belong to identical twins, monozygotic twins. In no other way this is possible. अब बहुत सारे लोगों को confusion हुई होगी fourth statement पे. DNA sample were amplified from the same biological source and because of the polychimerase reaction, because of the PCR रिएक्शन मल्टीपल उसके जो ट्विन्स है वो क्रिएट हो गए होंगे, मल्टीपल डीएनए create ho gaye honge. The idea over here is when UPSC or anybody would ask you a question, they would ask you a question with reference to an ideal forensic scenario where no mistakes, no issues, no errors have occurred. This is a classic case of an error. Ab error mein to obviously this can happen, but mostly this doesn't happen. Lot of forensic checks are maintained to ensure that the PCR reaction doesn't create replication of the DNA. Right? So in that given scenario, in an ideal scenario, what would be the correct answer? The correct answer would be of monozygotic twins. Got it? What exactly is DNA fingerprinting trying to observe? Is it trying to observe our full DNA? Full DNA is being observed? No. It is trying to observe the short tandem repeats. Short tandem repeats. Which means in what manner the ATCG has been, the nucleotide has been arranged, and this arrangement is same for only monozygotic twin, otherwise it is not same for anybody at all. It is not same for anybody at all. So what we are trying to see, we are trying to see the short tandem repeats. Short tandem repeats, let's see, the arrangement of adenine and guanine has been seen. So in this case, you are able to see ki even if they are same family members, this person will have same configuration of A, G, A and T located with each other, along with each other, but the number of repetition would be different. In the case of father, this is 7 repeat. In the case of mother, it is 4 repeats. In the case of, let's say, their son, it is 12 repeats. So therefore, fingerprinting is a very good method. What fingerprinting is not trying to observe is the DNA of protein making genes. So protein making genes are not included in DNA fingerprinting. A very important fact for you to write in your notes. Okay, next. Next question is about various diseases: trachoma, scrub typhus, leprosy, and Kala Azar, which is also known as leishmaniasis. Out of all of them, a very quick fact that only Kala Azar is correctly matched with protozoa, which is by the sand flies, which leads to very high degree of fever in body. But other than that, all of them are created due to bacteria. All of them are created due to bacteria. Scrub typhus, leprosy, skin and nerve disease, then trachoma. Trachoma is an eye disease. What you should also remember as a matter of fact is how many disease has India eliminated officially according to WHO. So trachoma is one such disease which has been eliminated. Smallpox has been eliminated from India in 1977. In fact, neonatal and maternal tetanus has also been eliminated from India. So these are the few things. Also, polio is also eliminated. Polio is also eliminated from India. So these are the diseases which have been officially declared to be eliminated from India. Okay, by WHO. So please take notes of it, and at the same time, please note down that the correct answer to it is only two. Leprosy is correct and Kala Azar is correct, right? The other two are not correct. The next question is about improvised explosive devices, IEDs. Last year, you remember this question was asked on the IEDs. है ना, लास्ट ईयर दिस क्वेश्चन वाज आस्क्ड. सो सिमिलरली ऐसे क्वेश्चन में जब भी हमें डाउट हो, अब हमें सारे केमिकल्स तो नहीं पता है, बट मैं आपको इसका एक सिंपल हिंट देती हूँ. इम्प्रोवाइज एक्सप्लोसिव डिवाइस, एक तो आपने टीएनटी का नाम सुना होगा, ठीक है. तो कुछ डिवाइसेस है जिनमें नाइट्रो कंपाउंड्स होते हैं, जिनके नेम में नाइट्रो कंपाउंड होते हैं. दे ऑल आर जनरली एक्सप्लोसिव्स, दे ऑल आर एक्सप्लोसिव्स. But there are certain explosives which can be created very easily. They are homemade explosives. They can be created that easily. Exactly, Delhi Red Fort inside. And as a matter of fact, this was featured in news because in Jammu Kashmir, a lot of IED, tons of IEDs were found in certain places, and it was captured by Jammu Kashmir police. So what are IEDs? These are those explosives which can be very easily created. They are household explosives that can be created. हाउ कैन वी क्रिएट इट? आप अपने आसपास कौन कौन से एक्सप्लोजिव ऐसे देख सकते हैं. फर्स्ट, मैच स्टिक पे जो फॉस्फोरस लगा रहता है, ठीक है. पोटेशियम क्लोरेट भी जिसको कहते हैं. हाइड्रोजन पेरोक्साइड जो कि ब्लीचिंग एजेंट में रहता है, ठीक है. हाइड्रोजन पेरोक्साइड हो गया. एल्यूमिनियम पाउडर जो कि हमारे क्रैकर्स में, दिवाली क्रैकर्स का मेन कंपोनेंट एल्यूमिनियम पाउडर रहता है, ठीक है. देन यूरिया नाइट्रेट. यूरिया नाइट्रेट इज ऑल्सो समथिंग विच इज जनरली easily accessible because fertilizer urea, right? So all of them can be helpful in creating the improvised explosive devices. Because this has been in news specifically after the Delhi event, therefore here the explosive devices becomes an important topic. This has also got featured in PYQ. And not only that, we also have to read about the advanced warfare techniques that have been deployed. Advanced warfare techniques. When I talk about advanced warfare techniques, where exactly are you finding a lot of warfare happening? Russia, Ukraine, you're able to find it in a lot of attacks made on Israel during the Israel-Hamas war, right? So the next important theme would be modern warfare, which of course includes a lot of drones and different type of drones, right? So here comes the next question. These are the combat drones which release thermite. So they release thermite. Thermite kya hota hai? These are like molten gases. So the moment they eject it, they cause eruption of fire. They don't blast. It's like aap fire breathe kar rahe ho. It's like somebody or something is breathing the fire and immediately causing the fire to happen. So this is known as thermite, right? And these combat drones which are emitting thermites are obviously, you could imagine, कौन करता है ऐसा? In the movies, in the cartoons, who does it? Generally the dragons. So these are, the answer is dragon drones. And this was a news because Ukraine ने सबसे पहले इसको create किया था, use किया था 2024 में, where to dismantle the Russian troop that was deployed in the Ukrainian forest regions. Generally जो natural barriers होते हैं, जैसे बहुत ज्यादा forest cover है, वहां पे कोई छुपा हुआ है, तो उनको expose करने के लिए ये चीज होती है. ये बहुत जल्दी natural barriers like forest उनको खत्म कर देता है. So it doesn't give space for the military troops or the attacking force to hide themselves off. ठीक है, बहुत जल्दी blast करता है. That is thermite. See, this is how it works. ठीक है, आप देख रहे हो कि एकदम fire emit करता है, and this is known as dragon drones. So what about the swarm drones, first person view drones and kamikaze drones? So ये भी important है. These are kamikaze drones, these are swarm drones, and this is first person view drone which generally utilizes virtual reality. Next question is on bio, and this is on the hormones. This is again a very important topic. So which one of the following is not primarily responsible for promoting growth in plants? What I want you to understand over here, student, is how and what is the importance of word, understanding the word and vocabulary in a question. Let's suppose this question में दिया होता which is not responsible for promoting plant growth, तो शायद इनमें से कोई भी आंसर नहीं होता. In one way or the other, all of them are leading to promotion or the growth of the plant, right? But the word primarily is a very important keyword. primarily means those which are only particularly explicitly responsible for plant growth. For example, auxins, gibberellins, and cytokinin. Cytokinin means something which leads to multiple or enhanced level of cell division. So the more cell division will happen, more plant growth will happen. Now, how the stems are getting elongated, how the cell is getting elongated, that is because of auxin. How the seeds are getting germinated, that is because of auxins and gibberellins. So these three in the start are primary growth related hormones. There are inhibitors also, for example abscisic acid. आपने देखा होगा पत्ती जब सूख जाती है वो झड़ जाती है, अपने आप निकल जाती है प्लांट से. That is happening because of growth inhibitor hormone, that is abscisic acid. Only one is there, right? Other than that, most of them are growth promoters, auxins, gibberellins, cytokinins mainly. And then you have certain growth promoters, they are facilitators, which means they will help in the ripening of the food. कि आपका आम है, आम पक ही नहीं रहा है बहुत लंबे टाइम से, तो उस पे इथाइलिन गैस या तो आप बाहर से डाल सकते हैं या तो प्लांट खुद से इजेक्ट करता है. तो इथाइलिन गैस इज अ ग्रोथ प्रमोटर. It is a facilitator, it is not a primary promoter. So for the sake of your notes, of course I have given you this list, so please take notes of this list if you did not know about the plant hormones. Okay. Next question, and a very interesting one. You all have heard about quantum computing. So very recently willow chip जो है उसको बोला गया था कि एक वर्ड उसके लिए यूज हुआ था कि उसने quantum advantage ले लिया है. Something has taken quantum advantage. What does it mean? And what does it mean for a processor or for a system to gain quantum advantage? For that, we have to understand the different mechanisms beyond quantum for quantum computing. First, of course, you know the principle of superposition. Superposition means there could be only two things now, either it could be head or tail. But let's say spin a coin, you will be able to see multiple things at the same time. It's not head and tail, it is both head and tail together. This is the principle of superposition. Then there is the principle of entanglement. Let's say one of you has gone mentally entangled with me. Okay, let's say one of you have got mentally entangled with me, so you will be able to tell the exact next line that I am supposed to say. You will react exactly the same manner in which I am behaving, irrespective of the distance between us. This process is known as quantum entanglement. There is another term also. This term is known as quantum scrambling. Most of you would have not heard about it. Let me make it very simply clear to you. Imagine that you are creating a scrambled egg. What you're trying to do essentially, you're trying to mix up things. But why am I doing it? And how is it helping me to attain quantum advantage? Listen to me very carefully. Since in quantum computing, we work at a very micro level, at a very electronic level, which means it is very, very susceptible to the external noises. It is susceptible to the temperature of the room. It is susceptible to the dust around the room, the pressure of the room, the amount of humidity in the room. Anything about anything could impact it. Which means the data that I might be getting as a final output might have a lot of errors because of the atmosphere. Now, to eliminate this problem, this interference, this decoherence from the atmosphere, what we created is quantum scrambling, which means that there will be only certain qubits, which will be entangled to each other. There are multiple qubits in the system. But only certain qubits will be intentionally entangled with each other so that the flow of information will only happen across them and not externally. So this way, we are able to minimize the decoherence or the information, the data, in fact, the noise that is coming from the outside. And this is how we are able to create high level of errorless data, which means we make the outcome almost error-free. This we do with the help of quantum scrambling. So let's say there is a system which is able to operate multiple parallel processing at the same time. Why? Because it can have multiple efficiency, multiple outputs, because of superposition, because of entanglement, because of scrambling. So here you get something which is unparalleled, which cannot be created by the traditional computers, or let's say by any human machine possible. That is known as quantum advantage, where you receive high level of speed, high level of accuracy, and high degree of multiple performance. This is known as quantum advantage. So here the correct answer is First of all, quantum scrambling disperses information across many entangled qubits by making the information less vulnerable to local decoherence. This is correct. What do I mean by local decoherence? The noise, external noise that can be coming from the atmosphere, right, by the environment. Next, आपको समझ में आ रही है चीज? समझ में आ रही है आपको ये बात? Next, quantum algorithms exploit constructive and destructive interference of the probability. इंटरफेरेंस एक्सप्लॉइट करने का मतलब क्या होता है? आपको पता है कि दो वेव्स हैं, ठीक है? अब दो वेव्स हैं, अगर ये दोनों वेव्स को मैं कंबाइन करूं इस तरीके से, तो दिस विल गिव मी अ लार्जर वेव. This will give me a larger wave. This is the case of constructive interference. If let's say this above wave is getting merged with an opposite wave, in this case I will get, what will I get? Both the waves will cancel each other out and I will get a plane line. So quantum algorithms, what they do, if they understood that this result is correct, let's say if they understood that 2 plus 2 में 4 आया है और ये रिजल्ट करेक्ट है, तो वो इस रिजल्ट को बार बार एम्पलीफाई करते हैं. दिस इज ऑल्सो लाइक चैट जीपीटी. आप उसको जो भी डेटा देते हो, जो भी उसको सही लगता है, वो उसी को बार बार वैलिडेट करता है. करेक्ट. सिमिलरली ये इसी जो सही रिजल्ट है उसको इंटैंगलमेंट के थ्रू, उसको इंटरफेरेंस के थ्रू ज्यादा एम्पलीफाई करेगा, सो दैट बार बार आपको सही रिजल्ट दिखे. हो सकता है क्योंकि नॉइस की वजह से 2 + 2 5 आ जाए, बट अगर उसके पास ये फीडबैक आ गया है कि ये डेटा गलत है, तो वो उसका डिस्ट्रक्टिव इंटरफेरेंस कर देगा और आपको ये गलत डेटा मिनिमाइज्ड दिखेगा. दिस इज हाउ वी मेक इट एरर फ्री. आर वी क्लियर ऑन दिस? आर वी एबल टू कैच अप टिल नाउ? ठीक है. Third statement, quantum advantage arises primarily because a single qubit can simultaneously yield multiple classical output. ये statement एकदम गलत है. Because 2 + 2 का output 4 ही चाहिए मुझे. 2 + 2 का output 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't want it. Answer would only one answer would be correct, right? Making sense? So henceforth, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग का मतलब ये नहीं होता है कि वी आर एबल टू गेट मल्टीपल आउटपुट्स. देयर विल ओनली बी वन करेक्ट आउटपुट. व्हाट वी आर एबल टू सी इज दैट वी आर एबल टू प्रोसेस मल्टीपल आउटपुट्स एट द सेम टाइम. एक ही टाइम पे 2 + 2 भी हो गया, 2 × 2, 2 डिवाइडेड बाय 2, सारी चीजें एक ही टाइम पे हो रही हैं. गॉट इट? सो द करेक्ट आंसर इज 1 and 2 because we have eliminated number 3. The next one is how many of the above commonly contain plastic components. अब आप में से किसने all of the above कर दिया है? How many of the above commonly contain plastic components? How many of you have done all of the above? Now this is why I have brought the tissue wipes, so that you can understand a little something about the single-use plastic. Single-use plastic, which has been banned in India since the year 2022. I hope this is clear to you, right? Now, please understand this. Disposable wet wipe. Word लिखा हुआ है disposable. तो आपको लग रहा होगा disposable है तो plastic नहीं होगा. ऐसा नहीं होता. See, is eliminated for sure. Okay. So, disposable wet wipes or any such thing which is not getting dissolved in the water easily, that definitely contains some amount of plastic, even if it is disposable or non-disposable. Whether it contains plastic or not, yes. Otherwise, let's say if I take out a wet wipe out of this, right? If I'm able to dip it to the water, it is already wet. If I'm able to dip it to the water and it dissolves itself like a paper mache, like a paper, then what will happen? Of course, it is not having plastic. Any amount of plastic, even 1% of the plastic, will not let it completely dissolve in the water, especially in the case of tea bag. तो टी बैग आपको पेपर बैग जैसे लगते होंगे, बट इफ यू डिपिंग इट इन द वाटर, अगर वो सच में पेपर होता, वो डिसॉल्व हो जाता, टी बाहर आ जाती, राइट? So therefore, when all of them comes, tea bags, thermal paper receipt, and anything where thermal printing is being done, उसमें भी थोड़ा अमाउंट ऑफ प्लास्टिक रहता है, क्योंकि प्लास्टिक बहुत जल्दी रिफ्लेक्ट करता है थर्मल इंक को, because it gets melted very easily as compared to paper. But when it comes to uncoated newspaper sheets, न्यूज़पेपर में आप पानी डालो तो वो पेपर मैशी बन जाएगा, वो खराब हो जाएगा, राइट? लेकिन थर्मल पेपर रिसीट इतनी जल्दी नहीं डिसॉल्व होंगे. सबसे जल्दी कौन डिसॉल्व हो जाएगा? योर न्यूज़पेपर शीट्स. पानी डाल के अभी आप देखो, ठीक है, अपने हिंदू न्यूज़पेपर में आप पानी डाल दो, तो व्हाट विल हैपन? It will get dissolved. It doesn't contain any amount of plastic to it. but the measure would be whether it is getting dissolved fully in the water or not. Okay? So the correct answer is only 3. Here we have to eliminate newspaper sheets. Got it? And now the next one. This is about why and when will you call something as interstellar object. Interstellar movie sabne dekhi hogi. Interstellar means a celestial object which is outside our solar system. And what does it mean when we say outside our solar system? It is outside the gravitational pull, the gravitational influence of our sun or anybody's sun. Anything which is outside our solar system is considered interstellar. If something is influenced by sun, it will start moving around the sun because of the gravitational pull in elliptical orbit, correct? But if there is an interstellar object, it might come close to our solar system, but it will have its own tangent. So it will definitely not follow the elliptical path. Rather, it will follow the parabolic path. What is the difference between elliptical and parabolic? So आप लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा कैलकुलस वगैरह में भी, ज्योमेट्री में भी आपने पढ़ा होगा, नहीं पढ़ा है तो कोई बात नहीं. This is elliptical path. And why is it happening? Because there's one force which is managing the movement, that is the pull of sun. But let's say there's an interstellar object. Interstellar object, this is getting influenced by something else only, by some other sun only, not by our sun, not by our solar system. Then it will just pass by. It will not move around the sun. So this curve is known as parabola. So it will follow a parabolic path. However, this is for interstellar objects. All the other things which are influenced by the sun, including planet, including the moons, including asteroid, meteoroid, comet, everything influenced by the sun will follow elliptical orbit. So how would you know if something is interstellar or not? Whether it follow hyperbolic trajectory or not. Got it? The next question, interesting one. Sunspots are comparatively low temperature zones embedded with otherwise hotter solar photosphere. अब आपको लग रहा होगा, so solar minimum, solar maximum की cycle होती है. Every 11 years there is a solar minimum. In every 11 years there is a solar minimum. So what do you mean by solar minimum and solar maximum? So when you view the sun with the help of a telescope, you'll be able to see on some years this spotting is minimum. On some years, this spotting is maximum. This event is known as solar maximum. This is known as solar minimum. But then what are these sunspots? For all of you who don't know it, in my class, I have very elaborately told about the all of this thing, coronal mass ejection, solar storm, sunspotting effect, magnetic effect, how is it getting created? I don't have that much scope in today's class, but what I can tell you is, first of all, sunspot is essentially a dark area. Why is this area dark and not emitting light? It is not emitting light because the nuclear fusion reaction, which is responsible for creating that light, is not happening or not happening at that much level in these areas. So what is subsiding that reaction? Something would be subsiding that reaction, right? It is getting subsided by very strong magnetic field. Imagine कि आपका यहाँ पे water boil हो रहा है, ठीक है? Water boil हो रहा है क्योंकि let's say कोई reaction हो रहा है. For the sake of our convenience, we'll imagine कि nuclear fusion reaction हो रहा है, ठीक है? Some reaction is happening, so the water is boiling. But then I have put a very strong lid on this. If I will put a very strong lid on this, what will happen? Eventually, this reaction will not be able to prompt some output. It will not be able to come out. And as a result of this, you will not see the ejection of molecules or electrons, which were responsible for giving the solar storms or the photospheric effect. And henceforth, this lidding effect is responsible for subsiding the nuclear fusion reaction. What is this lid called? This lid is the strong magnetic field. Strong magnetic fields which are subsiding this reaction. So whenever there is strong magnetic field or strong magnetism being seen on some year of the sun, during that time you will find more spotting. And more spotting means less nuclear fusion reaction is happening in that area. And because less reaction is happening in this area, a lot of pressure is getting built up and eventually this area is more colder. This area is more colder because of strong pressure from magnetic field. But the moment you remove this magnetic field, what will happen? The moment you remove this magnetic field, all of the suppressed magnetic reaction will suddenly emerge out. That will happen. And when it will emerge out, it will move to very, very far off distances, even reaching Earth, even creating events like solar storms, coronal mass ejections, even plasma could come out. Why? Because it was suppressed very badly for a very long period of time. So when it emerges out, it erupts in the form of a firecracker moving to thousands of kilometers. Are you getting this point? This is the event of solar spotting or the sun spotting. But in the next statement, you can see that they originate in the region of solar photosphere characterized by comparatively weak magnetic field intensity. So, bachcho, if there is weak magnetic field intensity, how will this suppression happen? It needs strong magnetic field intensity, which will suppress it. ये सोचो कि जितनी बड़ी lid होगी, उतना ज़्यादा suppression होगा, और उतना ज़्यादा temperature कम होगा, pressure built up होगा. Got it? Second statement is incorrect. Next one. Okay. आपने ये क्वेश्चन किया होगा, मैं एक बार रिपीट कर देती हूँ. शेयर डिजिटल स्पेस where people appear as avatars. ठीक है. अटेंड मीटिंग इन वर्चुअल रूम, एक्सप्लोर 3D एटमॉस्फेयर्स. यहाँ पे वर्चुअल रियलिटी, एआई, ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी, ब्लॉकचेन सब यूज हो रहा है. सो ऑब्वियसली द आंसर इज मेटावर्स. ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी नहीं है, क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग नहीं है, डिजिटल ट्विन नहीं है. इसमें अगर कोई आपको डाउट हो देन प्लीज आस्क अबाउट इट. अदरवाइज जस्ट इमेजिन कि आपको प्रीलिम्स का पेपर हो रहा है, ठीक है, एंड समबडी हैज गिवन यू पावर टू make an avatar of me, because let's say you imagine that I'll be able to clear prelims easily. So you create an avatar of me by your name. You attach my brain in by your avatar, and then आप क्लासरूम में गए, आपने पूरा पेपर उसी हिसाब से अटेम्प्ट किया जैसे आपको पता है. जैसे आप गूगल में इन्फॉर्मेशन टाइप कर करके आंसर निकालते जा रहे हो, आप उसको अटेम्प्ट करते जा रहे हो, इवेंचुअली आपका प्रीलिम्स का पेपर क्लियर हो गया. ये सारी जो चीजें हैं कहाँ पॉसिबल है? इस यूनिवर्स में तो पॉसिबल नहीं है क्योंकि आपको देना ही पड़ेगा पेपर खुद से. बट ये कहाँ पॉसिबल है? इन मेटावर्स. ठीक है. This is also the case of deploying Web 3.0, where the information is heavily decentralized. You could control your movement. You could control your data. Okay? You could control what you want as an output. That is known as metaverse. Such question has been asked in the form of IoT, Internet of Things, virtual reality, augmented reality. तीनों concepts पे question आया है. Metaverse could be the next upcoming topic. Got it? चलो. नेक्स्ट है बायो E3 पॉलिसी. सो बायो E3 पॉलिसी के एसेंशियली 6 कंपोनेंट्स है. गवर्नमेंट इज ट्राइंग टू क्रिएट इंडिया एज अ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी हब बाय क्रिएटिंग प्रोडक्ट्स व्हिच आर फॉलोइंग. So the following products would be bio-based chemicals, polymers, bio-based enzyme, bio-based foods, bio-based medicines, therapeutics, bio-based CCUS technique, carbon capture, utilization and storage, bio-based marine and space research, and bio-based agriculture. These 6 components could be asked in the form of a list. Only these 6 components are being targeted. In the Bio E3 policy, they are talking about creating functional foods. What are functional food? Functional food is a food which just does not perform to fulfill your hunger. It is not just giving you satiation. Okay? It is also supplying you essential nutrients, because the hunger is not just for food. India is also suffering from hidden hunger. We are having elements deficiency. We are having vitamin deficiency, mineral deficiency. So for example, you are able to see biofortified rice, biofortified oil, biofortified milk. These are functional foods. They not just help you to fulfill your hunger, but they also give you the essential vitamins and the micronutrients. So the correct answer would be C. Omega-3 fortified milk is biofortification. It is functional food. A, B, C, all of them are trying to give you some nutrients, not the C one. Hence, C is not a functional food. This is the application-based question, and you can also solve it with the help of elimination. Very basic elimination would have helped you. Got it? Chaliye. Next question about the comparison between CPU, GPU, and TPU. Even if it is lab grown, it is not helping you to have more or better micronutrients, right? It is not helping you to have, let's say, vitamins or better minerals or more nutrients or more omega fatty acids. It's not given. It's just an alternate to plant-based milk or plant-based meat, right? So therefore, this is not functional. Functional needs to be augmented with more vitamins or other minerals which are required for human body. Okay, चलिए. अब इन सारी टेक्नोलॉजी में से आपको क्या लगता है which is the most modern technology? Of course, starts with CPU, basic processors we all have in our phones and in our computers, etc. For higher degree of operation, something which can perform deep learning, you require GPU. And recently Google has created TPU, the tensor processing unit. This is for basically cloud computing. So यहाँ पे the correct answer is all of them. Unlike GPUs, which evolved primarily from graphics, TPUs are application-specific integrated circuit. CPUs are less efficient as compared to GPU, TPU. और एक और मैं आपको trick बता देती हूँ. Whenever we compare multiple technologies in science and tech, always make sure that the new technology would be better. With this idea, try to solve the question. The new technology would obviously be more better as compared to previous ones. Make sense? The only disadvantage would be it might be less cost effective. It might be more expensive, but other than that, it will have better speed, more efficiency, it will be taking lesser time. So wherever any technology signifies the following things, mark it as correct only. With that sense, we can solve this question. This was not a difficult question. Got it? Next question is multi-drug resistance disease. So to solve this problem, so you all have heard about TB problem of India. It's not just about the growing TB, but the growing multi-drug resistance of the TB, so because of which this disease is not getting resolved. As a result, we have figured out different kind of TB. One is multi-drug resistance. The TB is caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis bacteria, right? So Mycobacterium tuberculosis is resistant to two very commonly known antibiotic. Imagine it like this. जब किसी को फीवर आता है, आप दो दवाई खाते हो, एक पैरासीटामोल खाते हो और लेट्स से आप एक डोलो खा लेते हो, ठीक है? लेट्स से योर बॉडी हैज गॉन रेजिस्टेंट. Let's say your body has gone resistant to both these fever killing medicines which are more easily accessible, more cost effective. तो प्रॉब्लम हो गई. तब तो आपका फीवर कम करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा. God forbid if it happens, right? Similarly, अगर टीबी के लिए जो दो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट इजीली एक्सेसिबल ड्रग्स है, राइफैम्पिसिन एंड आइसोनाइजिड, अगर इससे ही कोई रेजिस्टेंट हो जाए तो इट्स नोन टू बी सफरिंग फ्रॉम MDR, मल्टी ड्रग रेजिस्टेंट. तो अब इन बैक्टीरिया को किल कैसे किया जाए? सो वन मेथड इज टू यूज द बैक्टीरियोफेज इन द थेरेपीज. Bacteriophage, if I break down this statement or this word, it means phage. Phage means eater of the bacteria. What could eat the bacteria? A special kind of virus. These are the viruses which kills the harmful bacteria. Henceforth, not all viruses are bad. Some viruses are in fact good viruses, right? This is also the reason why the water of Ganga is considered as a holy water. Is considered कि ये सबके पाप धोते थे, हमेशा फ्रेश रहता है वो पानी. क्यों? क्योंकि गंगा में naturally bacteriophages है. These are the good viruses which ultimately kill the bacteria of Ganga water. This is the reason why it is considered as one of the holiest water, right? Now, bacteriophages, if it is a virus, it will only get activated at the targeted site. This is the beauty of virus ना. Virus का यही होता है, अगर virus table पे होगा तो virus कुछ नहीं कर सकता. The moment virus enters my body and उसका target ही body है, let's say उसका target lungs है. In the case of corona virus, अगर वो मेरे lungs तक penetrate नहीं कर पा रहा है तो वो virus मेरे लिए harmless है. वो मेरे skin पे आएगा, it is harmless. The moment it enters its targeted site, then only it will get active, right? So when they are writing this statement that bacteriophages, which are virus, I hope you are able to understand this, bacteriophages replicate only outside the host bacteria. Outside क्यों replicate करेगा? It will only replicate inside the targeted host cell, which is the bacteria. So bacteriophage therapy is very useful for, take it down in your notes, it is very useful for multi-drug resistant diseases. It is able to kill the drug-resistant bacteria. It itself is a good virus. It only multiplies itself inside the body of the host bacteria, nowhere else. So it is harmless for the body. Got it? Next. Next question is about how many of the above materials can be produced through coal gasification. So when there are coal seams, तो coal को हम gasify कर देते हैं. कोल को जब हम गैसिफाई करते हैं तो हमें एक गैस मिलती है. इसका नाम ध्यान रखना, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. इसका नाम है सिन गैस. After gasification of coal, you will get the following gas. Syn gas is made up of carbon monoxide and it is made up of H2O and it is also made up of carbon dioxide. This composition is syn gas. If I want to create CH4OH from this, can I create? Because compounds to sare hain. So through one process, I can create methanol. Through the other process, I can induce nitrogen into this with the help of Haber-Bosch process. जिससे अमोनिया बनता है. तो हेबर-बॉश प्रोसेस की हेल्प से आई विल बी एबल टू क्रिएट नाइट्रस और नाइट्रेट बेस्ड कंपाउंड्स आउट ऑफ इट. एंड सिमिलरली कैन आई ऑल्सो क्रिएट अमोनिया. अमोनिया से अमोनिया बना सकते हैं हेबर-बॉश प्रोसेस से. मीथेनॉल बना सकते हैं. नेचुरल गैस, सिंथेटिक नेचुरल गैस क्या होती है? मीथेन होती है. मीथेन भी बन सकती है. एंड इसके अलावा भी अगर आपको कोई डाउट हो तो दीज आर द फॉलोइंग गैसेस, जो कि सिन गैस, सिंथेसिस गैस से ये सारे प्रोडक्ट्स बन सकते हैं. एसिटिक एसिड बन सकता है, ठीक है, नाफ्था बन सकता है, वैक्सेस बन सकते हैं, गैस के फ्यूल बन सकते हैं, इथाइलिन, प्रोपाइलिन, योर अमोनिया, यूरिया, all of them can be created with the help of coal gasification. Why this was in news is because government is setting a new target of achieving 100 million tons of coal gasification by 2030. Got it? And finally, bachcho, the last question of science and technology is the black hole morsel. We all know about black hole event. Generally, black hole means something in the space which is having such an intense gravitational pull that it doesn't leave anything behind. Even the light bhi isme capture ho jati hai, itna strong gravitational pull hai. But question ये था कि स्टीफन हॉकिंग ने ये कहा, इनफैक्ट आइंस्टीन ने भी कहा कि जब ब्लैक होल खत्म होता है तो देयर इज समथिंग दैट इमर्जेस आउट ऑफ दिस ब्लैक होल इवन आफ्टर हैविंग सच अ स्ट्रॉन्ग इंटेंस ग्रेविटेशनल फील्ड. This known as radiation. And since this research was done by Stephen Hawking, it was known as the Hawking's radiation. And Hawking's radiation justifies the presence of quantum field in the black hole. And so recently scientists were able to figure out that if two intense or strong black holes emerge or converges towards each other, they are able to create very, very small black holes because of the interaction of two fields. One is obviously your gravitational field, and second, they are able to create something. The creation is happening because they are able to emit out something. That emission is known as radiation. So because of the interaction of quantum field and gravitational field, new small black holes can be created if two very big black holes come towards each other, and this is known as black hole morsel. Got it? So the correct answer over here is the interaction event which is happening between two different fields of physics. With that, I will take your leave, and this is your geography and science and technology section. Now the next section of economy will be carried forward by our dear Akansha ma'am.
Hello students. Can anybody tell me how was the economy section? Fine or difficult? Anyone? Okay, so my name is Akanksha Pathak and I'll be taking your economy section. Okay. So let's begin with the first question. This question number 29 is dealing with the PM Kisan scheme. So when I talk about the PM Kisan scheme, it was basically launched in 2019, and it is what kind of a scheme? Centrally sponsored or central sector scheme? So when I talk about PM Kisan scheme, it is basically a central sector scheme wherein 100% funding is coming from the central government. And why under this particular scheme, the government is providing 6,000 rupees annually in 3 equal installments so that we can reduce the dependence on the money lenders when it comes to the farmers. And it is also provided to the farmers so that they can meet their working capital related requirements. All right. Now, when it comes to this particular scheme, there are certain farmers who are actually excluded. So, which all categories is basically excluded here? So, first is the institutional landholders. Okay, basically the institutions like trust, company, they are owning the land for some commercial purpose, not for agriculture purpose. Then the former and the present people who are holding some constitutional post, like your MLA, MPs, etc. Then any person who is getting a monthly pension of 10,000 or above. Any person who has paid the income tax in the just preceding year. Then if that person is a former or present chairperson of the district panchayat, or that person is the mayor of the municipal corporation. Now let's read the question. Now, one more thing when it comes to this particular scheme here, when I say family, family basically includes husband, wife and minor children. It does not include your father or mother here when it comes to this particular scheme. Normally in family we consider your father, mother also to be a part of the family, but not with respect to this particular scheme. Now let's read the question. So question says that Bhushan, who owns 1.5 hectares of agriculture land, deliberately we have given this thing because initially when the scheme was launched, the benefits was to be provided only to small and marginal farmers who own the land less than 2 hectares. But now this situation has been done away with. Now it is available to farmers irrespective of the land size. Okay. His wife, as I told you, wife is a part of family. His wife is Sarpanch of Gram Panchayat. His father, who lives in the same household, is a retired government officer drawing a pension of 12,000 per month. So it is above 10,000 per month. Bhushan himself is not employed in government service and has not paid income tax in the last assessment year. This was also one of the exception, that if a person has paid the income tax in the last assessment year, then that person would not be eligible to get the benefits under PM Kishan scheme. Based on the guidelines, we have to tell that which of the following would be correct. Now, before we get into this, you need to understand this, that when I discuss the exceptions, I told you that specifically when it comes to the exceptions, there it has been mentioned that a mayor of municipal corporation or the chairperson of district panchayat, not of gram panchayat, is excluded. Okay. So here, even though his wife is the sarpanch of gram panchayat, then also he becomes eligible. And when I talked about family, I told you that the father and mother would not be taken into account. Okay. So irrespective of the fact that his father is drawing a monthly pension of more than 10,000, then also Bhushan would still remain eligible because the sarpanch post does not fall under the constitutional exclusion. When I talk about the constitutional post, we are basically referring to MLAs and MPs. All right. Who identifies the beneficiaries? Yes, it is the state government. And that is why when it comes to the PM Kishan scheme, it is considered to be a remarkable example of cooperative federalism also. Okay. Now, moving on to question number 30. This is dealing with the calculation of green GDP. Now, normally when we talk about GDP, we don't take into account the negative externalities. Negative externality is if a company is producing something, it might be causing environmental degradation. But when I calculate GDP, I don't take into account any sort of negative externality and the cost of natural resources that we are depleting in that particular process. So that is the reason, in order to get to know that while producing the goods and the services, what is the the amount of natural resources that we are losing out, and what is the cost of the environmental degradation that we are causing. So while calculating green GDP, normally you must have heard this, that how do we calculate it? GDP minus the cost of the raw materials, natural resources that we have depleted, and we also deduct the cost of environmental degradation. Now, when I talk about the formula which is used by the RBI in India, so this is the formula. Here we calculate green GDP. From GDP, you will be deducting this damage caused by the CO2 emissions, then the particulate emission related damage, energy, mineral and forest depletion that is happening, and the expenditure on environmental protection that we are doing. Now, let's look into the particular question. So it is saying that which of the following are currently used for the estimation of green GDP in India. So we discussed that yes, damage caused by carbon dioxide and particulate matter emission is taken into account. Opportunity cost arising from depletion of energy, mineral and forest resources. Expenditure incurred on environmental protection measures. This has been mentioned here. When it comes to the valuation of ecosystem services, which is provided to us by the forest. We don't have any such mechanism currently in place through which we can do the correct valuation of ecosystem services. Okay, that is the reason we don't take into account this particular aspect. Therefore, the answer would be A. Although when it comes to Chhattisgarh, it has proposed a plan that it would try to take into account the the ecosystem services provided by the forest, but we still don't have any method that how do we actually calculate the valuation of ecosystem services provided by the forest. All right. So therefore, the answer would be A here. Now, coming to question number 31, this is dealing with the different kinds of goods that we have. Now, when I talk about the normal good, here what happens if your income is increasing, then in that case, you will demand more of the good. Then when it comes to the price, if the price of a normal good goes down, then in that case, demand for that good increases. So that is why pair 1 is correct. Demand for normal good increases with a rise in consumer income. Now you must be confused at what is this common good and the club good. Now just pay attention to the name. Club means something elite. Okay. And when you have to enter into a club, you need to pay some fee. So that is the reason when we talk about the club goods, we say that you can be excluded. If you're not able to pay the fee that is needed to enjoy this club good, you can be excluded from enjoying this particular good. But if one person is using this club good, this does not reduces the quantity available for other person B. That is why we say that they are excludable, but they are non-rival in nature. Non-rival in nature basically means if I am consuming one good, does it reduces the quantity available for you people or not? Excludable has to deal with that whether I have to pay some fee or not. And if I don't pay the fee, whether I would not be allowed to enjoy that particular good or not. Okay. So when it comes to club good, so your example could be the toll roads. If I don't pay the toll tax, I'll not be allowed to use that particular club good. When it comes to common resources, as the name itself suggests, common. So when anything is common, you cannot stop anyone from using that particular good. Okay. So common good could be your village pasture land or some pond, okay, in your village. So when it comes to that particular common resource, you cannot stop anyone from using that. So that is why when it comes to common good, we say that they are non-excludable. But if somebody is doing overfishing when it comes to the pond, that is obviously going to reduce the quantity of fish stock available for other people. That means when it comes to the common resources, they are non-excludable. So you don't have to pay any fee to enjoy this particular good. But if a person is using more of that particular good, it is going to reduce the quantity available for other person B. All right. Now let's look into the pairs. So first pair, we studied that this is correct because normal good, if your income increases, you will obviously demand more of the normal good. When it comes to club good, is it non-excludable? No, it is excludable. The name club itself suggests that I have to pay some fee. Okay. And when it comes to common good, it is non-excludable. You cannot stop anyone from using common goods. So therefore, the correct answer here becomes A, because we have been asked that which of the following are correctly matched. If you have any query, you feel free to ask the question in the chat box. Now, this is related to the import bill. Now, when it comes to India, you all must be aware of this thing that India imports 80 to 85% of its crude oil need through imports. We are satisfying that demand through imports. And when it comes to crude oil, because of the high volume of crude oil that we import and because of higher prices, ultimately what happens in terms of value, the crude oil forms the largest component of India's imports. Okay, so let's read the statement. So the question says that a decrease in crude oil prices can reduce the India's current account deficit. Okay, that's right. And why is it so? Because currently, when the prices are high and because we are importing huge amount of crude oil, ultimately because of that, what happens? Crude oil forms the largest component of India's imports in terms of value. So if the prices of crude oil goes down, ultimately the CAD would also come down. That is why here the answer would be A. Both the statements are correct and statement second explains statement number 1. Now, this is a very interesting question, question number 33. This is dealing with formoflation. So there are two words, FOMO plus inflation. So it is a kind of inflation which has to do with fear of missing out, which you people normally have with respect to your UPSC preparation also. Ma'am, I have not read this particular source. Ma'am, I have not read this particular source, especially for economics. What more needs to be referred? So this has to do with fear of missing out only. So when in the market, the consumers have this particular tendency of missing out something, what happens? There is a surge in demand for that particular product. And because of this demand pattern, what happens? We witness increase in prices. This kind of inflation has nothing to do with the expansionary monetary policy, the expansionary fiscal policy, or for that matter, supply shocks. Okay, it is completely demand driven. So that is why here the answer becomes a surge in prices driven by consumer sentiment and herd behavior in spending. Okay, so when in economics you come across any particular word, please try to break that down. You will be able to get the answers. Moving forward, this is related to agriculture income. Now, under the Income Tax Act, the agriculture income is exempted. But it's not like any activity which is indirectly associated with agriculture that would be exempted. No, only that activity which is directly associated with agriculture land and it is directly associated with agriculture, only income from those activities would be exempted under the Income Tax Act. Okay, allied activities like poultry farming, such activities would not be exempted. So the question is asking how many of the above would be exempted from the Income Tax Act under the Income Tax Act of 1961. So when you talk about the poultry farming, this is not exactly an agriculture activity, it is an allied activity. That is why it would not be exempted. 100% income from growing tea. See, some percentage of the income that a farmer is getting by growing tea, that would be exempted, that is 60%. But when you're growing tea, you will actually be you will be doing some value addition and ultimately you will be manufacturing tea. Okay, so 40% of that income is considered to be non-agriculture income and this 40% would be taxed. Question number 33. Okay, let me just deal with this question. I'll explain question number 33 again. And the same is with respect to coffee. Okay, so it's not like the entire income that I'm earning by growing tea is exempted under the Income Tax Act. Income from sale of seeds or rent received from agriculture land, yes, it is exempted from the Income Tax Act. So therefore, the answer would become B, only 2. Now, when it comes to question number 33, that was dealing with FOMOflation. You just have to break down those two terms. FOMO means fear of missing out and inflation. So here, when I say inflation, normally when you hear about inflation, normally students have this perspective that, ma'am, it would have happened because of increase in money supply. Inflation does not take place only because of expansionary monetary policy. It could be because of some supply shocks. It could be because of expansionary fiscal policy. But when I talk about the FOMOflation, okay, it is not because of monetary policy, fiscal policy, or because of a supply shock. It is merely because of some shift in the demand pattern. And as the name itself suggests, you are thinking that you are going to miss out on some product. So everyone would start demanding that particular product. Okay, so because of the demand pattern, certain increase in the demand for a particular product, that is what is FOMOflation. And when because of this increased demand for a particular product and because of this herd purchasing behavior, when you witness rise in prices, that is basically referred to be as FOMOflation. Is that clear? Like one example that is given is when USA hiked, when it announced that we'll be hiking the H-1B visa fee and everybody started booking flights for USA. Okay, so at that time the air prices, the flight fares increased very much. This is one example that is given. Okay, now coming to question number 35, is it clear? Now, recently, our Honorable Finance Minister has pointed out that when it comes to the Indian economy, we are witnessing a rare Goldilocks moment. What is this Goldilocks moment? Here you have two elements. One is your steady growth. So when I say steady growth, I mean the growth is not too fast that it could lead to inflation, and neither it is too low that it could lead to recession kind of situation. It is stable, it is steady. All right, and the another element that is there, that is low inflation. So when you have this rare combination, then in that case we say that our economy is witnessing Goldilocks moment. So when it comes to Indian economy, why do you think the finance minister has stated that India is witnessing this particular moment? Because if you look at the real GDP in the second quarter of financial year 25-26, we had the real GDP equal to, can anybody tell me what was the real GDP figure? It was 8.2%. And when you talk about the nominal GDP, it was 8.7%. So the real GDP as well as nominal GDP, we are doing great in that respect. And if you people have been following the newspaper, you must have come across this thing that inflation has fallen to less than 2%. We are witnessing a kind of disinflation kind of situation. Now, I have seen students getting confused between inflation and disinflation. See, disinflation does not mean that the prices have started falling. No, the prices are increasing, but the rate at which the prices are increasing, that rate is going down. Okay, first let's understand what is inflation. So here if you see, price has increased from 100 rupees to 110. So here roughly the price have increased by 10%. From 110 to 135, roughly 22%, then 33%, 44%. Okay, roughly you can do the calculation. So here the rate at which the prices are increasing, that rate is also going up. Okay, this graph. Then I talk about disinflation. Here also, as you can see, the price is rising, but the rate at which it is rising, that is going down. Here it rose by 50%. Here roughly 20%, 11%, 5%. So here also what we are seeing that from 100 rupees, we have reached to 210. But the rate at which the prices are rising, that is going down. And this is the present scenario that we are seeing when it comes to the Indian economy. The headline inflation has fallen less than 2%. All right. So this inflation is this particular aspect. And when I say deflation, this is when the prices start falling. Now let's go back to the question. So the question says that Indian economy is currently facing rare Goldilocks moment. Statement 2 is saying that India has recorded moderate and sustained real GDP growth supported by strong domestic demand and policy measures. This is right. Statement 3 is saying that the Indian economy has witnessed rapid disinflation. That means the rate at which the prices are increasing, that rate is going down. And that is the reason the headline inflation has fallen lower than 2%, which is the lower band within which the MPC has to maintain the inflation. Because the headline inflation has fallen to historically low levels. So all the statements are correct and both the statements are needed to explain statement number 1. Why? Because when I talked about the Goldilocks moment, herein you have to look into two elements, whether the economy is having steady growth rate plus the economy is witnessing low inflation or not. All right. So that is the reason the answer would be A. Both the statements are correct and both statements are needed to explain statement number 1. Now, question number 72. The question says that a country is exhibiting low growth rate despite the fact that it has a high rate of saving and the gross capital formation. Which one of the following best explain this particular outcome? So this is related to your capital output ratio. How do you calculate capital output ratio? Herein we'll be taking into account the total investment or the total capital divided by the total output or the GDP. You have another concept, that is incremental capital output ratio. Incremental capital output ratio is calculated by this, that if I want to increase the output by 1 unit, what is the additional amount of capital that I'll be needing? This capital output ratio is going to tell you things in average terms, but here you will get things in marginal terms. Okay. Now, when I talk about the capital output ratio, for that matter, incremental capital output ratio, what situation do you think is better? A higher capital output ratio or a lower capital output ratio? Let me know in the comment section, everyone. Which scenario do you think is better for the economy? See, when you are getting a higher capital output ratio or a higher incremental capital output ratio, this tells me that I need more amount of capital to produce one additional unit of output. And the same situation is with this also. If capital output ratio is higher, that means I need more amount of capital to produce goods, okay, or to produce the output. So a higher level is considered to be bad because that implies inefficient utilization of capital, okay, or the capital is inefficient. When it comes to the low level of capital output ratio or incremental capital output ratio, this tells me that the capital is being efficiently utilized or the capital is actually productive. Okay. So let's look at the question. So the question says that this is explained very well by a higher capital output ratio, which is correct. Second statement is saying that it implies that the economy has higher marginal propensity to save. This is something which is already written in the question itself, that the saving rate is higher. What is marginal propensity to consume? It tells me that if my income is increasing by a certain percentage, what fraction of that additional income I am going to save instead of spend. So a higher saving rate is already told to me by the question. Higher marginal propensity to save is not explaining this particular scenario, that even if I have a higher saving rate, why the economy is exhibiting low growth rate. Okay. And low capital output ratio, I told you, if there is low capital output ratio, that means that the capital is efficiently utilized, it is productive. That is also not the case, and it has nothing to do with labor force participation rate. So answer would be A. If you have any doubt, please let me know. Now, another interesting concept, I don't know how many of you have heard about this. It was recently news in November, December, when your headline inflation has fallen less than 2%. So when we compare the simple core inflation with the headline inflation, what items do we exclude while calculating the simple core inflation? So we exclude the volatile items, that is food and fuel. But your economic survey of 21-22, as you can see here, has rightly pointed out that we have this element of transport and communication under the miscellaneous group, and that is why the fuel element somewhere gets calculated when I calculate the simple core inflation. So that is the reason we came up with the refined core inflation, or what you call it as super core inflation. Okay. So in the super core inflation, what do? We exclude the fuel items, we exclude the food items, we also exclude the gold and silver. Here, as you can see. Okay, from the core inflation, and that is how you get the super core inflation. And that is the reason, as you can see from this particular figure also, that the super core inflation, this blue line, is less than the core inflation. This is the green line, because you are completely eliminating the fuel items or the volatile items, and you are also eliminating the gold and the silver. Okay. So when I talk about super core inflation, there is an error in this particular question. It says that all non-essential goods and services are excluded. No. All consumer goods except services. No. Food, fuel, and housing, as well as precious metals. So housing is eliminated, precious metals are eliminated, but it is not because they have a relatively stable prices. No. They are removed because they have high volatility in the prices. So I told you the definition. Here the answer would be, and none of the options are correct. Okay. It's not like only the items which have high seasonal price fluctuations, we are excluding them. No. Here none of the options would be correct. So I hope you all have understood the idea of super core inflation or the refined core inflation. You have to exclude the volatile items like food, fuel, the demand for gold, silver, as well as housing. In some places, housing is also excluded. Okay. So all these volatile items will be deducting, and then we'll get the super core inflation. And because we are eliminating all the volatile items, what happens? Super core inflation normally is lower than the simple core inflation. I hope everyone got the idea. This is a news clipping which you can refer later on. Now, coming to question number 74, this is related to gross investment and the depreciation. Now, we know when it comes to the capital goods, they undergo wear and tear and they lose out their value. So the total gross investment that is coming in the economy, entire investment is not used for creating new capital assets. Some of the investment would also be used for addressing this depreciation and bringing the fixed capital again in working form. All right. So we know the formula. Net is basically equal to gross minus your depreciation. Now the question itself is telling that this gross is higher than depreciation. Now if you know this particular formula, automatically you should have eliminated these two items, because in this case the net investment can never be zero or it can never be negative. Okay, it will be positive, and it implies that there is an increase in capital stock. That means all the investment which has been done in a particular year, all that investment is not going to meet this depreciation cost. Okay, that is also leading to creation of new capital assets. And gross capital formation remains unchanged despite depreciation. Anyways, this statement is correct. Okay, but it is not explaining what has been asked in the question. Because when you talk about the gross capital formation, it does not take into account the depreciation. So gross capital formation is not affected by the depreciation. When you calculate net, only then we look into the depreciation thing. Okay, that is why answer A would be the correct answer. Any questions so far? Please let me know in the chat box. Now, another very interesting concept, deposit multiplier, money multiplier. Normally, students think that both the concepts are same, but there's a slight difference between the two concepts. When I talk about deposit multiplier, it is the highest level till which we can multiply the money. The amount which have been injected by the RBI in the economy, till what maximum level the money could be multiplied by the banks. So deposit multiplier is basically 1 upon your required reserve. Required reserve in case of India is basically your CRR plus the SLR. Okay, so this is the maximum amount till which we can multiply the money. But normally what happens? It's not like if the bank gave me some money, the entire money I'll be depositing in another bank. Or after the bank got a particular deposit, it's not like after keeping the required reserve, the bank would lend the entire amount. The bank might be keeping some sort of excess reserves. These are apart from the CRR and the SLR. And it's also the case that if I got the money, I got loan from bank, it's not like the entire money I'll be depositing in bank too. Some amount I'll keep in cash. So because of the excess reserves and because of the people, having this habit of keeping some money in cash form, that is the reason your money multiplier is always less than the deposit multiplier. Okay. So deposit multiplier is actually telling me what is the maximum level till which we can multiply the money. But money multiplier is telling me that what is the actual level till which we have multiplied the money. Okay. Now let's look into the question. So question number 75, statement number 1 says that in an economy, money multiplier is usually lower than the deposit multiplier. This is correct. Why it is correct? Statement 2 says the money multiplier accounts for currency leakages and excess reserves held by the bank. And when you talk about the deposit multiplier, it assumes the maximum possible lending with no cash holding done by the public. Okay. So therefore, in this case, the answer would be A. Both statements, third as well as second, is correct, and you need both of the statements to explain statement number 1. Now, question number 76. This is a very factual question. So first statement says that the first banknote issued by the independent India was 1 rupee note in 1949, and it has the lion capital of Ashoka pillar. This is correct. Commemorative coins. What are commemorative coins? Which are issued by the government to basically mark a historic event. For example, when the new parliament building was inaugurated, the government issued 75 rupee denomination coins. Now these commemorative coins are used to keep in museum, or you can collect them, but you cannot use them ideally for carrying out transactions. Okay, so commemorative coins are not for circulation and they're not for carrying out the function of medium of exchange, function of money. Okay, so they are just a kind of collectible, like how you collect the historic stamp, etc. So second statement is also correct. And third statement says 1 rupee coin is the minimum denomination coin acceptable for transaction in India. This is incorrect. Currently, it is 50 paisa. Earlier, it was 25 paise, but 25 paise was done away with in 2011. So currently, the minimum denomination coin, which is used to carry out the function of medium of exchange function of money, that is done by 50 paisa. So correct answer here becomes A, 1 and 2 only. Now, question number 77. This is dealing with creative destruction. Now, I hope that you all would have read about the Nobel Prize for Economics, which was given last year. And this was given for this explanation only, that how innovation can drive economic growth. Therein, we came across this particular concept, creative destruction, although this concept was previously given by economist Schumpeter. Okay, so creative destruction basically tells us that whenever a new technology would be coming, that would be leading to job losses in some sectors, and it would also boost the productivity in some sectors. Okay, so creative destruction is basically driven by innovation. And creative destruction also promotes competition. Like when the computers were introduced, everybody was very pessimistic that it would take away a lot of jobs, it would not lead to creation of jobs, but ultimately that happened. Okay. Which question you want me to explain with examples? This is something I'm explaining with examples only. That when the computer came in, we thought that a lot of jobs would be done away with. But ultimately what happened? Computers took away the manual job that we were doing, but it also created jobs in the IT sectors. Okay, the software designing, etc. came up. The same thing is happening with respect to AI. Because of AI, we are saying that it would take away majority of the jobs, but AI is also going to boost the productivity. It might be creating jobs in other sector, for example, coding and all. Okay, so creative destruction is basically driven by innovation, and it also promotes competition in the economy. So that is what statement second and statement third is saying. That is why in this case, again, the answer would be A. Both second and third statement are correct, and they explain statement number 1. So while while giving this theory, the people who got the Nobel Prize for Economics, they suggested this thing. This is the reason why the government should come forward and they should provide the necessary subsidies and the finance for the innovation-led growth. Okay. So whichever company is doing the investment in R&D, the government should provide a helping hand to them, because ultimately that would enable us to increase our growth rate. Now, question number 78, this is driven from GST 2.0 reforms. Previously, we had 4 slabs, that was 5%, 12%, 18%, and 28%. Can anybody tell me which 2 slabs we did away with when we did the GST 2.0 reforms? This is something related to current affairs. I hope you all would have done this. Anyone? So here we did away with this 12% and the 28%. We were left with these 2 tax slab, and we also introduced this 40% tax slab basically for the demerit goods. And the question is related to this only, that which of the following are basically demerit goods. So even if, let's suppose, I have not rectified what all elements would be getting this special rate of 40%, if you just pay attention to the option, do you think cheese and dairy spread would be a demerit good? The answer is no. They are good for health. So if you just eliminate this, how many options we are left with? A option is eliminated, C option is eliminated. I am left with B and D. Okay. What is different? That is option number 2. What is there in option number 2? It is popcorn. Do you think popcorn is a demerit good? Absolutely not. Okay. So the answer would be B. Now, when it comes to caramel popcorn or any kind of popcorn, as well as the cheese and the dairy spreads, both of them would be taxed at a rate of 5%. So here again the answer would be B. Clear? Any doubt? Now, the last question when it comes to economics, this is related to India's foreign trade in terms of value, and we have to arrange this in an increasing order. So when it comes to India's foreign trade in terms of value, we are doing majority of the trade with USA. So USA is the first. Secondly, we are doing second amount of trade, largest in terms of value, it is with China, although we have some issues with China. We also are running a trade deficit when it comes to China. Then third is basically your UAE, and lastly is Russia. Fourth is Russia. So accordingly, you have to arrange it in increasing order. So this would be the correct answer. And UAE becomes all the more important because yesterday itself, the UAE president came to India to have a bilateral talk with Honorable Prime Minister. Okay, so all these things you should be aware of. So that is why the answer would be A. So that's all from economy section. If you have any query, you can let me know. I'll be waiting for a minute maybe if you have any queries. That's what actually how I attempted it. Great. What about others? In economy question, I think you can easily apply the logic. There was nothing. I can accept this super core inflation. That would be difficult because the answer itself was problematic. But I think rest of the questions that you have, more or less, you would have heard it in your current affairs. Yes or no? All right. So now I'll be handing over to Harshit sir, who would be taking your history section. All right. Thank you.
Hello students, I hope I am audible. Could you please confirm? Guys, am I audible? Okay, so thanks and good to see that many of you are still here after many difficult subjects. So I'll be taking your history section. Let's make it very interesting. And as an award, let's make it simply fight for you people so that it would be easier when you go for your preparation in the coming days. Okay. Now see, before we shall start with the questions, let me summarize you what are the strategies that you should be applying for history so that from the next time onwards, it is easier for you. There are a few things that you should keep in mind. Otherwise, the syllabus of history is very vast. It is very difficult to memorize the facts. Okay, and the biggest mistake that students do is that they will keep chasing the facts. However, UPSC would not award information overload, right? They will only award your precision. So based on that, you first of all, you have to prepare it in certain manner that the precision has to be there in the prelims. Otherwise, the statements would turn out to be ambiguous. So how you should be doing it? First of all, you should be going for a PYQ dissections. Okay, that is non-negotiable thing in your journey for the prelims because first of all, this would give you themes which are very high yielding. Okay, so this is the most important thing that you will be doing. So first of all, go for the PYQs dissection. 20 years, 25 years PYQ for history is important. And from here, you will find that UPSC very often repeated themes. Okay, so they will more or less keep asking the same questions, but they will be just switching the options. Always remember, if the theme is prepared, you will find no difficulty in those questions. In fact, those questions would be a brownie points for you. Okay, moving to the next, what do you feel after this themes PYQ dissection? You will understand that UPSC will always make options based on the keywords, right? Answers would never be come from the paragraphs or standard books or NCRTs. This is one thing you should keep in mind. People will keep reading the books and books again and again, but first of all, you have to build a keyword banks based on the period wise. For example, in ancient, if you see, they are more inclined towards the administrative keywords, right? For example, modern administration, Gupta administration. Moving to the next, in medieval, if you see, it is more about either the departments or the architecture based. Similarly, find the PYQs, find the themes, and build a keyword banks for you. Okay. Then infographic method, because history, it is very difficult. Many other things will be happening in parallel and you will find it very difficult. How to go for it? So infographic, that means retention rate is very, very high. Always try to have some audio, video, or the picture so that you will be able to recall it faster. Faster Recall means better chances of eliminating incorrect option in the exam. Okay, elimination based reading, very, very important, because prelims is a game of elimination. You have to understand that what is the incorrect statement, how you can eliminate the options to increase your chances of marking it correct. Lastly, and the most important one, is that one notebook rule. You have to have one source compilation for all of this, so that one book, one revision source, and one mental map. Multiple resources, multiple confusion. So this is the biggest problem that students face in the history. That is why you please follow these schemes. All right. So UPSC prelims, I am again reiterating, it is not about knowledge overload. UPSC will test whether you are able to understand the source, whether you are able to understand the core of the idea or not. And now I will be implementing these techniques in your discussions so that you can also practice this in the coming days, and I'm sure your marks, your performance would increase in the subsequent test. Let's move to the first question. In the Mauryan Empire, the nature of which one of the following officers was most similar to that of the IAS officers of independent India? Now tell me one thing. What about the IAS officers? Are they general administrators or they are specialized? Tell me, what do you think? Are they general administrator or they are specialized officers? So basically, they are general administrator. Right. The issue is this: in these sort of questions, please understand that UPSC would not be going for nomenclature. Okay, they will not go for nomenclature. Rather, they will be looking for functional basis. You have to find that which among the following have the similar functions that of the IAS officers today. Okay, now one catch that here is that in UPSC, when you will be looking at the questions, many of the time you understand that whatever you have listened very often, right? Whatever you have listened very often will become the right answer. But this is a trap, because UPSC options are not random. They provided options based on the psyche of the student. So you have to understand how UPSC fixed the options, and then it will again improve your chances. For example, you see Adhyaksha. So Adhyakshas were the specialized of some department. They were the specialized officers that were holding some departments. For example, Bal Adhyaksha, SP, right? Very good. Appu Kumar has mentioned Bal Adhyaksha is a department, right? So that means Adhyakshas are not more like that of the IAS officers of today. Now, the catch is that Samharta and Sannidhata are very frequently you have came across in your different documents and in your memory. So many of the times student is like, okay, this might be the right answer. But Samharta and Sannidhata, this is tax revenue officer and Sannidhata is treasury officers. So again, IAS is not for that, right? Amatya is one who used to do general day-to-day task. Okay, so answer would be Amatya. Based on that, please understand that not always which you have very frequently have came across in your books would be the correct answer. And also, it is about the functional basis when these sort of questions appear in the exam, and these questions are very frequent in the exam. Okay, let's see. So you see IVC and their source region. So IVC people used to trade so effectively that UPSC is still chasing their supply chains. Okay, so let's see. First, what is this? They are trying to check your history based on the geography of the region. This is exactly what they want to do here. For example, understand material and their sources. So tell me, lapis lazuli, what do you think? Okay, so point is this: lapis lazuli, if you see in this map also, so this is the area of Afghanistan, right? So it was more in the Afghanistan region. Carnelian, a red semi-precious stone, you see in this map here, this is the belt. That means Lothal. Lothal is a port also, very famous in IVC. I hope you people have read it. Now, if we see statite, it is in the southern Rajasthan. This belt, if you see, these are the statites, right? And Ganeshwar is very, very important site. So it is not a part of IVC. It is a separate thing, but it used to export copper to the IVC people. Okay, so this is how UPSC will test your location-based understanding. Now, this is the important use of infographics. Otherwise, if you try to mug up all these things, definitely there will be ambiguity in the examination hall. So, as I mentioned in toolkit, infographics, this is the role of infographics. Okay, now you will be more aware, and in exam, this photo will act, this map will act as a immediate recall, right? So, answer would be C. Okay. Now, let's see. Following pairs. As I mentioned, you have to make a keyword bank. Now, just imagine if you work on that toolkit, around 90% of the questions you will find it in exam very easy, and history, which you might be difficult for you at this point, will become very easy for you in the examination. It will become your strong point. Okay, so just practice that for once. It will hardly take a few days, and then you will master this subject like anything. See, Param Bhattakara. Okay, could you please tell me that who used to take these titles like Maharajadiraj, Param Bhattakara initially? Which dynasty started? So it was Gupta's first, right? Now, this is the common trap, right? I just mentioned that many of the times, whatever you have learned very frequently would not always be the correct answer, and that is how UPSC will try to check your precision, right? There's another dynasty, Pushya Bhuti. Who was the founder of Pushya Bhuti dynasty, by the way, and who is the famous king? Answer quickly, guys. Tell me. Pushya Bhuti dynasty founder and the important king. So Pushyabhuti was not but Vardhan dynasty, right? And the founder was Prabhakar Vardhan. Now, they were the feudatories of Guptas. Yes, Harshvardhana is a famous ruler in the same dynasty. So Vardhans were the feudatories of Guptas. Hence, they used to take titles similar to that of Gupta, and that is why this is the option that wants to test your understanding, right? Now, Pushyavardhan defeated White Hunas and established, in real sense, this Vardhan dynasty. And after defeating Hunas, he took the title of Param Bhattakara. Got it? Yes, very good. So people are responding, Prabhakar Vardhana. Very good. Now, Parameshwara. Next is, let me tell you, very wonderful story. So, you know, Pulkeshin II Chalukya dynasty famous for which battle? Yes, Huansang came to the Harshvardhana. Yes. Tell me the famous battle of Pulkeshin with whom? Yes, very good. So it was with Harsha Vardhana, and we got this in Aihole inscription. Right. So when Harshvardhana was defeated, okay, when Harshvardhana was defeated, Pulkeshin II gave him the title of Lord of the North. Right. That means King of the North. But because he defeated the Lord of the North, he became the Lord of the Lord, that is Parameshwara. So he himself take this title and gave Harsha the Lord of the North title. Okay. So this was the Pulkeshin II correctly matched. Right. Chakravarti. Chakravarti means the imperior of the imperiors, the one who is the king of all the land. So what do you think? In the whole history, ancient history, which king has the largest territorial gain in terms of empire? It was Ashoka the Great, right? So he's the only king in the Indian history who has this title, Chakravarti. Got it? Now, Vatapi Konda, that means one who defeated the Vatapi. Okay, Vatapi Konda. So Narasimha I, his father was Mahendravarma I of the Pallava dynasty. The same Pulkeshin II defeated Mahendravarman I. Okay, so Pulkeshin, let me clean it. So Pulkeshin first defeated Mahendravarman I. Mahendravarman's son is Narasimha Varman I, also known as Mamalla, means the great wrestler. He wanted to avenge his father's defeat with the Pulkeshin, and on that basis, he attacked Pulkeshin again and defeated this Chalukyan army. And when the Pallavas army chased Chalukyan army, they reached up to the Vatapi and they destroyed the city of Vatapi. After that, Narasimha Varman Singh I took the title of Vatapi Konda. Okay, no. Om Gangaikonda is, who will tell? Gangaikonda Cholapuram is Rajendra Chola. It is not related to Narasimha Varman I. Okay, so answer would be only 3. Got it? Now, see, next. Current affairs based questions. As I mentioned, you have to have a check on current affairs, because many of the times this is a tendency of UPSC. They will try to merge current affairs with the history, and when we are not prepared, these sort of questions will become very, very difficult in exam. Okay, so you see, Balita, a port in considerable commercial importance mentioned in the 1st century AD travelogue. The Periplus of the Erythraean Sea is identified with one of the following present-day ports. Now, this question is not a random question. Okay, it is not like they have asked some random port. This is not true. This port is very, very important for India's blue economy. This port has the Greenfield project, the deep water port. So many first among this port, and that is why this was covered in the news as well. After this, they have asked this question. So that is how you have to take care. Whatever is the current affairs, if it has some historical links, you have to go it, so that in case you are not, for example, you are not caught off guard. Okay, so answer would be Vizinjam port in Kerala. It is very important port, and if you see, so initially in the 1st century AD this was mentioned, and during the time of Cholas it was also a very important port. Gradually, when Europeans came, they preferred some other ports like that of Goa, Madras and all. So this port lost its relevance, but it has been restructured again. Okay, so please, this was a factual question, but you have to be prepared. So whatever you read in the book, if it is some historical significance with the current affairs, always keep an eye on that. Now, this is important. Literature section, very important, and I'm sure if you people have gone through the PYQs, you would have come across these two words, Mitakshara and Daya Bhaga. Okay, so let's see. Kavya Mimansa. It is a book for the poets. Okay, it is more like a science of poets, how they should be going for poetic verses. This book was written by Rajashekhara, who is also has the title of Kavi Raja. That means king of the poets. Very important book. This book helps us to understand the previous Sanskrit literature, so that this book has given all that sort of grammar. Right now, Leelavati. Anyone? Leelavati? Who is the author of Leelavati? Like, Leelavati is a very important book, and it was written by Bhaskaracharya. It is based on the mathematics. So Leelavati is very important, and it is a part of Siddhant Shiromani. That is 3 books. One was the Leelavati, other was Bij Ganit and Goladhyay. Okay, so this is very important book. You should read it. Now, Daya Bhaga and Mitakshara, they are basically the books related to the laws, basically the inheritance laws. Okay, so Daya Bhaga and Mitakshara. Now, Daya Bhaga was written by Jimut Vahana, and Mitakshara was written by Vijneshwara based on the Yagvalkya. Right now, what is the difference between these two? This is more prominent into the areas of Assam and Bengal. Now, the rest of the India, we follow Mitakshara. What is the difference? Let me tell you, make it very clear, otherwise it will be very ambiguous for you. The point is that according to the Daya Bhaga theory, the children, the son basically, because it was a patriarchal society by the time this was written, so son will inherit, or it will have the I would say ownership on the property after the death of father. Only after the death of father, son will become the owner of the property. Otherwise, father will remain the owner. Okay, so after the death only. That means father's control over this is absolute. Got it? That means father control is absolute. On the other hand, if I talk to you, this is about the inheritance of son. That means up to 4 generations. Right? So according to this theory, the moment a son is born in a family, he becomes a owner or a parallel cooperative owner of this ancestor's land and property. Right? That means father's ownership is not absolute. He cannot sell it for some normal reasons. He can only sell it in terms of family emergency, health, or religious reason. Got it? So this is the difference between Daya Bhaga and Mitakshara. However, the scholars have been swapped. Another basic common thing that UPSC used to trick with. Okay? Got it? Now let's move to the next. See, The concept of Anuvrata. What is this? Keyword bank again. If you will prepare a keyword bank, this sort of questions would be so easy. So Anuvrata is associated with which of the following religion, right? So if you see Buddhism, we have golden mean, madhyam marg, right? Sikhism, ek omkar. Hinduism, you have shad darshan, multiple things. You have bhakti saints also. You have Nath, Siddhas, and Jainism. Now in Jainism, there's Panch Mahavratas of Jainism. That means there are 5 important things in the Jainism. However, there is some leniency in that based on the status of a person. That leniency is known as Anuvrata. This is Mahavrata, this is Anuvrata. What is the difference between two? If you see these 5, Ahimsa, that means non-violence, Satya, truthfulness, Asteya means do not steal, Brahmacharya, and Aparigara means you will not collect properties, right? But this is the difference, except for Ahimsa. Ahimsa is mandatory for everyone. Except from Ahimsa, if you are not a monk, then things would remain little bit lenient. Got it? And based on this is called Anuvrata in Jainism. For example, Brahmacharya means monogamy for the person who is not a monk. But for a monk, it is complete literal Brahmacharya. Second, for a person who is not a monk, Aparigraha means collection of property which is required for his or her survival and his family. Got it? So if you allude a little bit, this Mahavrata, this is called Anuvrata, which is related to Jainism. Got it? Any doubt? Any doubt, anyone so far? Okay. Now let's move to the next. Most important part and a very, it's a favorite of UPSC is to get into the architectural details. Please remember, UPSC will judge your knowledge based on the dynasty wise. They will hardly pinpoint a specific ruler. So again, I'm saying do not chase the facts. Understand the things broadly, except a few things. For example, the portraits or the Mughal paintings, they will link it with Jahangir, right? Otherwise, in the majority of the questions, you will see they will be going for the dynasty wise, but they will not go for a specific ruler. तो उतना detail में जाकर याद नहीं करना है, एक ruler की एक चीज याद कर रहे हैं. Broader, which is the most important part that you must be prepared. Okay. Now, in the context of architectural developments in the medieval India, which one of the following statements is not correct? Okay. Tell me, the Lodhis introduced the use of double domes. Okay. So what double dome is used to be? Double dome is something what they used to be. For example, this is the building. Okay. So first of all, they will make one dome like this. So from the bottom, when you see, you will find it at the similar height, which is more or less in sync with the width and width of the building. And also it will ensure that echo is normal. But between that, there's a hollow space. And then above of the inner dome, they will make another dome, right? Which will make building more magnificent from outside. This is called a double dome. So this is a hollow space between the two domes. This technique was introduced by the Lodhis. Got it? Right? Second, the Tughlaqs introduced the use of the four-centered arc. This is also a correct statement. Before Tughlaqs, the Islamic arcs used to be single center, something like this. Okay, but Tughlaqs, they are famous because they don't want to make very beautiful buildings. Okay, they want to make buildings which is more strong, which are stronger in nature. They don't want to make beautiful buildings, and that is why they use the techniques which are known as four-centered arc. If you see 1, 2, 3, and 4, this allows, first of all, you see this allows strength to the building. Okay, within the limited space, provide the width, and also the building would be more strong. Okay, so that is the important area you should understand. The barter effect is also related to Tughlaqs, and Tughlaqs ke liye please yaad rakhna, they don't want to go for the very beautiful buildings, but they want to more stronger forts. And one technique is this Tudor arc or four-centered arch. Clear? Now, the Bahamanis introduced the Charbagh style of architecture. This is how UPSC will play. It will mix the two important concepts. So it is very easy for you because Charbagh is a very known thing, but otherwise that is the plan UPSC used to do. How? Because Bahamanis are also, they are, first of all, they're older. Secondly, they have also made beautiful buildings. So many of the times, if you not read this part, you will get confused. Okay, but Charbagh style is more related to the Mughals. Okay, and if you see Humayun tomb in Delhi and other parts also, you will find this is the Charbagh style. What they used to do, basically, suppose this is a plot, so they will divide it into 4 parts. Right? Center, they will have some building. These 4 parts either are the walkways or water stream. This is called char bagh pattern. Char means 4, bagh means lawns. So this is called char bagh pattern. Basically, this is, they try to represent how heaven has been mentioned in the book. And according to them, there are 4 rivers in the heaven. And these 4 rivers are the representative of that heaven. This is the important char bagh pattern of the Mughals. Okay, so Humayun tomb is the perfect example. If you go to the Taj Mahal, it is also char bagh style, but their Taj Mahal is in the north rather than in the center. Clear? Now, Adil Shah is introduced the use of cornice. So this is a correct statement. Adil Shah put the cornice, that is the decorative part immediately below the ceilings. You might have observed this in your houses also. Clear? So, which is the incorrect statement? It is the option number C. Clear? Now, let's see. With reference to early medieval India, again, what is this? Nothing but keyword bank. Right? That is what I was mentioning. The answer would not be coming from the paragraphs of the books. You have to make it compile. You have to go for exam orientation in case you want to have mastery over history for your exam. Right? See, MoneyGramma, it will look more administrative post. Right? And this is the tendency. That is why you see the options. You have port cities, you have revenue villages, these things, because it looks more about the administrative thing. And that is how UPSC will play with the psyche of the student. Right? So if you see, the medieval economy is more about guild-based economy. Right? First, guild-based economy will develop, then port cities and revenue villages will develop. This is UPSC will test your connections. They will not ask random questions. Similar to that, how guilds work. For example, they are the people who are to the same profession. They will come together, make a guild more like an interest group of today. They will collect their own money also in order to promote the economy of scale. And then sometimes they become so rich that they used to give loan to the kings also. And this profession-based interest group or a guild-based system is known as MoneyGramma. Clear? So there's some facts which again you will find in the PYQs. So do what is important for exam, not what is easy. I know these facts might not be easy, but once you spend some time on the toolkit that I have discussed in the very beginning, these questions would become a cakewalk. You will in fact find for these questions in the exam. Right? Now, consider the following statements with regards to the Iyengar system of the Vijayanagar Empire. In Vijayanagar Empire, if you decode the PYQs, you will find 2 very important things. Apart from Krishnadeva, KDR would be there for sure. Then next thing is Amara Naika system and is Iyengar system. Okay, so Amara Naika system is more like the Jagirdari or the Mughals Mansabdari system, where Amara Naikas were the nobles who were given, Amaras means the parcel of land for their service to the state. This was the Amara Naika system, similar to that of the Mughal Mansabdari system. But Iyengar system is something about the village administration. Okay, they used to make some committees which used to take care of the village administration, for example, maintenance of temples, tanks, and these things. Okay, so this was the Iyengar system. Now let's look at the question, what they are asking. Under the system, village functionaries were compensated primarily through revenue-free grants, land grants known as manya. So one fact that you have to remember from this is, what is manya? Again, keyword, it is a revenue-free land, right? Second, the system included both administrative officials and service providers such as artisans and irrigation functionaries. Okay. Now, a defining feature of the Iyengar system was the complete replacement of a land-based remuneration with uniform cash payments for all village servants. Okay. Let me assume you don't know about this Iyengar system, right? But just read statement 1 and statement 3. Don't you think these statements are contradictory in nature? Right? So these statements are contradictory in nature. Okay, so that means 1 and 3 will not go together even if you know this or don't. Right? If it is a complete cash system, then what is the need of this revenue-free land, which are known as manyas? So that means from option, eliminate the options where 1 and 3 are going together. Okay, so we have eliminated 2 options. Now you are just remain with 50-50, even if you have no idea. These are also some skills that you have to keep in your mind when you are solving the paper. Okay, Now, moving to the next, understand one thing, complete replacement is very, very difficult at that time, right? Even if you go, okay, tell me which sultan has imposed these cash payments at the largest level? Any idea? One Delhi sultan known for his policy of taking revenue in terms of cash. Who was he? Tell me. Yes, Alauddin Khilji. Okay, so you have answering Alauddin Khilji, but let me tell you, primarily it was on the cash-based system, but even in the Alauddin Khilji's time, it was not absolute. Okay, because the Delhi Sultan also had some government warehouses also where they used to keep people. The revenue is taken in terms of kind as well, but it was for a very limited scope. So absolute तो उधर भी नहीं था. अब उधर नहीं था तो इधर होना तो it is very, very difficult. Understood? So this is an incorrect statement. Answer would be 1 and 2 only. So this is how also you can also keep going closing, because I have mentioned UPSC, I have mentioned the toolkit also, the first slide, that elimination tricks सबसे पहले आपको याद रखना है, right? Now let's see again. Consider the following statements with regards to the national song of India. Again, UPSC will test your sentiments also in the prelims. You have to keep your sentiments in sync with the rationality based on the data. Let's see. It was initially written as the preface to the novel Anandamath. You know that we know that it was incorporated into the Anandamath. आप सबने चीज पढ़ा होगा. But on that UPSC will test your precision. Do you know this is correct statement or incorrect? Tell me, is it correct or incorrect? Okay. Now next is, it was originally composed in Bengali prose style. It is Sujalam Sufalam Malayaja Sheetalam. You see, it is Sanskrit, not Bengali. So this statement is incorrect. At least itna to hame exam mein pata hoga. Right? This is incorrect statement. Now you see Anandamath. Anandamath was written in Bengali, but this Vande Mataram was written in Sanskrit itself, right? And first of all, it was written independently. Later on, added as a preface in Anandamath, right? So it was sung for the first time in the Indian National Congress session at Calcutta in 1911. This is also incorrect statement, right? It was officially accepted for national use with only the first 2 stanzas. Again, you see, this sort of questions would be very many of the times it would be repeated in the exam, because this is how UPSC will test your precision. Okay, again, this is not a random question. This was covered in current affairs. You see, exactly. Adopted as national song by the Constituent Assembly in 1950. Vande Mataram was initially composed independently and later included in Bankim Chandra Chatterjee's book Anandamath, which was published in 1882. First sung by Rabindranath Tagore at 1896 Congress in Calcutta, and during the time of partition of Bengal, Indian National Congress has accepted it as a song for the national importance event in 1905. And when it was adopted as by the Constituent Assembly, only first 2 stanzas were accepted as the national song or anthem. What is it? Vande Mataram. Is it a song, national song or national anthem? Tell me quickly. Is it a national anthem or national song, guys? Yeah, it's a national song. Very good, Ayush. Okay, now again, I'm telling you one thing. When you come across this sort of questions where you have 3 columns, okay, let me give you the way to solve this question. Otherwise, in the haste in the examination, you may attempt some questions incorrectly, right? So what you need to do, first of all, you have to compare between these 2 columns, and the statements which are correct for these 2, only those should be compared with the 3rd statement column. Otherwise, so this would reduce any sort of ambiguity and you will absolutely mark it correct. Otherwise, it would be difficult in the examination hall, okay, because pressure is really high. So Independence for India League, Swadeshi movement. First of all, let's see, what do you think? It is formed after Swadeshi movement? Answer is no. It was after the Nehru report. Okay, young leaders of Indian National Congress, for example, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose, they formed this Independence for India League. Because in Nehru report, What was the demand? It was a complete independence, or it is just a body under the government of British? What do you think? In the Nehru report, dominion status or complete independence? What was the demand? Dominion status. Very good, Ayush. So dominion status, Nehru report, and against that dominion status demand, the young leaders like Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose, they formed Independence for India League, and they demanded the complete independence. So it has nothing to do with Swadeshi movement. So that means we will not go into this column. However, let me tell you, it was Srinivas Iyengar who was the first president, not Jawaharlal Nehru. He was a secretary. Got it? But I am just giving you a trick to solve these questions in exam. Second, Swaraj Party, non-cooperation movement. So this is a correct statement. When Gandhiji withdrew non-cooperation movement, the Indian National Congress divided into two factions. One were pro-changers, other were no-changers. Right? So pro-changers and no-changers. No-changers were the one who stated that, okay, we should be continuing the efforts of non-cooperation movement. We will not cooperate and we should go for boycott of every possible thing of the Britishers. However, pro-changers were those who want to enter into the legislative by taking part into the elections so that they can promote non-cooperation within the assembly by not supporting the British cause. Okay, so this is the pro-changers and no-changers, and though this is correct statement, but again Motilal Nehru was not the first president. It was presided by Chittaranjan Das. Very good, Om. So it was presided by Chittaranjan Das. Okay, so these two statements are incorrect. Now, Congress Socialist Party Civil Disobedience Movement, Acharya Narayan Dev. This is very true statement. After the withdrawal of this civil disobedience movement, there's a faction in the Congress which got influenced by the Marxian idea of socialist state, and they promoted, they developed a party within the Congress which is known as Indian Socialist Party. First session was in Patna, and it was presided by Acharya Narayan Dev. So only one statement is correct, which is the third only. Clear? Now, which of the following statements are correct with regards to the return of Mahatma Gandhi to India in 1935? Very good question. It will test the way UPSC will test your sentiments. Okay, this question is a complete that how a student will think, and based on that they will try to manipulate the options. Okay, let me read. He was admitted as a lifelong member of the Servants of Indian Society. Could you please tell me who founded the Servant of Indian Society? Servants of India Society was formed by? Tell me. It was formed by? Yes, very good. It was formed by Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Okay, he was the political mentor of Mahatma Gandhi as well. So a student will think, yes, this was the party, this was the organization of Gopal Krishna Gokhale, and Gopal Krishna Gokhale was the mentor of Mahatma Gandhi, and Mahatma Gandhi himself was such a big figure who could have denied him. And based on that, we'll think, okay, this statement is correct. And that is how UPSC will test your precision. Right? This is an incorrect statement. Because though Gokhale wanted Gandhi to join, but other members, they don't have much trust on the ways and means of the Gandhi. And there was a complete issue going on between them. And after the death of Gokhale, Gandhi himself withdrew his nomination papers. And he never became a lifetime member of the Servants of India Society. Okay, so this is an incorrect statement. Now, he founded the Kochrab Ashram near Ahmedabad. When Gandhi came back from Africa, he has to settle his associates. And for that, Gandhi stated, okay, I will be starting my Pan-India movement. I want to serve the society, but I will be able to serve the society only when I will be working with people of my native language and with my native people. So he started with Gujarat. Okay, so this was the first ashram that Gandhi established after returning from South Africa, which later shifted to Sabarmati. Got it? So this is a correct statement. He agreed to observe a 1 year period of political restraint. This is based on the advice of his mentor, Gopal Krishna Gokhale, that he will be there for 1 year. He will be just visiting the India to understand the reality on ground. What are the real problems of the masses? Because he wants Gandhi to act as a community organizer so that he can organize the masses to fight against the Britishers. And on that basis, Gandhi accepted. Okay, so answer would be 2 and 3 only. Yes, Krishna, answer would be 3. Is that clear? Now, tell me here and again further thing. What students will think when you see this question, okay, I have to remember the exact year. No, that is not the requirement here. Because UPSC will not ask you like something in between, the difference between 2 months, 3 months, or 6 months. Okay, first of all, you have to understand what that they will only want to know the chronology. That means they want to test your connections. Are you able to connect with the history or not? They are not interested in asking you the particular years. Right? So let's see. Announcement of Communal Award. Very good. Some of you are answering. It was in 1932. Okay, based on the Lothian Committee report. Then we have the formation of All India States People Conference. Tell me, which year? Okay, foundation of All India Muslim League at Dhaka. First session of Indian National Conference in Calcutta. Let me tell you, even if you don't know the year, just look at these things. Okay, we know foundation of All India Muslim League in Dhaka. It was somewhere around the Swadeshi movement. 1905 partition of Bengal के आसपास ये सब चल रहा था. So it was in 1900. It was in 1906. But even if you can connect, okay, it was somewhere it was established. So you will get a rough idea, right? Announcement of Communal Award, you know, it was the second round table conference. So that means this has to be coming before the Communal Award. Now search for the options. Try to eliminate. Okay. So if you see, this would be an incorrect option based on that. Now understand formation of All India State People Conference, 1920. Tell me, 1927. Right. Then first session of Indian National Conference. It is a precursor to Indian National Congress. The first session was around 1883 in the Alfred Park of Calcutta with the efforts of Surendranath Banerjee. So this is the first thing that has happened. Okay. So answer would be D. Understood? It is not required that you have to remember the years exactly. So कभी भी ऐसा मत करना कि ये questions देखो और एकदम देख के छोड़ दो कि यार ये तो मेरे से होगा ही नहीं. Try to find कि तुमने उसके आसपास कुछ important चीज पढ़ा था कि नहीं पढ़ा था. Right? Now let's see. Consider the following. Again, UPSC will test कि आपको exactly पता है आप तो क्या मारते हो. Okay. So let's see. Decrease in expenditure on the salaries of civil service. Now, very commonsensical basis, you can also answer this question, but there is a catch. Okay, so this is very true. Reduction in rupee sterling exchange ratio, that is also definitely it would be a demand. Abolition of salt tax, definitely Gandhi ka Dandi March was for this purpose only. Now, with the withdrawal of the postal reservation bill, this is the catch. Many of the times we'll think, okay, Gandhi will definitely ask for withdrawal of a bill which was introduced by the Britishers. Right? Why will he support the bill? And that is the catch. Okay, so that is the issue. Common sense is not so common. So you have to, some things you have to go for the factual understanding also. Gandhi supported the bill, not the withdrawal. Because this bill was to promote, to reduce the stamp duty rates so that it would be helpful for Indian people as well. Got it? So decrease the land revenue by 50%. Land revenue, to you know, primary talk tha during that time. So if we eliminate the fourth one, answer would be only 4. Got it? These are the 11 demands. First, reduce rupee sterling to 1:40. Reduce agriculture tax by 50% and make it a subject to legislative control. Eliminate the government's monopoly and abolish the salt tax. Okay, reduce military expenditure because it was a drain of wealth. Release all political prisoners or to handle them at least with some dignity. Reform in the criminal investigation department, CID. Okay, acceptance of the postal reservation bill. Reason I have just mentioned. Protect Indian textiles from that of trade or the import from the Britain. Right, prohibition of intoxicants, Gandhi's primary demand, and also reserve coastal shipping for Indians. Right, and lastly, allow popular control on the issue of farm license that Gandhi stated that people should be allowed to keep the licenses, revolvers, and all for their safety. Okay, so these are the 11 demands that were there. You have to just remember it. Okay, now let's see the next question. With reference to the developments in British India, consider the following statements. The Dadani system was an advance-based contract arrangement under which the East India Company provided money to the Indian artisans and merchants for the supply of goods. Next statement is Gomastha system replaced the Dadani system and involved company-appointed agents who exercise greater controls. Now, these sort of questions would be there in the exam as well. Now, there are two things. Either they have given both of the statements true, or they might have swapped it. यही हो सकता है इसमें. These sort of questions, generally psyche of the examiner is not like it will give a one statement correct, because this is a concept, this is something factual. Okay, so दो ही option है, या तो उसने correct दिया होगा, दोनों में swap किया होगा. So this is only when you will go for the revisions. You will find the PYQs, you will find the organizations, and based on that you can only prepare. However, for now, let me summarize you this. देखो, दादनी system. What do you think? Just imagine. East India Company India में अभी आया है. हाँ, yes, I am telling. Mavathi, I am telling Dadni system. Just imagine करो, East India Company is just entered into India for trade purposes. Do you think they will have a very good infrastructure, their network of the suppliers and goods? No, they will not have. So they have to rely on the Indian system first, right? So in order to secure the supplies for the future, what will they do? They will give advance money to the Indian merchants and Indian weavers, so that their supply for the future is secured. They can sell it into the London. That was the Dadani system. First, वो उनको पैसे पहले दे देंगे beforehand. That was the Dadani system. Okay, but there was a threat, because this time British government or the British trades were very much, I would say, very much depend on the Indian hands, right? Gradually, when British government hold a control over the Indian markets and they get into the administration, they replace the Dadani system with their Gomastha system. Now, Gomastha systems, they are the agents. They are the agents who will ensure that supply will remain intact. Rather than giving the advance payment, this is more like the today's agreement. Okay, the supply would be controlled by different means. For example, you have gone Teen Kathiya system and all that. So that is gradually, once they get into the administration, they get a control over the Indian trade. They removed the previous system and they made their own agents to work to ensure that supply chains remain intact for their trades. This was the Gomastha system. Answer would be both 1 and 2 is correct. Clear? Now let's see. The International Day of Non-Violence is observed annually to commemorate. अब देखो, वैसे तो ये पता होना चाहिए. This is very basic. You should know it. But again, I am giving you a trick in case you don't know these sort of questions. But again, you can use your common sense in the exam. How? Remember, they are talking about the international. That means things has to some international importance. Only then it would be celebrated globally. Otherwise, it would be just a national importance, right? See, the launch of non-cooperation movement under Mahatma Gandhi. Do you think it's an international event? It was just a national, local event, right? Second, the adoption of the philosophy of non-violence during the Champaran Satyagraha. Champaran Satyagraha is, again, it is not something very important based on the global perspective. No. The Dandi March of popularized non-violent mass resistance. Again, the Dandi March, it was also a localized event for India. But if you see the birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi, who propounded this theory of non-violence and satyagraha, which was later used by Martin Luther King as well as Nelson Mandela, this is something which is very important for the whole world. अभी समझ में आ रहा है? Even if you don't know कि exactly क्या हो रहा है, आपको एक question mark करना है, so you could have gone with this, right? And this was in current affairs also. You see, International Day of Non-Violence is observed on 2nd October, the birthday of Mahatma Gandhi. Got it? So please always keep your brain open. Don't just look at the questions of history and get okay, ये तो मुझे पढ़ा ही नहीं है, मेरे से होगा ही नहीं. Okay. Now next, just read. I have made a Himalayan miscalculation was the famous statement given by Mahatma Gandhi at the time of, again, even if you don't know, you can solve this question. This is very easy again. Just think Himalayan miscalculation, matlab, it is just something very huge blunder, something very bad has happened. Okay, so if I see Kheda Satyagraha, it was a success, so it cannot be a Himalayan blunder, right? Civil disobedience movement and Quit India movement, again, civil disobedience movement also had some sort of success, but it was not complete. But at least it was a success story. So this could be, some issues would be there, but it cannot be termed as Himalayan blunder. Okay, this is, and also Quit India movement was a success. Finally, we got independence after this. So this cannot be the answer. This cannot be the answer. If you just use your basic common sense, you can easily get it Roulette Satyagraha, right? Because Roulette Satyagraha was a thing that Gandhi, because of this act, Gandhi started a Roulette Satyagraha. Roulette Act, Roulette Satyagraha. And after the arrest of Gandhi, there was a widespread violence, right? There was a widespread violence. And because of that, people were also killed. And after that, Jallianwala massacre happened. So Gandhi took all the burden on himself that it is his mistake. It was so blunder that first of all, he didn't teach people the principles of non-violence. He didn't prepare it, he didn't train them for all those things, and he launched such a big movement which failed. Okay, so this Gandhi termed as Himalayan blunder. Got it? Okay, now we have the last question from the history section for today. Which one of the following was the latest to be inscribed on United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, that means UNESCO's list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity? Again, current affairs linked questions, और ऐसे questions UPSC बहुत पूछ भी चुका है. Okay, so statement is Deepavali. It is the 16th entry into the list. You know, Kumbh Mela first, then you have the Durga Puja, then the Garba, and now finally the Diwali. The sequence भी आप थोड़ा सा याद रखो. And these sort of questions are very, very much there in the current affairs, because you see UNESCO has mentioned Diwali inscribed on UNESCO's representative list of the intangible culture heritage of humanity. Okay, तो अभी just एक बार flashback में जाओ. When we started this session, these questions might looked very difficult when you were solving the test, but if you use the methods that I have just discussed, history questions would become this easy for you, and at least you will be able to mark 90-95 questions in the exam correctly. That will definitely increase your chances of clearing the prelims, and for this I wish you all the very best. That bring my discussions to end. That's all from my side. Now I will be handing over to my colleague who will be taking discussion on environmental sciences. Okay, so goodbye students, take care. Sir will be joining in a moment.
Hello everybody, how are you guys doing? It's been a long session, you guys must be tired, but I think bear with me for the next half an hour. We'll be discussing, I think there are 17 questions of environment, so we'll be quickly discussing all those questions and then you guys are free. So keep up your energy for the next half an hour. We'll be studying all the environment questions. Some of these questions are factual, some are your current affairs linked. So in environment, see what happens generally, you get a lot of tough questions also sometimes. So what you guys have to keep in mind, you don't have to make 100% accuracy in environment section. Even if you get some questions wrong, that is completely fine. You don't have to score entire 100 out of 100 in your prelims paper. Even if you score a few, let's say 70 to 80% in environment, that is also good enough, because some questions are of a, let's say, higher level, which we do not expect everybody to do them rightly. Fine. So now we shall start the discussion. This is your syllabus and we'll start with the first question. Now the first question talks about, consider the following statements. This is regarding your food chain. Food chain in an ecosystem. Food chain in ecosystem always have limited number of trophic levels. Limited number of trophic. See, you all must have studied about the trophic levels. There are largely 5 trophic levels. Why do we have 5 trophic levels? Why not more than this? Because of the energy rule. See, the ultimate source of energy on the earth is from sun. So what happens? This producers, they take energy from sun. They produce, let's say they are getting 1 lakh units, or unit, this can be either joule or kilocalories units from sun. Then only 10% will be going to the next trophic level, from 1 lakh to 10,000. Again 10%, 1,000, then 110. So by the time it reaches up to 5th level, let's say, the energy is so less energy is left that it becomes inefficient to pass to further trophic levels. Fine. So that's why we have a maximum of 5 levels, beyond which the system becomes inefficient. Fine. So that's why we have a limited number of trophic levels. So this statement is correct. And the second statement says that only 10% energy is transferred to the successive trophic level in the food. This is what we have already discussed. Now this is also called your 10% rule. Fine. 10% rule. 10% rule means that whatever energy level is being given to one particular level, only 10% will move further. Fine. So A becomes your answer here. Both the statements are correct and 2 correctly explains first also. Fine. We move to the next question. Now the question talks about green credit program. Now see, earlier most of you guys must have heard about carbon credit. Now we are reading green credit. Imagine, let's say there are two students in a class. Both are doing some good work in the environment. Now the teacher has to give points to both of them. But the type of points given to the students will depend upon the type of work they have done. So let's say one is doing environmental conservation by planting trees, by reducing water pollution or conserving soil. He'll be given green points, or let's say green credit. And there is another student who has done environmental work by reducing carbon emission, by reducing air pollution. He'll be given carbon credits. So this is exactly what your green credits are and your carbon credits are. Carbon credit and green credit. Now, this green credit program was launched in 2023 under the Environment Protection Act 1986. Rules were made in 2023. Now, this your carbon credits are older one. They were launched under Energy Conservation Act 2001. This is a factual information which you must be aware of. They can ask in prelims under which act carbon credit or green credit has been launched. Fine. Now, the major difference I have told you, carbon credits, they usually focus on emission reduction. The green credit, they focus on broader environmental activities. So it's like this is your environmental credits, and within your environmental credits, a small section is your carbon credits. So environmental credit is a broader thing. Carbon credit is a smaller section within the environment credits. They reduce carbon emission, largely focus on renewable energy projects and energy efficiency measures. Whereas in green credit, they focus on afforestation, biodiversity, water, wastewater, sustainable agriculture, soil pollution, and all other things. Fine. So now let's see the question. The green credits generated are non-tradable assets and can only be used for meeting corporate social responsibility. See, only is an extreme statement. Even if you are not exactly aware of the statement, whenever you see such statements like only, all, must, like this, so chances are these statements can be wrong. Fine. So here this is wrong. First of all, they are tradable on exchanges or whatever the medium mechanism has been made. And they are not only for corporate social responsibility, they can be used for other purposes also. Let's say any organization has a legal binding that they have to do some good work for environment, they have to do something, but they do not find the time or let's say resources to do that. So they can purchase green credits. That somebody else has planted some trees. And how do we calculate them? One more thing that you must know what it is equivalent to. One carbon credit is equal to 1 ton of CO2 if it is sequestered or reduced emission, 1 ton of CO2 equivalent. And one green credit is equal to one whole tree planted. One whole tree planted on any designated land. Fine, the land is to be designated either by the state government or the union territory government. So they designate that this particular land can be used to plant trees for green credit program. Within those areas, if you plant tree, so you get one credit. Fine, simple. Second, so first statement becomes wrong. Second, unlike carbon credits, the green credits are a broader spectrum. This is correct, of the environment service such as water conservation and waste management. This is correct. We have already seen. See, within this green credit program or the rules, there are broadly 8 different sectors are included within it. Let's say your sustainable agriculture, eco-mark, water pollution, air pollution. Okay? And likewise, there are 8 different given in your model answers. Then last statement. The Indian Council of Forest Research and Education, ICFRE, it serves as a nodal administration for this program. This is again correct. Now see, this ICFRE, all of you guys must have seen Student of the Year movie. Now the Student of the Year movie was shot in this Indian Council of Forest Research and Education. This is an institution in Dehradun which largely looks for the environmental research works. Fine. So it is a nodal implementing agency. You have to tell how many are correct. Your answer becomes B. 2 and 3 are correct. 1 is wrong. Fine. So it is tradable. It can be used for multiple purposes. One more example I'll tell you. Let's say the companies which are listed on stock exchange, for them, they have some business responsibilities, and sustainability framework is there proposed by SEBI that top 1,000 companies, they have to do some work for environment. Under that also they can buy green credits. Fine. So B is the answer. We move to the next question. Now the question talks about how many of the above are both greenhouse gases and short-lived climate pollutants. See what a greenhouse gas is. Imagine greenhouse gas is like a blanket covering the entire earth. Now what happens in this blanket? They allow the sun's radiation to pass through, but when the infrared radiations go from earth, the terrestrial radiation, they trap those. They keep those radiations within the earth and heat up the atmosphere of earth. That's why they are called greenhouse gases. They act just like we make a greenhouse to grow plants. They act like that. Now, in this question, you have to tell how many of them are both greenhouse gas also and short-lived climate pollutants also. Now, what are short-lived climate pollutants? Short-lived means basically those pollutants in environment or air which have a lifespan less than of carbon dioxide. Fine, they are considered short-lived. So first is your methane. See, methane, yes, it is a greenhouse gas. We'll see these greenhouse gases. This is methane. Methane, average atmospheric lifetime of methane is 12 plus minus 3 years. Let's stick it 12. And they have a global warming potential. So carbon dioxide's lifespan is 550 to 200 years, whereas for methane it is almost 12 years, so much shorter than carbon dioxide. So yes, it is a short-lived climate pollutant also. It is a greenhouse gas also. Then comes nitrous oxide. See, in case of nitrous oxide, its average life is 120 years, whereas carbon dioxide is ranging from 50 to 200. So if we see some of the climate, your CO2 pollutants, if their age is 50, but here the nitrous oxide's age is 120, so it is not a short-lived pollutant. Its life is fairly large. So it is, yes, it is a greenhouse gas, but it is not a short-lived climate pollutant. Fine. And lastly, we see carbon monoxide. See, again, carbon monoxide, yes, it is a short-lived climate pollutant, but it is not a greenhouse gas. It helps in some mechanisms which lead to warming of atmosphere, but it in itself directly, carbon monoxide is not a greenhouse gas. So yes, it is a short-lived pollutant, but not greenhouse gas. So your answer becomes A, that only one of them, that is methane, is both greenhouse gas and short-lived climate pollutant. 2 and 3 are not. Fine. So if you guys are looking at this table, you must also know about the other greenhouse gases which are having a much larger lifespan. Let's say your perfluorocarbons, which are having an average lifetime of 2,600 to 50,000 years. And also look at their global warming potential from 6,500 to 9,200, which is very high. And similarly, your sulfur hexafluoride, they have a lifespan of 3,200 years and with the highest global warming potential of 23,000 or 24,000. Fine. Global warming potential, you guys must be aware that it is measured on the basis of carbon dioxide. For reference is taken as 1, that carbon dioxide, if carbon dioxide has 1 unit of global warming potential, then in comparison to that, methane has 21 times more global warming potential. Similarly, these have this much higher global warming potential as compared to carbon. So that's why they are so, you can say, so harmful for the warming of atmosphere. Clear? So A is the answer here. We move to the next question. Now consider the following pair species, and they are talking about IUCN green status. Now you guys till now must have studied about the IUCN red list. Now you're studying about the green status. See how it is like this. Imagine a patient in hospital. Now the doctor does not simply ask that the patient is alive or not. He takes note of the health of patient. There is an ICU board outside the ICU where the details of patients are written there, so that any new doctor come in, he is aware that which patient is in which state. They must know about the survival of patients, how they are doing, how well they are recovering. Similar is the IUCN green list. There is one red list and green list. Earlier you knew about the red list. Now is a green status of species. It is like a information board for the whole environment. There are some species. This red list talks about whether these species are alive or not, whether there is an extinction risk of those species. And the green list tells us how well they are recovering and how well their conservation is happening, whether the efforts being put in their conservation, they are yielding some good results or not. Fine. So this is like an information board for the entire environment. So the difference between green and red is, first of all, you have seen that extinction rate. It tells about the recovery and how well conservation is happening. Then it assesses a species on critically endangered, vulnerable. You know, again here also you have 8 different levels of green status of species, that how well they are being conserved. 8 different levels are there. These are your 8 different levels. If the species is extinct in wild, or it is critically depleted. Critically depleted means that largely it is depleted. They are left only in small pockets. We have to take care of those pockets. Fine. Then you have largely depleted, and likewise all these. Fine. So basically, this indicates threat a species is facing, and this highlights the impact of conservation efforts, how well the efforts are going. Let's say the Project Tiger, Project Elephant, these are going on in India. We have a lot of biosphere reserves, wildlife sanctuaries, and national parks. How well we are managing them. So this tells that thing. So here we are given some species. Lion, it is largely depleted. Now this is correct. Yes, lion has been given the status of largely depleted. Largely depleted means that okay, in most of the areas it is depleted, it is left in some areas there the conservation is happening. So largely you can see in India, Asiatic lions are found in Gujarat Gir, and Africa you found some lions, African lions. And tiger is critically depleted. This is correct. That means again they are most even more degraded, you can say, as compared to the lions. They are found in even smaller pockets, which are of having high danger of extinction. Then you have ghadials. Ghadials is slightly bit, now this is wrong. The ghadials are also classified as critically depleted. Recently, the IUCN did a study regarding ghadials where they found out that they are also critically depleted. That means among the highest categories. See, critically depleted is here, just before the extinction in wild. Fine. When it is extinct in wild, that means they are now left only in certain captives. That means zoos and other facilities. Fine. So here this is wrong. Virtual, how many of the pairs are correctly matched? Your answer becomes B. Only 2 of them are correctly matched. 1 and 2. Third is wrong. And why it is in news? First of all, it is a major development, and also it is in news because IUCN did study for ghadials, and just before that they did study for tigers also. Clear? So we move to the next question. Consider the following statement. Now the question is regarding biostimulants. Biostimulants usage is considered an eco-friendly agriculture practice. Now this is correct. Now first of all, you understand what is biostimulants. See, biostimulants, you can imagine, like, let's say a plant is like a human, and fertilizer are like food for them. So they require food for growth. So plants require fertilizer. But biostimulants are like nutrients. Let's say if we take some nutrients, excess nutrients, which complement the food which we eat. Fine. So whatever nutrients we are left with, if our growth is not happening quite good, we take some vitamins or minerals in the form of nutrients. Similarly, these biostimulants are like vitamins, minerals for plants. They are not food. They do not replace fertilizers. What they does is they help plant to take up nutrients faster. They stimulate the growth of plant. See, these are your biostimulants are natural or biologically derived, enhance plant growth. They enhance plant growth. Fine. And resilience. They help plants in a lot of factors. They help them in becoming more resilient, more drought resistant. Fine. And multiple things. And now, unlike fertilizers, they don't supply direct nutrients. They improve nutrient uptake efficiency. That means you have to give fertilizers. They can't replace fertilizers, but what they'll do, they'll increase the ability of plant to take up fertilizers. So these are your biostimulants. Basically, they boost plant metabolism. Fine. So now clear biostimulants. So first statement is correct. Biostimulant use is considered an eco-friendly agriculture practice. Now biostimulants show consistent efficacy across diverse soils and agroclimatic regions. Now this is wrong. This is one of the drawbacks of biostimulants, that they do not show consistency across different soils or different regions. For example, in your coastal areas, the biostimulants show better properties, better efficiency in plant uptake of fertilizers or the nutrients. But in clayey soils or alkaline soils, their efficiency reduces. Fine. So this is one of the drawbacks. Now, third is biostimulants support soil microbes and strengthen ecological balance. Now, this is correct. There are certain microbes or microorganisms in soil which are beneficial for plant growth. These biostimulants help in their growth. So in a way, it indirectly helps in better ecological practices and better eco-friendly agriculture. Your correct statement becomes C, that only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct. That means third statement is correct, second wrong, and that explains statement 1. Fine. Now, you must know what type of biostimulants are there. Let's say your seaweeds, which are these seaweed extracts are derived from your marine algae. The planktons you found in the continental shelf, from that algae, seaweed extracts are derived. Then you have humic or fluvic acid. This humic is somewhat similar to humus. Fine. Humus. That means largely it is derived from the peat. It is having a high amount of carbon in it. So it again helps soil in improving its properties, better water absorption in soil, better moisture retention. Fine. It helps in all these manners. Then there are protein-based certain amino acids which can be used as biostimulants. Then there are biochemicals, antioxidants. Fine. Similarly, you have certain beneficial algae and fungi also, which can be used as biostimulants. Okay. So clear. So what else you guys must know is that in 2021, these biostimulants became a recognized category of agriculture inputs. So now they are properly recognized by government, but still their adoption is not very high. Why? Because farmers are not aware about it. Farmers, let's say, there are fewer extension services for these biostimulants. That means no demonstration is there, very few or no, you can say very few demonstration by scientists or Indian Agriculture Research Institutes are there. So even if the farmers are not aware about it, if they have not seen it applying or its application in fields, how will they use it themselves? So more and more information about them has to be spread to the farmers by the government. Now they are regulated by the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Under which act? Under Fertilizer Control Order of 1985. This you guys must remember. Controlled by, regulated by Ministry of Agriculture. Under which act? Fertilizer Control Order 1985. Fine. So these were your biostimulants. Answer was C. We move to the next question. Now the question talks about, it is a core ecological question. It talks about terms, description, their examples and features. So first is your ecotone. What is ecotone? It is a transition zone between two ecosystems. Let's say this is your terrestrial ecosystem. It slowly moves into, this is your aquatic ecosystem. Fine, this is your land, this is your water. Now let's say here we are having mangroves. Okay, we have plants like mangroves. Now this area, this transition zone in between mangroves, this is your ecotone. When there is a transition zone between two ecosystems, or let's say there is a transition zone between forest and a grassland, and it is called ecotone. Now mangrove is an example. And what are the key features? High species overlap. That means species from both the sides. From aquatic side, species are also found there. From terrestrial side, species are also found there. So you have abundance of species on ecotone. Fine. Then you have ecocline. Now what is ecocline? Here the gradual change along with environmental gradient happens. Now what is the major difference between ecotone and ecocline? See, ecocline is also a gradual change between different species. Now, but the major difference is that in ecotone there is a sudden change, sudden transition. There is a boundary zone. But in ecocline, that transition is slow and progressive. For example, your attitudinal vegetation change. That means as we climb higher on the mountains. So this is your mountains. You have tropical forest at the bottom. Then you have temperate forest. Then you have alpine vegetation, and then tundra. So this is not a sudden change. The species change slowly. Let's say the moisture content, the temperature, the change happens over a slow pace. That is called your ecocline. That means gradual change along with the environmental gradient. Fine. Attitudinal vegetation is an example, and there is no sharp boundary. So this was correct, and this is also correct. There is no sharp boundary. The change is very slow and gradual, unlike ecotone. Fine. Third is edge effect. Now what happens in edge effect? The functional role of species. Now this is wrong. Edge effect is this change in community structure at habitat boundary. Basically what happens at boundaries, let's say this is one habitat, this is another, on any of their boundaries, let's say at this place or at this place, because the ecosystem changes, their nature changes, the conditions on those edges, they change from what condition is there in the center. Fine. So let's say here also we can have edge effect. So in center, the condition is somewhat different. At the edges, the center is somewhat, you can say condition is different, which leads to the edge effect. Now this edge effect, they affect a lot of species also. A lot of species which are able to survive, let's say in the center, they are not able to survive at the edge. Fine. So that's why we say that whatever protected areas we have, the national parks, wildlife, and they should be as big as possible, because then edge effect will be reduced. Fine. So forest grasses boundaries can show edge effect, and altered species abundance is there, but it is wrong because here it is wrongly matched. And ecological niche is the functional role of species. What is ecological niche? Basically, let's say two people are living in a house. Now both have different roles. Let's say one does cooking and cleaning of the house, and the other person, he does goes out and earn money. So they both are living in the house, they both have certain functions, they both are together managing their house. One is by earning money, another by cooking. So this is called a kind of ecological niche, basically their functional role in the species. Similarly, the different species in environment have different roles. For example, your pollinators, the bees, honeybees, they move from one flower to another flower, they pick up pollens from one flower and transfer to another, which help in reproduction of plant species. Fine. Similarly, you have apex predators like your tigers, lion, they help in control the population of prey. So they have their own role. Now, tiger in a forestry question I've given you example is a example of ecological niche, and resource use and interactions are there. Now, this is again because of this part, this second and third and fourth columns are wrong. Fine. So, you have to tell how many of the rows are correctly matched. You have to tell about correctly matched. Only 1 and 2 are correctly matched. Your answer becomes B. 3 and 4 are wrong here. Fine. Answer is B. I'll show you this through diagram also. Now, this is your ecotone, where from ecosystem A to ecosystem B, we move. There is a transition. Now, ecological ecocline, it is a gradual change, as we have discussed. As we move higher on the, let's say, mountains, gradually, slowly, the changes happen, and then it is called ecocline. Edge effect, as I told you, for example, here the forest is ending, suddenly your grassland or some other ecosystem is starting. So the effect on species will be some kind different. So it is called edge effect. And then your ecological niche, what role the different species play in the environment. It tells your ecological niche. Fine. Now the next question says, which one of the following traditional cultivation? Now it talks about traditional cultivation practice of the Kont tribe has been threatened by the spread of eucalyptus and monoculture plantation. See, first of all, you must know where do Kont tribes reside. They mostly live in Odisha. Okay? They live in Odisha. And their traditional cultivation is called dongar cultivation. Dongar cultivation. Now, why it is under threat? Why it is under news? Because a lot of eucalyptus plantation is happening. See, eucalyptus is called your safede ka ped, the white color ped, which is very tall, white color plant, very tall and very thin. This is called your eucalyptus. It is used in a lot of paper industry, paper and mills, these paper and paperboard industries. Fine. So what people does, a lot of people, they plant these eucalyptus trees there because they grow very fast. These eucalyptus trees are also invasive species. These are invasive species. They are native to Australia. They have been brought from Australia to India. Now in India, they grow very fast. Now what these species of eucalyptus does, they take up water and nutrient from the surrounding areas. They does not leave water and nutrient for other plants to take up. So let's say there are two guys. If one eat entire food, the other will be left empty and he won't be able to grow well. This is what eucalyptus does. It is an invasive alien species which is fast growing but not so good for our local environment. So this plantation of eucalyptus is threatening the local cultivation of corn tribe, which is your dongar cultivation. And not only eucalyptus, the monoculture plantation of other things also. For example, beet cotton is also being grown there in the large scale. Beet cotton. Fine. This is also hampering the your local dongar cultivation. Fine. And what is dongar cultivation? The traditional cultivation, it is a mixed cropping. Mixed cropping. That means your multiple crops are grown on a single patch of land. Fine. They grow normal crops also. They grow pulses, millets, oil seeds, and other plants or other varieties. Fine. So what it does is it allows the farmer to have diversity. If let's say one crop fails, other will support them. So it does not create entire bankruptcy of farmer in one particular season. Fine. So this is your local cultivation. Now what are these milpa cultivation, tongya and chitemani cultivation? Now these are slash and burn cultivation, or you can say shifting cultivation practice in the entire world. For example, your milpa. Milpa cultivation largely happens. Milpa cultivation happens in Yucatan and Guatemala. Guatemala is a country in Central America. Basically, you're near Mexico. Fine. So there, the shifting cultivation, the slash and burn, which we called in India, largely we call jhum cultivation in Northeast. There it is called milpa. Then you have tungaya cultivation. This tungaya cultivation happens in Myanmar. This is again slash and burn, what we call zoom. And this tungaya type of cultivation, some of these practices are also found in Northeast India also because it is closely linked to Myanmar. And last is your chitemane cultivation. This chitemane cultivation happens in largely African countries, Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe. So this happens in African countries. So these are different shifting cultivation names. Broadly, these are the famous ones which you can remember. Whatever you can remember is fine. You cannot remember each one of them. So if they ask a difficult question or difficult match the following like question from this, so help yourself. If you can remember whatever you can remember, remember. Fine. So A is the answer here. We move to the next question. Now the question is regarding protected areas, and they asked that these protected areas are only natural habitat in the world for. Now see, they have specifically given the word only natural habitat. First is your Simlipal tiger reserve. Where it is? It is located in Odisha. Melanistic tigers are found there. This is correct. So this is are your melanistic tigers. Because of some gene variation, what happens? These stripes over tiger, they become too dark for these tigers. So that's why it is called melanistic tigers. Melanistic means these black strips are called because of melanin gene. Because of alteration in these genes, they acquire a lot of dark black color stripes. Fine, so this is correct. Second is Gir National Park. Asiatic lions are found in Gir National Park in Gujarat. So this is again correct. Recently, our PM visited Gir National Park, so it was in news also. Third is your Pabitra Wildlife Sanctuary. See, Pabitra Wildlife Sanctuary is in Assam, and it is famous for not Indian wildlife but one-horned rhinos. The one-horned rhinos, which are very, you can say, endangered, because these the horn, let's say the seeing basically over the nose of these rhinos, this is used in a lot of black marketing. Lot of poachers, they kill these one-horned rhinos, cut their horn, and they sell it in black market. Now these horn, I'll tell you, the one horn is sold for roughly around 3 crore rupees. So this is the such high incentive these poachers have to kill these rhinos for their protection. Pabitra Wildlife Sanctuary, a lot of one-horned rhinos you will find there. But where do you find Indian wildlife? See, Indian wildlife is a species of Indian donkey. This is your Indian wildlife, and largely they are found in Little Run of Kutch in Gujarat. Gujarat Run of Kutch. Fine. And last is Bhitarkanika National Park. Now, saltwater crocodile, this is correct. In Bhitarkanika National Park, again in Odisha, you have saltwater crocodiles, but in question they asked only natural habitat. That means they should not be found anywhere else. But saltwater crocodiles are found in your Odisha, West Bengal, in Sundarbans, and in Andaman and Nicobar. So this becomes wrong. This is not the only habitat where it is found. So you guys have to read the questions very carefully. Generally, see, in the instruction they said that do not write and mark anything on question paper, but this kind of marking you can still do. You can underline, you can circle things in question paper. Do that so that whenever you are reading question again and again, the minute details, you are aware of those things. Fine. So you tell how many are correctly matched. 1 and 2 are correct, your answer becomes B. 3 and 4 are incorrect here. Fine, this is the answer. We move to the next question. Now the next question talks about global coral bleaching events. Now what are global coral bleaching events? See, first of all, you guys all must be aware about corals. Corals are like underground cities, or you can say underwater cities, where coral polyps, they keep building houses like skeletons, and then multiple different species, they come and reside there. Now what are global coral bleaching events? Now the ongoing coral bleaching event episode has been recognized as 5th global coral bleaching event due to its unprecedented geographic spread and intensity across tropical reef system. Now this is wrong, because see, till now we have seen 4 global coral bleaching events. What are global coral bleaching events? Basically, when the coral bleaching happens on such a large scale that the most of the world species in the all of the different oceans, they are affected, then we call it a global coral bleaching event. In coral bleaching, what happens under high stress conditions, because of largely you can say increased nutrients, or eutrophication, or you can say because of higher sea surface temperature, the symbiotic relation between coral polyps and zooxanthellae algae, that breaks. The corals, they expel the zooxanthellae which reside over them, which provide food to corals, they expel them. Now the color which corals have, they get it from the zooxanthellae algae. Once they expel these zooxanthellae algae, they'll be left white, colorless. So that event is called coral bleaching. That shows that these corals are under stress, and if they are not taken care of in the near future, they might die also. In the coral bleaching event, still the corals are not died, they are under stress, they are white color and under stress, but if we don't take care, they'll die later on. So this is your not 5th but 4th global coral bleaching event going on. Your first event happened in 1998, which affected 20% of the world corals. Second event happened in 2010. It then affected 35% of world corals. Third event happened in last decade from 2014 to 17, which affected, this is an older data, later studies show that it affected more than 65% of global corals. And the fourth event, which is currently going right from 2023 to present, it has affected even 15% more than this. So roughly it has impacted around 80% of world corals. This is some older data. So in the latest study, it is said more than 80% of the world corals are affected by this. This fourth global coral bleaching event has been reported in all the oceans by roughly 53 countries. Fine. So this is the extent of coral bleaching in the entire world, which happens mainly because of global warming. Fine. Then for an event to be formally classified as mass bleaching event in the entire world, bleaching impact must be independently verified in all major ocean basins. This is correct. Yes, to call it as a mass bleaching or global bleaching, and all the oceans of the world, they must independently verify that yes, coral bleaching is happening in our neighborhood also. So together we are all facing same issue. So this is correct. Third, the current global bleaching episode has already exceeded the spatial axis. Spatial axis means in area wise, in more space is now affected, and thermal stress a footprint of the immediate preceding global coral bleaching event. This is again correct. They says that the present coral bleaching, the global coral bleaching which is happening, it is increased in size, in space also, in thermal stress also. So this is again correct. It has affected 15% more area than the previous event. So this is correct. We have to tell how many are correct. If 2 and 3 are correct, answer becomes D. 2 and 3 only are correct. First is wrong here. Fine. So we move to the, and one more thing. Which organization looks after this global coral bleaching events? Your National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and International Coral Research Institute, ICRI. These are the two organizations which look after this global coral bleaching event. They report whether it is happening or not. Fine. So D is the answer. We move to the next question. Now the next question, 57th, says that which of the following biogeochemical cycle primarily has both sedimentary and gaseous phase? Now, first of all, you must know what is biogeochemical cycle. Let's say, for example, consider Earth has no dustbin. Whatever waste is generated has to be reused and recycled again and again and again. So we don't have any dustbin to dump. Whatever we are producing has to be recycled in one form to another, and it again has to be used. That is your biogeochemical cycle. So basically, let's say your water goes into oceans, evaporates, goes into sky, rain happens, water comes down, forms lakes and rivers, rivers again merge with oceans, and the cycle keeps going on. Similarly, you have gaseous cycles where the primary reservoir is your atmosphere or hydrosphere. Then you have sedimentary phases or the sedimentary biogeochemical cycles where the primary reservoir is soil or earth or rocks. Fine, take the rocks and minerals in the earth crust. They are the primary reservoir. So one of them, the sulfur cycle, is the correct answer here, which has your biogeochemical cycle in both gaseous phase and sedimentary phase. That means its primary reservoir is found in both gases and rocks in the earth. How in gases? Let's say during the volcanic emissions, volcanic eruptions, a lot of sulfur is released into the atmosphere. A lot of sulfur is also released by burning of fossil fuels into the atmosphere. Then it gets accumulated in the atmosphere through acid rain. It comes back to the earth. This is the gaseous phase. Similarly, you have sedimentary phase of sulfur cycle where a lot of decomposition accumulates sulfur within it and puts it into the soil and rocks in the form of pyrites, or you can say bacterial action. Then different ocean sediments also have sulfur within them. Fine. Example, your gypsum has a lot of sulfur. Gypsum is a reservoir of sulfur. Then again, they get, when decomposition of minerals happen, rocks, weathering, erosion happens, rocks disintegrate, the sulfur gets released into the atmosphere or into any other form of within rocks. Fine. So sulfur has both biogeochemical, gaseous and sedimentary phase. Now the phosphorus has biogeochemical cycle only in sedimentary phase. That is, the primary reservoir is rocks. Oxygen and carbon, they have their cycle in gaseous phase. Clear? So only sulfur as in both the phases. D is your answer. We move to the next question. Now consider the following. Statement 1 says monotremes and marsupials are completely absent from the natural wildlife of India. Now this statement is correct. Now what are monotremes and marsupials? See, when we consider the order Mammalia, or let's say mammals, the mammals which humans are also, they are classified into two categories. One is theria, which give live birth. Another is prototheria, which do not give live birth, they lay eggs. These are egg laying mammals, and these egg laying mammals are called monotremes. So now these monotremes are not found in India into the wild, so this statement is correct. Now within theria which give live birth, we have two categories. One is your metatheria, which are marsupials, and there is eutheria, which is your placental mammals. Now humans and most of the mammals, they come in the eutheria or placental mammals category, which give birth to young ones. What are marsupials? How they differ? How they give birth to young ones differently? Basically, they give birth to premature young ones. The normal gestation cycle of, let's say, a pregnant marsupial kangaroo is around 30 to 40 days. So in 40 days they give birth to young ones, but that young one is premature. A lot of it development of the child happens within the pouch of kangaroo. Fine. So they keep their young ones in the pouch, and the development happens of their younger ones. So this is your mammal classification. Mammal into egg laying and birth giving, theria and prototheria. These are monotremes. Within theria, you have marsupials and placenta. Fine. Humans come within this category. Humans, dogs, cats, monkeys, donkeys, all come within this placenta. Then second, monotremes are poikilothermic animals that require stable temperature to incubate their eggs and preventing their survival in diverse climate. Now, this statement is wrong, because what do poikothermic animals mean? Poikothermic means cold-blooded. Means cold-blooded. But these monotremes, they are also warm-blooded like humans. What we call warm-blooded? Homeotherms. Homeotherm. Fine. These monotremes are homeotherms. They are warm-blooded. They regulate their body temperature. They do not depend on external environment for their regulation. The cold-blooded animals are those which cannot regulate their body temperature and depend on outside environment for their maintaining their body temperature. We humans also are warm-blooded. We can regulate our body temperature. Fine. So C becomes your answer here. That statement 1 is correct and 2 is incorrect. Fine. You have to tell the correct statement. So C is the answer. Now clear? Now these are some of the examples of your monotremes. This kind of animals, largely they are found in let's say Papua New Guinea, Australia, and these places. These monotremes, they are not found in India, at least. Largely they are found in Southeast Asia and Australia. These monotremes. Fine. C is the answer. We move to the next question. Now the next question is regarding green water. The question is fairly simple. What is green water? It is the portion of precipitation, that means rain, that infiltrates the soil and is stored in the unsaturated root zone. Basically, whenever rain happens or precipitation happens, some water gets stored here close to the roots of plants. Fine. And unsaturated root zone. Whereas the rest of the water, it gets moved into either water bodies like lakes or rivers. Fine. So this is called your blue water. When the water reaches any water body like river or lakes or ponds, if the water is stored within near the root zone of plant, it is called green water. Now this water is then directly used by plant roots for plant growth. Now you will be surprised to know that whenever precipitation happens, 60% of water, it gets stored as green water, and 40% of water moves like a blue water. So it also is a part of your water cycle, the biogeochemical cycle of water. Fine. Now in what happens here, the plant absorbs this water from roots, then evapotranspiration happens. Evapotranspiration, that means the water gets evaporated out of the leaves of plants during photosynthesis and other growth phases. Fine. Similarly, you must also know about gray water and black water. Largely these are the terms used in wastewater management. Gray water is the water which comes out of our homes, used mainly from sinks, showers, bathing, laundry, and other, where the hard chemicals are not used, and it excludes the water from our toilet and flushes. The water which comes from our toilets and containing harsh bacterial chemicals, this is called black water. Fine. So gray water, largely it can be asked in terms of your let's say water management. So you must be aware of this: green water, blue water, gray water, black water. Fine. So A is the answer here. We move to the next question. Now, which of the following organisms shows the tendency of gerontocracy? Gerontocracy, a form of rule in which an society is ruled by the elders. Gerontocracy means rule by the elders. See, just like democracy. What is democracy? Rule of the people. Similarly, you have gerontocracy, which means rule of the elders. Now, this is seen largely in elephants. In elephants, what happens? The senior most members, largely it is a matriarchal society, the elephants, they are led by females. But which females? The eldest female of the group. These eldest females are seen as a repository of knowledge. They have a lot of knowledge about survival, about tackling with different other animals, about their predators. So that's why they lead this group. So elephant is the correct answer here. Fine. These are some kind of factual questions that you can do largely by your general knowledge about the entire world, what you are seeing around. Fine. We cannot pinpoint each and every species and note that this species does this. How many species will you remember? It won't be easy for you guys to remember each and everything. So if this kind of question, this was still fairly simple question. If you get a really tough question like this, so consider that this question won't be solved by majority of the students. So this type of questions won't decide your success in prelims. Your success will be decided by the easier questions. You should not do any mistake there. Fine. C is the answer. We move to the next question. Now this says consider the following information. There are initiatives, their objectives, and launched or adopted in. The first is nice wake up call. See, this nice wake up call was regarding ending plastic pollution, and it was adopted in the United Nations Oceans Conference 2025. This happened in Nice, France. This was the third United Nations Ocean Conference. See, what does this Oceans Conference do? Let's say, for example, all of you guys are using a swimming pool in a society, but nobody is willing to clean that swimming pool. So one day, all the members of the society comes together and makes a committee that this is how we'll take care of our swimming pool. This is exactly what United Nations Oceans Conference is. The world came together and they say this is the open ocean, which no one is taking accountability of. Now we'll together take collective accountability and responsibility to clean this ocean. So during this conference, they took the initiative of nice wake up call to end plastic pollution. Fine. So this you guys must remember, because this United Nations Ocean Conference was important this year. It happened in Nice, France. Nice is a city in France. So it is important for a lot of initiatives were taken in this conference. So read about this conference in detail. Fine. Then you have just transition mechanism. Just transition mechanism which ensures social, just and equitable climate energy transition. It was launched or adopted in COP30 of UNFC 25. This is again correct. COP30 held in Belém, Brazil. Fine. So there they took an initiative, just transition mechanism. Basically, this talks about transitioning from your fossil fuels to a non-conventional source of energy, let's say renewables. Now, why just transition? Just transition basically means that you cannot abruptly transfer. The transition should include the equitable climate energy transition, or which is socially just, which is also equally good for the local communities. Because let's say countries like India, they cannot suddenly switch to renewables and do away with coal, because a lot of dependency we have on coal. We have right to development also. The developed countries, they did all the development easily with coal, but when it comes to us developing countries, now they are preaching that we should just take care of environment and forget our development. This can't happen. We have to do sustainable development, which includes both your environment also, economy also. Fine. So just transition means that slowly they'll transition towards non-conventional sources, and that should be socially and equitably just. That means according to the local people or the society. Fine. So this is again correct. And third is your Delhi Declaration. Delhi Declaration, which strengthens multi-level and city-level climate action, which took place in Arise Climate Forum in 2025. This is again correct. Now, Delhi Declaration says that recently these global south cities, they unite together under Delhi Declaration ahead of COP30. COP30 has to happen in, which happened in Belém, Brazil. Before that, Delhi Declaration happened. In this, most of the global south countries, let's say more than 25 global south countries and 60 cities, they came together and they emphasized the role of city level administration in managing this your climate action. How city administration should also be responsible for climate action. Climate action has just not to be taken on the level of, say, nations. It has to be managed on the level of cities also. Fine. So again, this is correct. And more cities from 25 countries, they came together, and more than 60 cities participated in this in the litigation. Then they put forward their declaration in the COP 30. Fine. So how many of the given information are correctly matched? We have to tell all three are correctly matched. Answer becomes C. All of them are correct. Make sure this is the most important United Nations Oceans Conference. You read about it in detail. You can expect a question over this Oceans Conference. This was the third Oceans Conference. This generally happens after every 3 years. Because of COVID, it delayed. Otherwise, first conference happened in 2017. So third ideally should have happened in 2023, but because of COVID, delay happened. Fine. C is the answer. We move to the next question. Now the question talks about India has opposed the multi-layered approach proposed by developed nations for the new climate finance targets at the United Nations COP29. Now this statement is correct. Yes, India has opposed multi-layered approach for by developed nations, which developed nations have proposed. Basically, what developed nations says that, see, under the common but differentiated responsibility (CBDR), under CBDR, what was proposed is that all countries will have common responsibilities but differentiated. That okay, we have to reduce the pollution, but how we'll reduce it? We'll reduce it as per our capacity. So it was largely the responsibility of developed nations that you provide finance to the developing nations to reduce it. But now what developed countries are saying that we'll have multi-layer approach to financing. Basically, in multi-layer is like onion-like structure. You peel different layers. There will be a small core in that which will be financed by the developed nations. Rest other layers will be like private financing, like loans and other things, which the developing nations have to be repaying. They'll have to repay it back. So it becomes a burden for the developing nations to take such loans. What developing nations want is that we don't have capacity, we don't have finance. You provide us with finance, and then we'll do projects for protecting the environment. But developed nation says, "हमारे पास तो पैसा नहीं है." You take it as a grant or as a loan from the other institutions. This is your multi-layered approach, which has been opposed by India. Fine. So this is correct. Basically, if I tell you the history, what happened earlier, there was Copenhagen Declaration in 2009. In 2009, the countries came together like this. In 2009, the countries under UNFCCC, they pledged, the developed countries pledged to mobilize $100 billion per year by 2020. That by 2020, every year we'll be pledging $100 billion for climate financing. But this never materialized. The countries never put forward this much amount. Then came Paris Agreement under Article 9, subclause 1. Again, it talked about how developed countries will provide finance to the developing countries. Then they, on this COP29, they went for this new collective quantified goal. In this new collective quantified goal, what happened? The developing countries, they asked for $1.3 trillion every year for climate financing projects. But what developed countries agreed is for just 300 billion. It is not even one third, I think less than 1/4. They just agreed for 300 billion. Basically, they tripled the finance to at least 300 billion per year. But that too, they'll provide by 2035. From 2035 onward, they'll start providing 300 billion per year, which is very less. So India opposed this kind of development. What they said is, developed countries, that out of this 1.3 trillion you are demanding, 300 billion will provide. The rest, whatever is left, let's say 1 trillion, you take from private companies, or you can say private banks, multilateral banks or institutions in the form of loans and grants, which the developing nations have to repay then. Fine. So none of the developing countries will agree to it. How will they repay if they have that much money to finance their climate projects? Why would they require the loan in the first instance? So see the second statement. The primary mandate of the COP29 was to finalize new collective quantified goals. This is correct. COP29 happened in Baku, Azerbaijan, replacing the previous target of $100 billion per year set in 2009 in Copenhagen Declaration. So this is right. The primary mandate of COP29 was to finalize. Yes, this is right. They are now replacing the old declaration of 100 billion target to 300 billion target of climate financing. Fine. But third statement says that a multi-layered finance structure relies on loans and private investment, which I have told you, rather than public grants, which risk exacerbating the sovereign debt crisis. The crisis of debt will increase over nation, just like a small farmer who take loan from zamindar and is unable to pay it back. Same will happen with small countries. They won't be able to repay the loans or grants which loans they are getting from private institutions. So this is correct. And this also statement 3 explains the statement 1, what is multi-layered structure and why India is opposing it. So your correct answer becomes B, that both statement 2 and 3 are correct, but only the statement 3 explains first. Fine, B becomes your answer. Fine, so this was your new collective quantified goals which were adopted in 2024 in Baku COP29. B is your answer. We move to the next question. Now the question is regarding the following statement with regards to functional de-extinction. What does functional de-extinction means? See, extinction means a species goes extinct. It is no longer found in the wild. De-extinction means that they are brought back. Now from extinction, they are brought back. Functional. That means in limited quantity. So what it says, it aims to create proxy species that mimic the ecological role of extinct animal without necessarily replicating its entire genome. Now this statement is correct. What does this statement say? That it creates proxy species, similar kind of species, not exact species. Okay? That mimics the ecological role, similar kind of species that mimics what their role was in the environment, basically their ecological niche. Without necessarily replicating its entire genome. Some genes are modified and altered, not the entire genome system. Why it is in news? Because Direwolf, there is a US based company, Colossal Biologics or Colossal Bioscience, something like this. They basically revived the species of direwolf, which was extinct a lot of years ago. In the, I think, Pleistocene era they were found. Now they were extinct, so they revived these direwolf species. That 2 small new babies were born of direwolf. So this shows the progress of biotechnology. Fine. So this is correct. So second is, the process necessarily involves the backbreeding of living descendants to concentrate specific ancestral traits. Now this is wrong because the term necessarily involves. Now see, backbreeding is one of the methods of functional de-extinction. Backbreeding, what happens? You trace the breeds, or you trace the different species in the backward side of that particular species which you have to revive back. Fine. So let's say if they have to revive a wolf, they'll take a present wolf and track its species, or you can say extract genes, the functional genes which they have to revive to its father, grandfather, like this. But this is just one method of backbreeding, not the necessarily method. It has to be involved. There are other methods. That means in lab you can do genome editing. Gene editing is the most common method, where you take up genes, edit them as per the requirements, and then you alter it. For example, see how generally it is done. Let's say the scientists find a frozen mammoth. They take out genes from it. DNA fragments are taken of mammoth DNA. Then live elephants genes are also taken. They both are mixed and modified genes are created. Now these modified genes, they are fused into an egg then, and a surrogate mother. This egg is placed in the let's say womb of a surrogate mother. Then whatever new after pregnancy, new species will be born, will be a mixture of mammoth elephant hybrid. This is basically your 3-parent child is also born in this similar kind of manner. This is largely the technology you study this in the science part, in biotech part. Here, why it is in news? Because of this Colossal Bioscience, they have de-extinct these direwolf species. So it was a lot in news at that time. So you tell how many of them are correct. Statement 1 is correct and 2 is incorrect here. Fine. So answer is A only. Fine. So now we move to the last question of the day. And this is the last question of the day. It talks about which of the following statement best describes carbon farming. Now, what is carbon farming? Carbon farming basically is an agriculture system designed to sequester atmospheric carbon into the soil and crop roots. B is your answer. Basically, when your agriculture system functions in such a manner that it extracts or take away carbon from atmosphere and converts it into the plant body, let's say you're transform into soil or the woody structure of the crops or plants, then it is called carbon farming. Basically, they are taking up carbon from atmosphere and farming it into the field. This is your carbon farming. Fine. And how it can be done? It can be done through processes like agroforestry. In agroforestry, you have agriculture crops plus forest crops grown together. Fine. Then you have improved residue management. The residue, whatever is left, if you mix it with the soil, it helps increasing the nutrient of soil, and better carbon sequestration helps. Better crop growth is help. Increasing the production of crop cover. Crop cover helps in reduction of, let's say, your moisture, which helps in better plant efficiency, better crops are grown, more carbon is sequestered. Similarly, you have reduced tillage, reduced fertilizer application, sowing companion crop. Again, companion crops are kind of crop cover. They does not allow moisture to escape, helping better plant growth, better carbon farming. And similarly, eliminating bare fallow. Bare fallow will allow a lot of, let's say, erosion to happen, and a lot of carbon stored in the soil will get released. Similarly, improved farm efficiency, better sustainable practices, they also help in better carbon farming. So B is the correct answer here. I think with this, we come to an end to today's discussion. Now see why I put this image here. Whenever you see Virat Kohli in cricket match, see how confident he is. Why this confidence comes, and from where this confidence comes? This confidence comes from preparation. So similarly, how well you guys are prepared will reflect your confidence in the final exam. So make sure you guys are preparing well. Make sure you are confident enough while going to your prelims, and that will happen when you do a lot of practice here. You revise these tests. Make sure whatever mistakes you guys are doing in these tests, you revise them properly. You revise them 2-3 times. Make short notes of whatever new information you get. Practice you guys have already done. Next thing is what you have to do: build content from this test. These 100 questions are like 100 topic. Make sure you revise them at least 2-3 times. We'll see you again in the next test discussion. Till then, all the best.